Chapter 778, 306 Jiangjing New Circle. New song release. Second release. _2 Yining's gaze fell on Ren Wanxian who was beside her. Wanxian, aren't you going back? Not going back. Ren Wanxian put down her soup spoon. She had no affection for Ji Xiaorong. My grandpa will come to see me in a few days. Being able to spend the new year in Jiangjing, Ren Wanxian had no intention of returning to that remote city. Moreover, with so many social gatherings in Jiangjing around the new year, Ren Wanxian had finally established good relationships with those young ladies and gentlemen. She didn't want to miss this opportunity. The next day, on Jiang Fulai's private jet, Zhang Xiais was on Jiang Sun's plane for the first time. Sitting on the sofa playing games with his class 15 mates, he hardly played games anymore. Wang Qi asked him through the headset, "That's not right. Pingren, aren't you supposed to be going back to Xiangqing today? You should be on a plane now, right?" Zhang Xiais with his legs crossed, "Yeah. How can you be playing games with us on a plane?" Before Wang Qi replied, another person in the team spoke up. Zhang Xiais glanced up slightly at Jiang Fulai who was wearing a black sweater across from him, and muttered indistinctly, "I'm on Air China, they've got Wi-Fi now." "Oh, is that so?" The others in the team believed him. "Then next time we go back, we'll fly Air China too." Across from him, Jiang Fulai was sitting across from Ning Xiao, his slender, cold white hand gliding across the laptop screen, his smooth jaw lifting, his eyes still light and shallow. "Did someone guide you?" Across from him, Ning Xiao sat up straight. "Both Academician Ma and Senior He Wen have provided me with data and ideas. And there was Bai Lian who had helped him with the calculations. He couldn't have completed it so quickly on his own." Jiang Fulai swiftly scanned the final acknowledgements. Bai Lian, Headmaster He Wen, their names were all mentioned. He turned the computer away and stood up. "I've already reported this project for you. He'll give it directly to the chief editor at the Boss Summer Camp in a few days." Bai Lian was in a small room and Jiang Fulai went to find her. On the way he passed by Ji Xiaojun who was playing Go with Jiang He. Ji Heng and Xin Qing had returned to Xiangqing with Lu Xiaohan ahead of time. Lu Xiaohan wanted to learn from Grandpa Tao how to craft and control puppets and to complete a puppet show during the winter holidays. Not far away, Ming Dongheng, who was pouring water, couldn't help but look at Ning Xiao. Jiang Fulai spoke so casually to Ning Xiao, but from what he had overheard, the project that Ning Xiao was collaborating with He Wen, Bai Lian and Academician Ma on was a key project for the next 20 years. Uranium mining indeed. Once this project was announced, Jiangjing University and the scientific research community were about to face another storm. In just half a year's time, almost all roads in Xiangqing were widened and the green belts were well done. More than a dozen new residential buildings and shopping malls sprang up, and Suen's Xinda Hotel had been in business for several months now. Having disembarked from the plane and taken a car to Xiangqing, Zhang Xiais and Tang Ming, among others, were all stunned. This development in Xiangqing was too rapid. It wasn't the same as the neglected border city of the past. Now, calling it a second-tier, almost first-tier city was not in doubt. Bai Lian got off at Purist Street. Purist Street, once sparsely populated, was now bustling with people and lined with shops. Bai Lian looked at a tourist sign next to Purist Street. 1,000-year-old tree, ancient alley, Qingshui Bridge. She was startled for a moment, and then realized that Purist Street had also become a popular spot for many people to check in at. "Alien, you're back?" A lady selling embroidery waved at Bai Lian, then turned to the customers at her stall and said, "This is our top scorer in Xiangqing's college entrance exam this year, Bai Lian. You all have heard of her, right? Her grandfather is a master embroidery teacher, and we've all learned from him. And Alien, before she went back to school last year, she even took the time to share her learning experiences and methods. My daughter ranked in the top 10 of her class in the final exams." Purist Street was filled with Bai Lian's fans. As soon as they heard that this was the legendary girl from Xiangqing, many people wanted to greet Bai Lian and ask about her study methods. But seeing the tall man by her side, they abruptly stopped in their tracks. The path leading to Ji Heng's small courtyard had been renovated, and the stones underfoot no longer wobbled when stepped on. Jiang Fulai stood to the left of Bai Lian, lazily sticking one hand in his pocket, while holding Bai Lian's laptop with the other. Beside him, Jiang He toddled along trying to keep up with the two. "Well, return to Jiangjing on the 6th, go to the school team on the 7th, and then we leave for M Country on the afternoon of the 8th. The Bosch training camp isn't tough. If we're quick, we'll still have 3 days after our return to go visit the snowy mountains," Jiang Fulai said to Bai Lian with a calm composure, making plans. He didn't stay in Jiangjing for the new year again this year. With the 15-day holiday, Most of the time was spent accompanying Bai Lian back to Xiangqing, a smaller part of the time reserved for travel for Bai Lian and himself. Master Jiang's arrangements were very reasonable. After the New Year on the 6th day, Bai Lian and a few others finished celebrating the New Year and returned to Jiangjing. Jiang Fulai just left the Jiang family behind, and as soon as he arrived in Jiangjing, he had to return to take charge of affairs. He was not very keen on going, and it was Su Nanjing who gently informed Bai Lian, who then urged him to return. She sent Jiang Fulai off in the car, then looked down at her phone. Several messages. Sister XN. Miss Bai Yen Lu's new song releases at noon today. Link. Today was the day Yen Lu's new song was released. It had been over half a month since Yen Lu recorded the song, and it had become a trending topic then. Now, finally about to be released, before noon various music apps were already lagging badly. Bai Lian scrolled down and sent Wen Jixia the address. She had planned to have lunch with Wen Jixia. Since the engagement banquet, one was in Xiangqing and the other in Jiangjing, they hadn't seen each other. Hu Yu, Lu Xian and a few others had returned to school after the holiday, and after learning that Ning Xiao, Tang Ming and others had also returned, some seniors invited them to a meal. Bai Lian had to prepare materials at school tomorrow and had no time, only today was she free. At the same time she wanted to introduce Wen Jixia to Hu Yu and the others. A large group of people were bustling in the private room. Wen Jixia breathed a sigh of relief upon finding out they were all talented students from Jiangjing University. Though it was somewhat intense to be in a group of Jiangjing University students, it was still more normal than her recent encounter with Chairman Liao and Gao Yan. She chatted in a low voice with Hu Yu and Bai Lian. The new year had just ended and Lu Xian and Tang Ming had already downed a few beers. At exactly 12 o'clock. Tang Ming suddenly remembered something, stopped talking, took out his phone, opened Weibo and helped Yen Lu retweet and like, then took a screenshot to show Zhang Xi's. This time it's all thanks to your influence, Lu Xian stated with a sigh, taking a drink, then noticed Tang Ming tapping on his phone. What are you doing? Yen Lu's new song. Tang Ming promoted to Lu Xian, opening Yen Lu's new song. Wanna listen? Everyone present had heard of Yen Lu, and Hu Yu was surprised. She released a new song? Wen Jixia quickly took out her phone as well. The music at the beginning sounded fine, but as it continued, it began to feel familiar. Hu Yu had a good memory. She had listened to the snippet Bai Lian played for her more than once and could even hum a little bit of it, so naturally, there was some recognition. Wait, what's this song called? Hu Yu raised her hand. Chapter 779, 307 Regretful Wang Xin, The Secret of the Ji Family _1 Wen Jixia had already seen Yen Lu's new song and she spoke. Flatboat. Flatboat? Hu Yu recalled the conversation with Bai Lian. Flatboat to the open seas. It matched again. Her gaze involuntarily fell on Bai Lian. Everyone at the large table was chatting, except for Bai Lian who was seated next to Wen Jixia and was eating slowly and methodically, looking down at her food. Most people at the dinner table were scrolling through Weibo. Wen Jixia has been busy lately. After the engagement banquet, the Wen family who knew her had gone into hiding, and she had been with her second uncle recognizing people, going all the way from the first to the current day. It was also today when she heard Bai Lian was back in Jiangjing that her second uncle finally let her come out. Leaving the day after tomorrow? Wen Jixia was surprised to hear how busy Bai Lian's schedule was. How long will this winter camp last? Bai Lian was almost done eating. She put down her chopsticks, leaned back and turned her head to have someone pack up some of this place's duck to take to the school for Yang Lin. 1 month. Bai Lian had never been abroad, but she had seen a world map. Junior sister, pack more. Senior brother Lu patted his chest. Today the teacher is treating us so everyone can eat their fill. Usually when Zhou Wenqing invited them for a meal, they bootleggers only dared to order a few greens. Today they ordered a table full of the most expensive dishes. After packing up the food, Bai Lian walked downstairs with Wen Jixia. That's not a bad thing for you. Wen Jixia retracted her gaze from the takeaway box in Bai Lian's hand and smiled. When you first returned to Xiangqing, I was afraid you might have a relapse. Bai Lian left in a hurry back then and phone calls couldn't get through. Wen Jixia was afraid she might become more decadent in Xiangqing, but thinking about it now, if Bai Lian still had the same personality as before, even if she were lucky to be saved after jumping into a lake, being driven by the Bai family to Xiangqing probably would have led her to repeat the same mistakes. No matter how you looked at it, it seemed like a dead end. The secret that Ms. Bai had once died, Bai Lian probably wouldn't tell anyone. I heard Xiaoming say last time, you want to ask Yen Lu to be a spokesperson? Bai Lian shifted the topic lightly. Wen Jixia also remembered the matter. Yen Lu is high profile. My second uncle's idea is to go straight for Lu Su. Lu Su. Bai Lian had never heard of them. She usually didn't pay attention to the entertainment circle, and the only artists she knew were Yen Lu and Mei Yi, a member of a boy band currently very popular too. As they reached the door, Wen Jixia explained to Bai Lian. The one family car was waiting at the hotel entrance. Xiaohan had officially become Wen Zixia's personal driver. The restaurant was in the university town, and many alumni reading for masters or doctorates were dining here. Just as they reached the ground floor, Hu Yu and their group ran into some acquaintances, people they used to hang out with often to discuss which tea house had good food. They had all heard about Zhou Wenqing's promotion. He would take up his new post at the start of the new semester, and all these people were there to congratulate Hu Yu and the rest. Quite a crowd. Xiaohan drove the car onto the main road and looked in surprise at Hu Yu and their group. Miss Bai knew a lot of people. These were all high-caliber students from Jiang University, and in addition to being gifted, connections and mentor resources among these classmates were also crucial. His young mistress was indeed lucky. Back at the one residence, the butler handed Wen Jixia a cup of tea. Miss Ji Wei and the others went out today to discuss a collaboration with the Ming family. They mentioned before the new year that they intended to change the spokesperson. The old master's health wasn't good, and the young members of the one family were now competitors to one another. Wen Zixia's sudden emergence put pressure on Wen Ji Wei, who began cooperating with the Ming family. Did they really make contact with Yen Lu? Wen Jixia took the teacup. This am not clear yet. The butler shook his head. On this side. Bai Lian was headed to the biology building, and Hu Yu asked about Bai Lian's song along the way. What you heard before was the demo that hadn't been completely fixed. Bai Lian's neck was loosely wrapped in the scarf that Sun Chen had given her, her tone unhurried. I haven't given you the song title fee yet. He'll let Yen Lu compensate you for it as endorsement pay. Bai Lian wrote a song for Yen Lu without asking for any copyright fee. Yen Lu donated part of the money in Bai Lian's name to an orphanage charity, and many in the entertainment industry donated to her charity foundation. Bai Lian's tone was as if she were saying, the weather's not bad today. At the door of the biology building, Bai Lian entered confidently. Hu Yu stood by the steps, with the sunlight overhead cool and not blinding. She felt somewhat in a daze. Her phone vibrated once. Hu Yu took it out for a look and saw a new friend request upon looking down. Hello, I am Yen Lu. Hu Yu, who had been unfazed seeing Bai Lian take out several tens of kilograms of palladium, always felt her endurance was quite high, but now being startled by this friend request was inevitable. Chapter 780, 307 Regretful Wang Xn, the Ji family's secret underscore. Who is Yen Lu now? A household name, a big star. During the holidays, when Hu Yu returned home, 7 out of 10 kids among her relatives were fans of Yen Lu. And now, this big star actually sent her a friend request? Hu Yu stared at the friend request, waiting at the door for quite some time before she went back to the lab. She didn't dare to tell the other 2 senior brothers but asked Tang Ming about Yen Lu. Sister Lu added you? Tang Ming was a little surprised but didn't make a big deal out of it. Don't judge by her cold beauty on the show, she is actually a really nice person. Hu Yu, the 7th day of the Lunar New Year. The students of Jiang University's Tongfeng class that were going abroad were filling out forms in the physics building. The Tongfeng class started earlier than the regular freshmen. Their term began on the 9th day of the Lunar New Year. On the 7th day, some students had already arrived at the school to study in the physics building, and Wang Zai's group arrived early. Just as they got to the physics building, they saw from afar Bai Lian and her group holding several application forms and following behind the dean's assistant, who was chatting with Bai Lian, all smiles. Wang Shi and the others stopped in their tracks, standing aside watching them go upstairs. As Ding Wenyang was excitedly talking to Tang Ming with his head down, Yu Guang caught a glimpse of Wang Shi and the others. He hesitated for a moment and then casually glanced over. He still remembered their group's first project last year. If it weren't for Bai Lian preparing an extra draft back then, their group would probably have been the laughingstock of the entire school, so he had no good feelings for Wang Shi. He looked away as if at thin air. After they all went upstairs, the envy was hard to hide in the eyes of the boys standing with Wang Shi. Who would have thought that in the end, it would be Bai Lian's group going to the summer camp? Ding Wenyang and his group are really lucky. After being classmates for so many years, they were all too familiar with Ding Wenyang's abilities. In the past, it was mostly Wang Shi holding up that group. After Wang Shi joined their group, the rest of the class felt sympathy for Ding Wenyang's group. After all, they had lost a pillar and gained a few dead weights. Who could have known, those they pitted earlier eventually surpassed Gao Yuan's group and got into the winter-summer camp. And they all knew that Ding Wenyang's chance to go to the summer camp this time was entirely due to the few new students with Bai Lian. After all, she's the top scorer in the college entrance exam, truly freakish. She can even compare with senior He Wen. A boy was still speaking when someone pinched his arm hard. The person pinching him gestured for him to look at Wang Shi beside him. The boy looked at the displeased Wang Shi and quickly shut his mouth, realizing his blunder. Wang Shi, clutching his book, said nothing and walked out the door. After he left, the boys in the group exchanged glances. Wang Shi must regret it to death, right? Look at his eyes, he probably hasn't slept well recently, another shrugged. After all, he was originally in Ding Wenyang's group, and he would have had a spot in the summer camp. It was his choice to leave. Even they envied Ding Wenyang's group, let alone Wang Shi who was once part of it. Zhou Wenqing's office. He had come to the school a few days earlier to handle the transition, as the Tongfeng class was going to start term soon, and he came early to his office to deal with matters. Upon hearing Wang Zai's words, he looked up and put down his pen. Ding Wenyang's group? Professor Zhou, Wang Zai's hands dangled at his sides. If I join Ding Wenyang's group now, is there still a chance for me to go with them to the summer camp? Hearing Wang Zai's question, Zhou Wenqing finally remembered something. At the beginning of the term, Wang Shi was in Bai Lian's group. He pushed up his glasses and gazed deeply at Wang Shi. Theoretically, student Bai Lian's group is short one person, and if you join now you could catch up with them for the summer camp. Hearing Zhou Wenqing's words, Wang Shi felt his heart leap to his throat, his fingers twitching. So, that means, however, as I said before, I have no objections as long as your two groups reach an agreement. Zhou Wenqing withdrew his gaze and looked back at the documents. You should know that I always respect your decisions. You shouldn't have come to ask me. When Wang Shi had wanted to leave Ding Wenyang's group originally, Zhou Wenqing had not stopped him, letting them decide for themselves. Now, Zhou Wenqing still left the decision to Bai Lian's group. Zhou Wenqing bowed his head and just typed out a line when his phone rang. It was an unfamiliar number. Professor Zhou, hello, this is Gao Jiechen. I was wondering if you have time, I would like to invite you to a meal. Chapter 781, 307 Regretful Wang Xin, the Ji family's secret _3 Zhou Wenqing said he had no time and hung up the call. Next to him, his assistant asked in confusion, have there been so many people inviting you to dinner recently? The news that Zhou Wenqing's laboratory received 30 kilograms of palladium had spread. And of course the Gao family was not kept in the dark. Gathering so much experimental material in such a short time, it was easy for people to connect the dots to Wang Yufeng. In the evening, Bai Lian helped Hu Yu and the others move their laboratory. Zhou Wenqing was promoted. His research was published ahead of schedule, and his territory naturally expanded as well. After moving the laboratory, she went back to the apartment with Tang Ming and the others, packed her things and prepared to leave the next day. Bai Lian, Ding Wenyang, Wang Shi had been sitting on the steps at the entrance of the research center. When he saw Bai Lian and the others emerging, he stood up, his gaze fixed on them. I'm sorry for what I did, but I had no choice at that time. Could you forgive me just this once and speak to Professor Zhou on my behalf, to let me rejoin the team? What the heck? Bai Lian didn't look at him, just lazily wrapped her scarf around her neck and went to find Jiang Fulai's car. Her eyes low, she exuded an air of unhurried departure. Ning Xiao never cared much about others. After greeting Ding Wenyang, she too left. Leaving only Ding Wenyang and a few others standing coldly on the stairs, looking down at Wang Shi. No choice? You had no choice but to deliberately take note of our paper? To make us look foolish in the first literature report meeting, in front of President Huang and all the faculty and students? To receive the lowest score? But you were also guarding against me, weren't you? Wang Shi pursed his lips, deliberately showing me the paper you didn't need, sending out a false lead to Gao Yuan? And thanks to that, you became famous throughout the school. That wasn't entirely a bad thing for you, was it? Deliberately? Ding Wenyang tugged at the corner of his lip, his glance icy. Wang Shi, we never lied to you. The paper that Sister Bai later reported was her own work. It had nothing to do with us. If it hadn't been for her, all of us would have been tarnished with the stigma of imitating you. You're not unaware of the impact this would have in the academic world, are you? In academia, plagiarism is a serious matter. Having said that, Ding Wenyang didn't look at him again but turned around, descended the stairs and left. Wang Shi remained standing in place, unable to come to his senses for a long time. He and people like Gao Yuan always thought that Ding Wenyang and the others deliberately handed them a low-quality report. Only today did he realize. Was that paper really sorted out by Bai Lian alone? Come to think of it, it wasn't surprising. She could ace the final exam set by academician Ma and had a comprehensive score 20 points higher than Gao Yuan, far surpassing the rest of them. You really shouldn't have left their group. Jiang Fulai was sitting in the passenger seat. Wearing a Bluetooth earpiece, he tapped his well-defined fingers on the steering wheel impatiently. So you guys can't match the acuity of a high school senior? There was an unclear mumbling from the other end. Jiang Fulai laughed coldly. Fine, I'll send you in for a year to try it out. The passenger door was opened. A chill wind rushed in. Jiang Fulai's tone paused slightly. He glanced at Bai Lian, tapped his Bluetooth earpiece with his slender fingers, his tone more restrained. Organize it tonight for me. He hung up the call immediately. Bai Lian took a paper bag from the passenger side, sat down and closed the door. You finished the call? It wasn't anything important. Jiang Fulai extended a hand, looking at the loose strands of hair near her eyebrow as he brushed them aside. Heading to Kangyu Tower? Ji Heng and Jiang He were still in Xiangqing. Bai Lian had no preference for where to eat. Jiang Fulai drove out of the school gate as Bai Lian received a call from Ji Heng. On the other end, Ji Heng was obviously smoking heavily, speaking in a tone neither hurried nor slow. Xiaorong will be back tomorrow and this time he'll stay for a week. Tomorrow? Bai Lian lightly raised her eyebrows. She wasn't currently in Xiangqing and she was going abroad tomorrow. She truly had no time. Have him go to the Shenkang head store tomorrow and see Hen Jiwei for a pulse diagnosis. Over the new year, Hen Jiwei had gone back home as well. The Jiangjing store was left in Sun Chun's hands. A pulse diagnosis? Ji Heng was sitting at a stone table under a banyan tree, exhaling a puff of smoke and looking at Mu Zhao playing chess not far away with Jiang He. Okay. Xiangqing. Knowing that Ji Heng was going to be there for a while, and not returning to Jiangjing right away. The Ji family butler and Mu Yining brought gifts to Xiangqing personally to pay New Year respects to Ji Heng. Mu Yining sat next to Ji Heng, and upon hearing him mention Ji Xiaorong, she couldn't help asking, is he your second cousin? She had long heard from the butler that Ji Heng had 2 sons and a daughter. Chapter 782, 307 Regretful Wang Xin. The Ji family's secret _4 Ji Milan had met Ji Xiaojun before, but the other person she had never seen. She heard from Ji Heng that Ji Xiaojun was always very busy, with only a few days of rest a year. He will come over tomorrow. Ji Heng tapped his cigarette ash. As Mu Yining listened to Ji Heng's voice, she suggested, why not let him go to Jiangjing to help Xiaojun? There are also quite a few company positions available. That. Ji Heng waved his hand dismissively. He doesn't need it. Mu Yining finished her meal and went back to the newly opened guest house on Purist Street. Xiaojie and the butler were both following behind her, and Mu Yining grew curious. What exactly does this second cousin of mine do? Having seen Ji Xiaojun and Bai Lian, Mu Yining was indeed curious about the Ji Heng family. This enigmatic Ji Xiaorong seemed even more mysterious than Bai Lian, as she had yet to meet him. I've heard that Xiankang General Medical Hall in Xiangqing is highly skilled in medicine. The butler spoke up. We should try to invite them to Jiangjing in a few days to see the elder. Mu Yining nodded her agreement. Upon reaching the guest house, Mu Yining called Mu Yujun. Mu Yujun kept asking if they had time recently, as she wanted to bring the Gao family over to the Mu family's place for a New Year's visit. Sis, Mu Yining spoke as she pushed open the guest house window. We are currently in Xiangqing. Do you want to come over? Mu Yujun naturally wouldn't come to a place like Xiangqing. Never mind, Jechen is also busy recently. Let's talk when you're back in Jiangjing. She hung up the phone. The next day, the 8th day of the first lunar month. Bai Lian flew overseas. Wallow Street was bustling with activity. Ji Xiaorong stood at the juncture, quite surprised by the changes in Xiangqing. This was Internet Celebrity Street, and Shenkang Medical Hall was easy to find, with people flocking to its doors. It was evident that the place was popular. The queue for Shenkang Medical Hall now stretched to the street corner. Ji Xiaorong was taken aback. Ren Jiawei, accompanying him in line, noticed Ji Xiaorong's surprise. Don't underestimate Shenkang. It's not easy to get their doctors to see you and perform acupuncture. Even after we get a number, we'll still have to wait another 2 hours at least. This is Chinese medicine, right? Ji Xiaorong looked at the sign at the entrance. Yeah, unexpected, right? Ren Jiawei smiled and sighed. It's now the hottest traditional Chinese medicine hall in the country. My dad tried to make an appointment for 3 days and still didn't get a slot with Dr. Hen. Dr. Hen? Ji Xiaorong was puzzled. The two of them waited in line at the entrance for 20 minutes before it was their turn to get a number. The person issuing queue numbers perked up upon hearing his name, immediately standing. Mr. Ji, it's you. Please proceed to the back room. Dr. Hen has been waiting for you there already. Ren Jiawei was taken aback. She exchanged a glance with Ji Xiaorong and followed the staff into the inner hall. Upon entering, Hen Jiwei stood up, knowing this was Bai Lian's uncle. He was very polite. "Mr. Ji, hello, I am Hen Jiwei. Miss Bai asked me to take your pulse. Please have a seat." Another person poured a cup of tea for Ren Jiawei. "Madam, please sit for a while." Ren Jiawei came back to her senses, somewhat taken aback, and sat down thoughtfully, looking at Hen Jiwei. Ji Xiaorong sat opposite Hen Jiwei, resting his hand on the table. "I don't know if it's because of work, but I've had a headache problem for these past years." "What is your profession?" Hen Jiwei asked, trying to find the cause of the illness. Ji Xiaorong remained a bit silent before replying tentatively, "Clerical worker?" Hen Jiwei, "No, don't you know what you do yourself? Why do you look so questioning?" 5 minutes later, Hen Jiwei suddenly let go of Ji Xiaorong's hand and lifted his head to look at him. He spoke seriously, "Mr. Ji, you don't have a headache." Chapter 783, The Great Turmoil of 308, Alien has a box of undersoon, it's not a migraine? Ren Jiawei had heard that Xian Kong had real skills and she was somewhat nervous. He's been taking pain medication for over 10 years. Ji Xiaorong lowered his gaze to his wrist, silent, simply pondering. Hen Jiwei soothed Ren Jiawei with a few words, then continued to ask Ji Xiaojun when he had started to fall ill. Traditional Chinese medicine interprets migraines as a blockage in the liver meridian. But Ji Xiaorong's pulse did not suggest a sluggish flow, it was tight and without perspiration. Nearly 20 years now, Ji Xiaorong recalled past events. When Ren Jiawei was in a car accident that resulted in a premature birth from shock, he had already been working overtime due to her expected delivery date. Having been tense without rest, he fainted on the road before even making it to the hospital. Fortunately, Secretary Zhou was there at the time to arrange everything properly. After hearing this, Hen Jiwei reflected for a moment. "Mr. Ji, you should go to Xiangqing Hospital for an examination and let Dr. Lu take care of it." After the two left, Hen Jiwei took out his mobile phone and dialed Bai Lian's number. The phone was switched off. Hen Jiwei remembered that Bai Lian was going abroad with the school today, so he sent WeChat messages to both Dr. Lu and Bai Lian. Ren Jiawei and Ji Xiaorong went to see Ji Heng after having their blood drawn. Ren Qian had gone to Jiangjing, but Ji Xiaorong didn't go. He had only made a phone call to Ren Wanxian, as it was a tradition in the Ji family to pay homage to the tree god every new year. Upon arriving at the Ji family's courtyard, Mu Yining and others were already there. Ren Jiawei was dressed in a simple blouse and beige casual pants, exuding a powerful presence reminiscent of a successful career woman. By her side, Ji Xiaorong was quiet and reserved, emanating a faint scholarly charm, much like Ji Heng. "Miss Mu," Ren Jiawei cordially shook hands with Mu Yining. Under the banyan tree, Mu Zhao, having spent the previous night desperately studying the game of Go, immediately started a rematch with Jiang He upon arrival. Jiang He wore a white small-collared shirt, fashioned with a traditional necktie, looking like an impassive gentleman as he extended his hand and mercilessly placed a black stone on the board. Mu Zhao, since the day he arrived from Xiangqing, he had never won against this kid opposite him. Ji Heng stepped out of the kitchen and saw this, patted Jiang He on the shoulder, "Don't bully our guest," then turned to a life-questioning Mu Zhao, "That's just how he is, even little Ning and the others can't beat him, don't overthink it." No one but Bai Lian and Jiang Fulai could handle this kid Jiang He. After the meal, Mu Yining and the others were ready to return to Jiangjing. There were issues in the Mu family that needed attention, and Mu Yining couldn't stay for too long. The Ji family escorted them to Purish Street. After boarding, it was the butler who broke the silence. "Miss Ren's parents are not like what I had imagined." Indeed, after Ren Wanxian returned home, Mu Yining and the butler did not think highly of her. Initially, the butler also didn't like Xinqing, but over the nearly 1 year together, though Xinqing was somewhat worldly, her nature was genuine. Ren Wanxian was completely different. She looked down upon Xinqing and Ji Heng while admiring high society. Arrogant and conceited. Her personality was a stark contrast to that of Ji Heng and Bai Lian, who were, to a degree, reserved in temperament. The butler originally thought she would have inherited some traits from her parents, but upon meeting them today found it strange. As the group chatted, they noticed that Mu Zhao was exceptionally silent. "Young Master Mu Zhao, what's wrong with you?" Xiaojia from the driver's seat noticed something off about the young master in the passenger seat today. Upon hearing this, both the butler and Mu Yining looked towards the front passenger seat. "Ah." Mu Zhao, who was looking down at Go Strategies, snapped out of his reverie as the greenery from the rearview mirror swiftly passed by. "It's nothing." Being a student at Jiang University, he couldn't help but feel a bit struck. On the airplane, Bai Lian was sitting with a group from Jiang University. The attendees of the summer camp included not just freshmen but also sophomores, juniors, as well as some graduate and doctoral students. In total, nearly 50 participants formed a large group. Apart from the other passengers, most on the plane were students from Jiang University. Bai Lian sat in the same row with Su Jiyue and another junior, with the socially anxious Su Jiyue taking the window seat and Bai Lian in the middle. The junior was Shi Rulin, one of the few female students among the group. "You look much prettier in person than in photos." Shi Rulin clearly had heard of Bai Lian before and smiled upon seeing her. "This time, there are only a few of us girls, so Director Meng asked me to take good care of you too. Don't worry, I've been to the summer camp before, I'll make sure to look after you both. If you have any questions, feel free to ask me." It wasn't cold on the plane, and Bai Lian was wearing a white crossed-collar shirt with a black and gold horse-faced skirt, leaning lazily against the seat back. Her eyelashes cast a gentle shadow over her eyelids as she lowered her eyes. "Thank you, Senior." Chapter 784, The Great Turmoil of 308, Alien has a box of underskirt. She lowered the tray table and took out her computer, placing it on top. Powered it on. "Hey Junior, do you know who else is leading us to the summer camp besides Director Meng?" Shi Rulin brought up the topic of the summer camp to Bai Lian and then whispered with a hint of mystery. Director Meng was the teacher in charge of the team this time. Who? Bai Lian had pretty much guessed it when Zhang Fulai accompanied her to the airport this morning. But she still played along with Shi Rulin. "It's, the two institutes of Jiang University," Shi Rulin continued in a lowered voice when she saw Bai Lian's interest. "Apart from the Quantum Research Institute under Academician Ma, there's also an Aerospace and Dark Matter Research Institute. I heard that our team leader this time is from there." Bai Lian's fingertips tapped on the computer, launching the video software and playing the movie she had downloaded in advance. Shi Rulin talked, and Bai Lian just listened, sharing one of her earbuds with Shi Rulin. An airplane journey lasting over 10 hours. When the sky turned dark, most people on the flight were asleep, and Bai Lian went to the restroom. When she came out after washing her hands, the cramped aisle had one more person. He was slowly rolling up his sleeves, clad in a silver-gray satin shirt, exuding nobility and aloofness that were out of place in this cramped space. He glanced up upon hearing the door open. The aisle wasn't well lit, and a white curtain separated it from the first-class cabin up ahead. "Would you like to come over to my side to rest for a while?" Jiang Fulai, who was accustomed to privilege, didn't like sitting close to others, nor did he like noise. He extended his hand to embrace her, his voice low. "Private space, a bit larger seating area." Bai Lian and the others were still students after all, and this international exchange was a rare opportunity. Jiang Fulai hadn't meddled much with Tang Ming and their social interactions. No need. Bai Lian wasn't as arrogant as the young Master Jiang, capable of adjusting to any setting. Sensing someone coming, she patted Jiang Fulai's hand as a signal to let go. "Someone is coming." Jiang Fulai released her hand and slipped a new SIM card into her palm. "Install it later." His expression turned unavoidably colder, and his light-hued eyes involuntarily fell on the curtain. The moment Director Meng pulled back the curtain, he felt the goosebumps on his hand and a chill made him shiver. Looking closely, he just happened to see Jiang Fulai's cold, indifferent face. Then, seeing Bai Lian coming towards him, Director Meng was jolted into action, letting Bai Lian pass behind him before speaking. "Young Master Jiang, after you." Director Meng was the head of the Academic Affairs Office at Jiang University. These 50 students were the future of Jiang University, and he recognized almost every one of them, especially outstanding students like Bai Lian and Ning Xiao. He thought Bai Lian had disturbed Jiang Fulai and hurriedly led her away. Only after the curtain separated the two cabin areas did Director Meng breathe a sigh of relief. "You weren't scared, were you?" he whispered as he walked back to his seat, turning to speak softly to Bai Lian. Bai Lian shook her head. "No." "That's good." Director Meng, seeing Bai Lian's composed demeanor, felt reassured. "The person just now is another teacher leading the team. If you have any issues later on," he hesitated for a moment, "you can find me or Sure." After Bai Lian settled down in her seat, Director Meng wiped the sweat from his forehead. Turning back to look at the curtain, he thought that this young Master Jiang really lived up to the rumors. He wondered if any student would dare to ask him any questions during this trip. The plane arrived directly at the airport in the foreign country. Once Bai Lian disembarked, she took out her phone, checked it, and had already installed a local SIM card while on the plane. After switching on the local data, she first video called Ji Hung to reassure him of her safety. On the other end of the video call, it was already nighttime for Ji Heng. Ji Xiaorong hadn't left yet and was holding an unwashed dish as he greeted Bai Lian. "Happy New Year, are you in M country?" He recognized the airport background behind Bai Lian at a glance. "Happy New Year." Bai Lian also changed her greeting very politely, "Uncle." This was the first time Bai Lian had referred to herself as uncle to Ji Xiaorong. He paused, his usually expressionless face softening a great deal, and his voice grew tender. "Do you want any gifts for the new year? When your grandfather arrives in Jiangjing, he'll have him bring them to you." Bai Lian lacked for nothing, so she shook her head. In the video, after pondering for a moment, Ji Xiaorong refrained from asking Bai Lian further and handed the phone to Jiang He, who was eagerly looking on. "Junior, this is a portable Wi-Fi." While waiting for the luggage, Shi Rulin, holding the travel Wi-Fi collected from Director Meng, came over and saw Bai Lian making a video call. "Did you activate roaming?" Chapter 785. The Great Turmoil of 308, Alien has a box of undershirt. "No," Bai Lian told Jiang He, and after hanging up the video call she explained to Hu Yu, "I'm using a local SIM card." A local SIM card? This could only be obtained locally. Shi Rulin had visited once and hadn't bothered to get one herself. Seeing the phone card in Bai Lian's hand, she assumed Bai Lian had traveled here recently and didn't ask further. "Alright, if you need Wi-Fi, just connect directly." She showed Bai Lian the password. Several people arrived at the summer camp. It lasted for a month, and every student stayed in the temporary dormitories on-site, separated by gender, usually 3 to 4 people per room. Bai Lian hadn't brought much, just some clothes for daily change and a black cloak. Upon reaching the dormitory, she didn't go outside to play but instead took out her phone to swipe through questions on the app. The preparatory camp's app led to a challenge question bank that was essentially like defeating one opponent after another. Each question was interesting and required a specific method to solve, but the points awarded were quite generous. The more succinct the solution, the more points awarded. Bai Lian now faced a 6-degree function problem, which could be solved even with brute force. She ingeniously substituted the variable, and her approach to the problem instantly became clear. She photographed her answer and submitted it. Such answers had to be reviewed before points were awarded. After sending it off, Bai Lian turned to a message from Jiang Fulai. He had gone straight to a meeting upon landing and was still tied up, so he suggested she should eat first. Bai Lian responded with a number and then noticed another message. It was a picture sent by Dr. Liu. Many chemicals and professional terms. After glancing over it, Bai Lian immediately forwarded it to Yang Lin. It was almost midnight in China, and Yang Lin had not returned to her dorm. While on the road she saw it and called Bai Lian back. "Neurotoxins. Ingesting a certain dose of the drug will prevent striated muscles from contracting, affecting respiratory motion. Long-term oxygen deprivation can damage brain cells and also cause memory impairment." Bai Lian recalled Su En's symptoms and found them identical to what Yang Lin described. Fortunately, the timely rescue had not caused any irreversible damage. If these were Su En's symptoms, then what about Ji Xiaorong? Recalling what Hen Jiwei had relayed from Ji Xiaorong, Bai Lian hung up the phone and sent Mao Kuan a message. "Find an opportunity to get a strand of Zioki's hair." Meanwhile, in China, at Jiang University, the person responsible for reviewing the preparatory camp was woken up from sleep by a colleague's call. "Professor, the AI just audited a result. I think you should know about this." "What result?" The person in charge put on a jacket, puzzled, and headed into the study to open the preparatory camp backend. Check. On the backend, marked with a star, was Bai Lian's answer, which she had just submitted. He paused for a moment, then put on his glasses, took out a pen and began to calculate Bai Lian's process. Although this problem wasn't one of history's most challenging, her substitution method was absolutely stunning. After finishing, it was almost identical to the standard answer. He awarded double the points. After the scores were issued, the person named Bai Jian on the leaderboard saw their points change instantly, surpassing Scholar Ma, becoming 1417892. Some people are naturally suited for mathematics. Scholar Ma is getting on in years, and his thinking isn't as agile as it was when he was younger. He's now focusing on quantum mechanics and doesn't have the time to consider many clever approaches anymore. He doesn't need to use these to prove himself and is too lazy to expend effort in this area. But some young people like Jiang Shijue and He Wen do need these to demonstrate their capabilities. Jiang Shijue surpassed Scholar Ma's points 2 years ago, which also stirred up quite a buzz at that time. And now, another has appeared who surpassed Scholar Ma to become the new N03. Even though it was approaching midnight in China, quite a few people were still stirred by this. At the Gao family, Gao Yi put down his teacup. For this year the Gao family had taken quite a beating. Now that Jiang Fulai had gone abroad, he dared to show his face again. Have you still not found out who this Bai Jian is? No, the secretary lowered their head. Useless. Gao Yi stood up and paced around the study. You must find out about this person by any means necessary, whatever methods or measures it takes. Currently, those known in the rankings were either in Jiang Fulai's team or Scholar Moss people. Scientific research teams also require actual research achievements and a reputable front. Gao Yi hadn't been able to produce compelling scientific results, and as for the reputable front, so far they only had Gao Zhechen. He was just a water PhD about whom most professors had reservations. Those uninformed might be misled by the Gao family's propaganda, but the current Gao family urgently needed someone capable of holding their ground. Chapter 786. The Great Turmoil of 308, Alien has a box of _4 clearly, the suddenly emerged Bai Jian was a perfect fit. An hour later. Bai Lian was eating at the training camp's cafeteria. Ning Xiao, Tang Ming and the others had already gotten their meals in the cafeteria, and Shi Rulin joined Bai Lian and Su Jiyue for dinner. Due to the time difference with the domestic time they were having dinner. During the meal, Shi Rulin kept introducing the winter-summer camp to the junior students. Lectures from various professors, there might be a lot of content you might not understand, so remember you can record it if necessary, Shi Rulin explained while eating and browsing her phone. These academic overachievers handled multitasking with ease. Shi Rulin dropped her chopsticks inadvertently while scrolling through something. Opposite her, curious about everything overseas, Ding Wenyang looked up. Senior sister, are you all right? Oh my god. Shi Rulin came back to her senses, lifted her head to look at the people around the table. You all have the pre-camp app, right? Hurry up and look. Big news. Ding Wenyang and the others all had the app. Everyone except Bai Lian took out their phones to check. As soon as Ding Wenyang logged in, he saw the public screen flooded with comments. Worthy of my god Jian. Damn, I knew god Jian could make it to the top 10 but I didn't expect it to be this high. Ding Wenyang reached out and opened the overall rankings. He immediately saw, in 01. L9999999 and 02. Jiang Shijue 157999159 and 03. Bai Jian 141789552. In the midst of shock, Ding Wenyang heard Tang Ming whisper next to him, finally he's third. Top 10 maybe no one noticed. But third place, about to catch up Jiang Shijue, attracted much more attention. The next morning. Su family. Bai Jian, Su Jueming looked down at the name, took a sip of tea and set down his teacup. What did Jiang University say? I've asked around at the teachers, no news. Su Jini sat at the round table and picked up a pastry. This person. Their identity level is highly classified. In the school many people's identities were kept secret. It was not surprising that Bai Jian's identity was also kept secret. Keep probing and also reach out to the Qin family. Su Juming's face was stern. We can't let Su Nanjing and the others monopolize the discussion. What does Vice Dean Zhou say? He's politely declined us 3 times, Su Jin spoke up from the side, though today he has a dinner with people from the General Logistics Department. The General Logistics Department? Su Jueming looked up. The Gao family is considering replacing someone in the department. Su Jin slightly lifted his head and spoke softly to Su Jueming, and it seems one of our Su family members is on the shortlist. Su Jueming stood up. Who? Su He. Su Jueming braced his hands on the table, then after a moment said, let's approach the Gao family. Elsewhere. Su Nanjing, Qin Beixian, Jiang Shijue and Qin Yongkuan, a few people who didn't often gather, were having a meal together after the new year. This time Ming Dongheng was absent. Ming Dongheng had gone overseas with Jiang Fulai. At the table, Qin Beixian inserted a gun into her knee holster, casually tied up her hair with an elastic band. He's really lucky. Wherever Jiang Fulai went, he took that person with him, indeed very fortunate. Has Qin Lupeng been reactivated recently? Jiang Shijue turned towards Qin Beixian to ask about Qin Lupeng's situation. Qin Beixian crossed her legs. You know Yu Hongyi is with Eastern Armed Forces, her senior brother is familiar with people on Bakhtur Street, and the Qin family is now trying to negotiate with Wang Yufeng. She helped make the connection. That Professor Zhou, you guys helped me set up a meeting. Jiang Shijue remained his gentlemanly self. That's a job for Jiang's heir, we're not capable of that. Su Nanjing didn't quite understand all this and looked up. Which Professor Zhou? Qin Beixian poured herself a drink, explaining, Deputy Dean of Physics at Jiang University, just promoted because of a project. Last month he managed to collect 30 gene of palladium in just 3 days, coincidentally during the time Dawson family members were in Jiangjing. This Vice Dean Zhou is not simple. Palladium? Su Nanjing was puzzled. The last blow from Ming Dongheng had been too much. Are you sure it's palladium? Isn't this metal also tough to collect? Qin Beixian glanced at him dismissively. Qin Yongquan explained to Su Nanjing, it's difficult to purify, there's not a lot of it stored domestically, it's all used in the military industry, so him getting it in such a short time means he has some extraordinary channels behind him. Su Nanjing shrugged. Alien has a big box of it on her balcony. Chapter 787, 309 Brother Jiang, I have taken the person away. Wen Baixuan's movements were slightly startling as she pinched her chopsticks and glanced sideways. A box? The elder statesman Su had already started to delegate authority to Su Nanjing, teaching him personally by his side for the past 6 months. He stayed in hotels for extended periods and seldom visited Shanghai apartment, just a few times. Chief Chen looked down and poured tea methodically, not appearing surprised in the least. He clearly remembered the rare metal that almost caused Su Nanjing an embarrassment. Are you questioning my memory? I'll take you to see it. He bowed his head to message Bai Lian. It's morning in China. It's 9 at night here, waiting for Shi Rulin to bring coffee over. Seeing the message from Su Nanjing, she reached out to reply. Bai Lian's reply was quick. You can take it, Zhang Xiais and the others are in 303, not far away. Shi Rulin approached Bai Lian, coffee bag in hand. Several foreign youths made a face at Shi Rulin before laughing and walking away. Bai Lian narrowed her eyes, recognizing one of them as a male student who sat in the same lecture hall as her. Her expression cold, she grabbed her phone and went straight over. Hey! Shi Rulin noticed Bai Lian's expression and hurriedly grabbed her sleeve. Better not to invite trouble, we're here to study. She shook her head at Bai Lian. As just 2 girls, Shi Rulin was also afraid. Bai Lian glanced at Shi Rulin, withdrew her gaze and took the coffee bag from her. Shanghai apartment. In 303, Zhang Xiais was doing his homework, Yang Lin was printing materials in the study, and Yen Lu was downstairs helping to move flower pots. Zhang Xiais had an early start for his senior year of high school, and he arrived early. A year had passed and Zhang Shi's hair had grown out. Had cut a layered hairstyle just before the year's end. Upon opening the door and seeing the 4 people, he first greeted someone he knew well, Uncle Qin, Brother Su. Lastly, his gaze fell on the 2 people beside Su Nanjing. The woman had black hair cut short, roughly chin length, casually tucked behind her ears, and was wearing a body-hugging outfit complete with a holster on her knee. Next to her stood a mild-mannered man in a suit. Good little brother. Su Nanjing went to put an arm around Zhang Shi's shoulders and sidestepped to introduce them. This is Shi Jue, and this is Sister Beixian. Do you recognize them? Su Nanjing's approach could be described as actively friendly. This surprised both Qin Beixian and Jiang Shijue, who also extended their friendliness toward Zhang Xiais. Su Nanjing led them to the balcony. It was still the same cardboard box, just as Su Nanjing had left it last time. He lifted the seal and took out a piece of palladium, showing it to Qin Beixian. This is it, right? Alien said she gave it to me. Sunlight streamed through the glass, shining off the cold, silvery metal in Su Nanjing's hand. The pa on it was clearly visible. Qin Beixian took it for a glance, exchanging looks with Jiang Shijue. Her eyes then fell on the box of palladium in the corner, slipping into thought. Such a large box, was it about 50 pounds or more? Su Nanjing went upstairs to 403, with Qin Beixian and Jiang Shijue following him. They ascended only 1 flight of stairs. At the top they saw a middle-aged man descending. Dressed in just a long t-shirt and a coat in the dead of winter, he had a rugged look but a warm smile on his face. Upon seeing Su Nanjing and the others, the man gave a slight smile. Su Nanjing was just pondering that this building probably wasn't open for renting or selling anymore when he saw Zhang Xiais open the door to 303, poking his head out. Dad, hurry over, Yang Lin's books are packed. Coming. Zhang's dad rolled up his sleeves. Qin Beixian observed Zhang's dad's retreating figure thoughtfully as she continued upstairs with Su Nanjing. Are you sure that was Miss Bei's classmate? Once upstairs, Jiang Shijue questioned Zhang Xiais, perplexed by Su Nanjing's behavior toward him. Qin Beixian was still holding a square piece of palladium, and upon hearing the question, she too turned to look at Zhang Xiais. Bai Lian was just a freshman. Her classmates should also be first years. Su Nanjing's cordiality towards Zhang Xiais was somewhat excessive. Even if that was Bai Lian's friend, he shouldn't be so friendly. That wasn't just Bai Lian's classmate, it was also Qi Yunde's student, Qi Lu's second generation. Possibly to prevent the Chen family and Jiang Shijue from jumping the gun and poaching him, Su Nanjing smoothly deflected. It's nothing, the Professor Zhou you mentioned might have some connection with alien. Chen Beixian nodded and after Su Nanjing finished speaking asked, so where did this palladium come from? Did you ask? It's not that she didn't want to ask, it's just that she and Jiang Shijue still hadn't added Bai Lian as a contact. Chapter 788, 309 Jianggu. I've taken the person away _2 abroad. This is Professor Wei who is currently an international faculty member in our country. Director Meng introduced to a group of students in front of the middle-aged professor. He's the head of the MSNT laboratory in our country and also your direct senior brother, having been one of the top 3 to enter the physics program. Professor Wei in his 40s, glanced over the group of students from Jiang University and interrupted Director Meng's effusive praise. I've specially come to listen to your 2 lectures. No one could question Jiang Fulai's expertise in dark matter. The news of his lecture drew more than Professor Wei to this place. You all stay here and wait for the others to gather, he'll take Professor Wei upstairs first. When Wei Lan interrupted, Director Meng wasn't surprised and led him away. The rest looked at each other in confusion. Beside Bai Lian, Shi Rulin finally breathed a sigh of relief. Professor Wei really puts on a lot of pressure. Indeed, Ding Wenyang spoke up from the side. His gaze made me uncomfortable. Ning Xiao and Tang Ming remained silent. With just a glance at Bai Lian, they actually all knew that Bai Lian seemed not to like foreigners, especially people from our country. Speaking of pressure, some seniors who knew a bit of the inside story said, the professor leading our group this time is also said to be under a lot of pressure. Our teacher mentioned in the group chat before that we should talk less and do more. Shi Rulin had said the same thing to Bai Lian and the others. As the group waited for others to gather, they started to talk about the leading professor they were about to meet. Bai Lian stood still, looking down and casually swiping on her phone. The climate here wasn't as cold as Jiangjing. She wore a diagonal collared top made by Ji Heng and a pleated skirt of wind chime color, silent on the side, exuding an extraordinary presence that made the passing foreigners stop and greet her. Arguing voices came from the building. Jiang Xiao. The previously dismissive Wei Lan was now struggling to keep up with Jiang Fulai's pace. You can't do this, international scientific exchanges are for research progress. We all share the same goal, refusing my students. Very familiar Chinese. Hearing the voice, the gathering students from Jiang University couldn't help but look towards the source of the argument. They immediately spotted the young man in the center. He was dressed in a black minimalist overcoat, and as he suddenly lifted his eyes, the noisy group of Jiang University students quieted down at the sight of his cold and faint eyes. Wei Lan, who had been making a commotion, noticed the surrounding quiet and looked up. This time, when he looked at Jiang Fulai again, the students you brought this time are the same. Can you guarantee how many of them will secure a permanent position in the future? With the same achievements, I could secure a permanent position there, but at Jiang University, it wasn't my turn. I don't think my choice was wrong. Jiang Fulai looked down, impassive as he regarded Wei Lan. Have you ever read history? Do you know why there have only ever been so many official positions available from ancient times to now? Wei Lan was taken aback, not expecting the conversation to escalate to a historical issue. Because you are in a country with a rich legacy, with vast lands and abundant resources. We all aim to forge ahead unwaveringly. The positions are limited, and people more excellent and harder working than you are as numerous as carps crossing the river. If you want to fight for a position, convince me with your strength like Hewen, rather than standing here and questioning me powerlessly. The tone was cold and mocking. Bai Lian had never seen Jiang Fulai adopt such an attitude. She glanced at Wei Lan beside Jiang Fulai. Beside her, Su Jiyue and people like Ding Wenyang almost buried their heads in the ground. After Jiang Fulai spoke, he walked directly towards the venue, still composed and dignified, with no trace of emotion on his face. After he and his assistant left, Director Meng finally reacted and quietly told the group of students, "What are you waiting for? Let's go, the lecture is about to start." "Oh," Ding Wenyang responded. Then he silently watched the nearly indistinguishable black figure in the distance. Seeing Ning Xiao and Tang Ming still casually discussing their subjects, he turned to ask the senior beside him, "Senior, who is our team leader for this visit?" "Well, according to my teacher," the senior said mysteriously, "we're all lucky this time. Otherwise, given our intellect, it would be quite difficult to meet him in person." Evening. Bai Lian was organizing the notes she had taken throughout the day in her dormitory when her phone lit up. It was from Jiang Fulai, who sent her a location. Not far from her dormitory. Bai Lian mentioned it to Su Jiyue and then went downstairs. Shi Rulin had to buy a cup of coffee every night. Her body clock hadn't adjusted yet, she didn't sleep well every day, relying on coffee to sustain her. Chapter 789, 309 Jianggu. I've taken the person away _3. She hadn't walked many steps downstairs when she saw Shi Rulin approaching from the direction of the dormitory. Bai Lian stopped at the intersection, her eyes narrowing slightly. Not far away, Shi Rulin, holding a coffee, frowned, wanting to avoid the blue-eyed boy in front of her. The boy continued to make provocative gestures at Shi Rulin. Bai Lian hadn't been clear about what those gestures meant yesterday, but after looking it up last night, she understood. Shi Rulin only wanted to shake off those two boys. Seeing Bai Lian approaching, she quickened her pace and then gave Bai Lian a meaningful look. With a coffee in one hand and the other clutching at Bai Lian's sleeve, the gesture still implied she wanted to keep the peace. Today, however, Bai Lian did not comply with the implied request to leave. Instead, she looked over at the two foreigners. The wind swept back her wispy bangs, revealing the bottomless depths of her apricot eyes. In her right hand, she still held a black cell phone, with a WeChat conversation displayed on the screen. Her fair and smooth fingertips tapped idly on the side of the phone. She smiled at the two foreigners, a smile that didn't reach her eyes. Instead, it carried a thin chill and a blatant provocation. Dada, the man on the left stretched out two fingers, a laughing sound emerging from his mouth as he spoke. But as soon as his hand reached in front of Bai Lian, she gently pinched his two fingers. Snap, a sound. The cracking of a joint could be heard. The man looked down at his hand, his face pale, staring at his own fingers. His companion, seeming to realize the terror of Bai Lian's martial prowess, involuntarily took a step back and looked up at her. Under the street lamp, Bai Lian maintained her lazy smile. She put her hand back into the pocket of her pleated skirt and took a napkin from Shi Rulin's coffee bag, wiping her fingertips that had touched the man at a leisurely pace. Her tone was light and breezy. Sorry, I might have been too strong. She still spoke in Chinese. The two foreign men took several steps back, their eyes wide with shock and fear as they retreated while pulling out their phones to make a call. It was unclear if they were calling the police or their own teacher. Junior sister, Shi Rulin finally reacted, grabbing Bai Lian's wrist. Her gaze searched for nearby surveillance cameras. He's a local and he will definitely call the police. The school might deport us at that point. Senior sister. Bai Lian ignored the screams of the two men, simply pushing the coffee into Shi Rulin's hand with a pair of pitch-black eyes looking at her. Don't worry, go back and review properly. I've organized today's notes. They're on the table. You and Jiyue can go through them before sending them to Ding Wenyang and the others. Perhaps it was her naturally reassuring tone, but it was only after Shi Rulin returned to the dorm that she realized. Sitting at Bai Lian's desk, she recognized the neat handwriting in the notebook, feeling a sense of familiarity, but then she immediately remembered the evening's incident and took out her phone to call Director Meng. Jiang Fulai's lounge. When Bai Lian arrived, Jiang Fulai was sitting by the window with a computer in front of him. His brow was cold as he stared at the screen, obviously in a meeting. Include him? He scoffed, not saying much afterwards, but his mocking expression was evident. At this time there weren't many people inside the coffee shop. Bai Lian sat by his side, messaging Zhang Xiais. Zhang Xiais wasn't familiar with foreign laws. He had just finished a call with Qi Yundai and now sent a message. The few sentences of your recording are enough to bankrupt them. A shadow fell across the table and Jiang Fulai looked up, aware of Bai Lian's arrival. The hardness on his face softened a bit as he spoke briefly to the person on the other end of the meeting before shutting his laptop. How was the lecture today? He asked, raising his hand slightly. Ming Dongheng, who was waiting nearby, came over with a food container, opening it to reveal the meal inside. The cafeteria here served Western food, which neither he nor Bai Lian liked much. If he had time in the evening, he'd bring something over for her. It's okay, Bai Lian said. Although she didn't speak much English, she understood it and picked up her chopsticks deliberately. Aside from disliking the atmosphere here, especially those two foreigners at night, she could adapt to everything else. Jiang Fulai noticed the indifference in her eyes and brows. He leaned his hand on the table and asked in a steady voice, "Did something happen on your way here?" "Two guys who can't see straight," Bai Lian said indifferently, recounting the incident on the road. "The senior was alone, trying to keep the peace, but I couldn't hold back and I took action. And it wasn't just action, she was going to demand compensation for her emotional distress." Upon hearing this, Jiang Fulai had a pretty good idea of what had happened. "Don't worry," he said, knowing that some international students often encountered ill-intentioned foreigners. He stared out the glass window and whispered, "It will get better with time." The next day at 8 in the morning, Director Meng received an official email from the summer camp first thing in the morning, asking him to bring 2 students to the office. This was not a small matter. Principal Bai Lian and Shi Rulin had just arrived when Director Meng, accompanied by 2 other school teachers, was calling Shenyu. "Principal, this is the situation. The other party has 2 broken fingers and now the officials want us to talk. It looks like they want to send the 2 students back to their country." He stood at the entrance of the office, his face filled with anxious urgency. This was no small matter and Shi Rulin dared not conceal it. She had informed Shenyu last night. On the other end of the phone in Shenyu's office. It was 8 or 9 o'clock in the evening and he hadn't left. Inside the office, Gao Yi's voice came through the phone to Director Meng. "Principal Shun, are you still sending Gao Yuan and his group after hearing this? Such a great opportunity and Tong Feng class is causing trouble again. Are they trying to reduce the quota for next year's summer camp?" The voice was so loud that Shi Rulin could hear everything clearly. Her face turned pale. Director Meng hung up the phone, looked at the 2 girls in front of him and sighed. "Morrison, the student involved, is inside. Remember to be polite and try to get his forgiveness." Morrison was the foreigner who made discriminatory gestures at them last night. Shi Rulin hastily agreed, her voice filled with trepidation. Bai Lian remained as composed as ever, standing tall and straight, her spine never bending no matter the situation. Director Meng pushed the door open and went in. In the office, Morrison had a plaster cast on his finger and stood in front of the person in charge. Upon seeing Bai Lian, he shrank back for a moment before looking her way again. Director Meng smiled and said a few polite words to the person in charge, including mentioning Jiang University's compensation. Seeing Director Meng's softening demeanor, Morrison became emboldened and refused to accept the apology. "You stupid jerk." Director Meng gave a forced smile to Morrison. Bai Lian crossed her arms and gave Morrison a nonchalant look. "You," Morrison, seeing Bai Lian's expression, wanted to say something else. The door was knocked and then someone came in without waiting for a response from inside. Ming Dongheng, dressed in black, stood tall and large at the doorway, his stern gaze sweeping the office before stepping aside so others could enter. Jiang Fulai came in wearing a coat, casually holding an envelope behind his back. As soon as he stepped in, Morrison, who had just begun to speak, seemed as if he was choked mid-sentence. The room fell silent. The person in charge of the base, who had been speaking English to Director Meng, was taken aback when he saw Jiang Fulai, but then stood up and said in very standard Mandarin, "Mr. Jiang, what brings you here?" Jiang Fulai didn't look at him but simply placed the unmarked envelope in front of the person in charge and spoke indifferently, "I'm taking the 2 of them away. If there are any follow-up issues, contact my assistant directly." Chapter 790, 310 is back. _1 Jiang Fulai was leaving and this time, no one dared to say anything as the person in charge. Facing Director Meng and the others, he even had a smile on his face, showing a starkly different reaction from just moments ago. He personally escorted Jiang Fulai out. "Mr. Jiang, regarding your lecture next week." Director Meng hadn't expected Jiang Fulai to personally intervene, and after being momentarily stunned, he gave Shi Rulin and Bai Lian a look, indicating for them to leave the office with him. Ming Dongheng was the last to leave. As he left, he cast a dark look at Morrison. Morrison stiffened his neck and had not dared to make a sound from beginning to end. It wasn't until they had left that he, gripping his cast-fitted finger, dared to speak up, questioning the person in charge why they had let that group go. "Even if they compensate double, I will not forgive them." The person in charge of the summer camp looked down at the envelope in his hand, which had a court seal stamped on it, then looked at Morrison for a long while before shaking his head. "This is a court summons. You should seriously consider whether you've done anything." This kind of thing wasn't the first occurrence, but clearly Morrison had kicked the iron plate this time. The incident from last night had resulted in a summons being delivered first thing in the morning. Not many locals could manage that, and their capabilities abroad were evident without saying. Morrison hadn't expected that the very actions he often took against others would lead to 2 broken fingers, not to mention a definite visit to court. Outside, Director Meng caught up with Jiang Fulai. The matter could have been resolved with just a few words from Jiang Fulai, but it was a difficult issue for Director Meng to handle, affecting not only next semester's school quota but also posing significant academic trouble for the 2 students, Bai Lian and Shi Rulin. Likewise, Jiang Fulai, who was generally as busy with lab work as academician Ma, was not someone Director Meng expected to show up today. Jiang Fulai's research on dark matter was at the forefront, and like academician Ma, he wielded significant influence in the scientific community. Countless universities abroad would bend the rules to have them teach. In general, when he spoke, most people would show them respect. Director Ming, even if I were not leading the team this time, you would still have to report this incident to the embassy. Jiang Fulai stopped, his features shaded as he stood with his back to the sunlight, his black coat billowing. When they encounter such issues abroad, at the end of the day, it's our responsibility. He continued walking forward. After listening to Jiang Fulai's words, Director Ming remained silent for a few seconds before catching up. Things are much better now than before, thanks to you and Academician Ma, we have the confidence to confront them. The two walked ahead in silence. Behind them, Shi Rulin carefully spoke with the other two teachers. Are we okay now? She didn't know Jiang Fulai, only having heard of him vaguely from her own teacher and others. With Mr. Jiang stepping in, there should be no major issues. The teachers nodded in agreement, one of them lowering his voice. But sure, remember to put your safety first when you're abroad. If something like this happens again, inform a teacher immediately. And you, Bai. As he spoke, he turned his head slightly to address Bai Lian. Bai Lian snapped back to reality, looking at the teacher politely. Please go ahead. She possessed a traditionally classic beauty with almond-shaped eyes and finely arched eyebrows, neither warm nor fiery but gentle and bright. Despite only interacting for a few days, both students and teachers at the summer camp had grown very fond of her. Seeing her like this made it hard for the teacher to imagine how she had broken Morrison's 2 fingers. Bai, your safety is the most important. The teacher finally didn't blame her. You were lucky this time with Mr. Jiang leading the team, otherwise we might not have been able to protect you. He sighed. The matter with Morrison eventually went to court. It didn't resolve quickly, but most at the school knew that the students from Jiang University were not to be trifled with. As the situation was satisfactorily resolved, Shi Rulin was very happy, while Bai Lian became even more silent. Isn't Lian coming down for dinner? In the cafeteria, Ding Wenyang took a piece of toast, nibbling on it lifelessly, and asked Shi Rulin across him. She's working on a problem. Shi Rulin put down her tray, sitting next to Su Jiyue. He'll see if there's a place nearby selling pancake fruit or rice that I can bring back for her later. She had glanced at Bai Lian on her way out, who was engaged with a complex structural diagram. Even Shi Rulin, who was close to graduating from her 3rd year, did not understand it. Ning Xiao sent a message on his phone, then said to Shi Rulin, Senior, you don't need to bring anything. Someone has already brought her food. Chapter 791, 310 is back. _2 Shi Rulin nodded, not asking more questions. Across from her, Ding Wenyang and Tang Ming began discussing the issue of uranium mines. In the past few days, Ning Xiao and others had noticed that Bai Lian was working even harder than before, especially after the incident with Morrison. Ning Xiao and Tang Ming were easily influenced by Bai Lian. When she became more focused, they naturally didn't slack off for even a moment. They were always studying anyway, and now it was even more so. Tang Ming used to chat with Ding Wenyang about the surroundings during meals, but now that had all turned into academic and professional questions. Shi Rulin had already secured a recommendation for graduate studies, so she didn't need to prepare for exams. But she didn't relax either and was instead working on a project for her prospective advisor. She was also a hard-working and outstanding student. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been recommended for the summer camp. But she hadn't expected that upon arriving at the summer camp, she would find that these junior students were working much harder than she had, even giving her a sense of crisis. Dormitory. Bai Lian opened the memory card given to her by Academician Ma, which contained notes and research directions recorded by him. Academician Ma was the first teacher in the field of quantum engineering in the country. He had painstakingly laid the foundation for quantum buildings over decades, starting from scratch. With his guidance, Bai Lian's entry into the field was much easier than it had been for him. Ming Dongheng brought over food to her. Bai Lian ate while looking at the construction diagrams, until her phone lit up beside her. It was a message from Mao Kuan. Image? Sister, there are almost no hairs with follicles on Xiaoqi's clothes. It took days to find just one. Xiaoqi was much cleaner than Mao Kuan and Xiaowu, more like an artist who couldn't stand being sloppy. Mao Kuan preserved this strand of hair in a transparent bag. Bai Lian replied with a sentence, leaned back in her seat, and after some thought, she video-called Ji Heng. In the video, it was still 10 in the morning at Ji Heng's end. Ji Heng was in his storeroom. Do you like this color? Ji Heng turned the camera around to show Bai Lian the fabric in his video. Even through the camera, the brilliance of a bundle of fabric in the video was apparent. With embroidered cloud patterns, Bai Lian recognized it immediately. Cloud brocade. She blurted out. Ji Heng wasn't surprised. The first time Bai Lian had come to this storeroom, she had identified several uncommon fabrics. "Yes, it is cloud brocade and there's much more here," said Ji Heng, who didn't smoke in the storeroom, only caressing this piece of cloud brocade that had been passed down to the present day. "He'll take out this piece to make you a coat." Having said that, Ji Heng thought for a moment. "He'll leave the rest of the fabric to you, how about that?" Bai Lian was taken aback. A patch of cloud brocade was as precious as gold. Especially the cloud brocade from Ji Heng's storeroom, which was obviously hereditary. "Grandpa, I don't know how to preserve these." "You don't need to keep them in any special way," Ji Heng smiled. "Purist Street is almost becoming Embroidery Street. I'd feel reassured leaving them with you." "What are you calling me for?" He stepped out of the storeroom, closed the door behind him, and turned the video to face Jiang He sitting in the yard. A very abrupt change of subject. "Our second uncle and the others still there?" Bai Lian didn't continue to inquire. This was something she'd have to discuss with Ji Heng in person. Ji Xiaorong was often not at home. "He returned to his post a couple of days ago," Ji Heng said as he filled his pipe with tobacco, surprised. "What do you need him for?" "Jiawei seems to have gone to Xiqing to negotiate a deal and will probably be on a business trip for over half a month, and then she plans to visit Jiangjing." Bai Lian estimated the time. Her return to Jiangjing was around the same as Jiawei's. She suspected that Xiaoqi's identity was not unfounded. Ji Xian's reaction had been one of surprise when he first saw Xiaoqi. Even Ji Heng, who was usually so indifferent, treated Xiaoqi differently from others. A month passed quickly. In that time, Bai Lian and Ning Xiao and the others were busy absorbing the knowledge from this summer camp. The day before their return, the 50-something students went to visit the local scientific research base and science museum. Compared to Jiangjing, there was certainly a gap in technology. This transistor is made with nanoscale semiconductor material. Its chip processing is nearly 10,000 times higher than traditional silicon chips. "It's prohibited from being sold to us," Director Meng told the students about the Science Museum's exhibits before sighing. "You all need to work hard." Ning Xiao looked at the nanotransistor and nodded from the back of the crowd. But the Science Museum held more than just nanotransistors. Bai Lian followed Director Meng and learned about many new technologies, with the top floor being off-limits to foreigners. February 28th. The tickets for the return flight were still arranged by the school. But this time, due to the tight availability of tickets, the school arranged for people to leave in two groups. Chapter 792, 310 is back. _38 in the morning, 2 in the afternoon, the last wave was the next morning at 8. Bai Lian and Ning Xiao were among the first group to fly back to their country at 8 in the morning. The group had their luggage packed early, and Bai Lian had also contacted Ji Heng, who was set to return to Jiangjing today. Ming Dongheng went back 7 days earlier to pick up Jiang He. However, just before departing, there was someone in the Jiang University team who had to go back a day early to attend a lab interview. Bai Lian thought about it and let him go back ahead of time. "Then you leave tomorrow." Director Meng had grown familiar with Bai Lian over the nearly 1-month camp. He was leading the last batch of students home, will be on the same flight. Bai Lian sat on her luggage. "That's fine. Then I'll contact the airport staff now to change it for you." As long as the students hadn't left, Director Meng couldn't rest easy. "If anything indeed happened, Shun, you would have to fly over here overnight to find him. You come with me." I'm not reassured with the afternoon flight. VIP lounge. Jiang Fulai saw the message sent by Tang Ming, turned off his phone, and told his assistant, change to the 11 o'clock flight. He too was booked for the 8 o'clock flight, but hadn't checked in yet. The 11 o'clock flight had a smaller plane, which wasn't suitable for bulk ticket purchases, so Jiang University hadn't booked this flight. He looked down and flipped to Bai Lian's WeChat, asking where she was. The assistant and the bodyguard followed close behind. "Young Master Jiang, where are you going?" The assistant anxiously scanned the surrounding crowd. Jiang Fulai didn't speak, he just stood in the crowd and scanned around, quickly spotting Bai Lian in black knitwear sitting on her baggage. He quickened his pace towards her. When she saw him, Bai Lian stood up. Director Meng was still chatting with Bai Lian about how she shone brightly at this summer camp, thinking that she was indeed worthy of surpassing Liang Wuyu as the top scorer in the college entrance examination. "Have you ever considered joining us in the materials science department?" While he was talking to Bai Lian, he quickly noticed that tall figure in the crowd, with an aura of pristine coldness recognizable at a glance. Director Meng thought, wasn't Jiang Fulai also on the 8 o'clock flight? Why hasn't he checked in and taken the shuttle yet? Ice relaxed back instantly stiffened, and before he could speak, he heard his student Bai, surprisingly asking beside him, "Why haven't you left yet?" The tone was very familiar. Director Meng saw the chill in the young Jiang's light-colored eyes, and alarm bells rang in his head. This new student was really as fearless as a newborn calf, not afraid of tigers, to speak to Jiang Fulai like that. Could Jiang Fulai chat casually and amiably with people like that? Yet Jiang Fulai didn't answer Bai Lian. She had stayed behind without telling him, and he was somewhat emotional. Young Master Jiang, Director Meng was both embarrassed and nervous. Why haven't you left? Jiang Fulai glanced at Bai Lian, speaking this time. Changed flights. You changed flights too? Director Meng was surprised. Yeah, Jiang Fulai responded indifferently, noticing Bai Lian was still sitting on her luggage. After a moment of silence, he handed her a piece of cake he had brought from the VIP lounge. Come with me. The 8 o'clock flight was still only at 7:30, and since it was early, everyone was waiting for their in-flight meal, having skipped breakfast. Bai Lian accepted the cake. Jiang Fulai reached out to pull her suitcase, probably not having ever pulled his own before. Director Meng and the assistant watched as the suitcase was handled by Jiang Fulai's slender fingers, feeling the scene was incredibly surreal. They had yet to react. Being able to leave earlier, Bai Lian didn't refuse. She left with Jiang Fulai and bid Director Meng farewell. Director Meng, I'm leaving now, see you back in the country. Jiang Fulai also paused, slightly turned his body, his gentle phoenix eyes lowered respectfully as he bid Director Meng goodbye. The startled Director Meng finally came to his senses and said his goodbyes repeatedly. It was only then that Jiang Fulai's assistant caught up and said, Director Meng, farewell. Leaving only Director Meng standing there, watching Bai Lian leave with Jiang Fulai, his long-held suspicions were finally confirmed. Why Jiang Fulai had come over as a team leader. At the end of February, the scores for the postgraduate entrance examination were also released. Jian Zhe topped the humanities exam with 479 points, while Su Wenyao scored 486, entering the interview phase as the number 1 in the science exam. These exam results caused quite a stir at Jiang University. Jian Zhe arrived in Jiangjing yesterday to prepare for his interview, knowing Bai Lian was returning. He and Su Wenyao were both waiting for Bai Lian at Shanghai apartment. Bai Lian was about to return to her country. Ji Heng reached Jiangjing a day before her. Not only did he bring luggage, but he also brought a whole bunch of fabrics from the storeroom over. Mu Yining knew Bai Lian wasn't in Jiangjing, but upon learning Ji Heng was arriving, personally took time off to pick up Ji Heng in advance. Chapter 793, 310 is back. _4 She was going to pick up Ji Heng, but Ren Wanxian didn't really want to go as she had a social gathering to attend. However, Ren Qian said gravely that she must go to pick up Ji Heng, so Ren Wanxian followed Mu Yining to the airport. It was Ming Dongheng who brought Ji Heng to Jiangjing. He and Ji Heng stood at the intersection waiting for Mu Yining's car, with 4 large suitcases stacked behind them. The suitcases looked quite old and the locks on the sides were a bit rusty. They clearly had a history. Passengers coming and going from the airport hadn't seen such historically significant items, and those passing by often took a second glance at the 4 blackwood suitcases. One of the suitcases was half as tall as a person. Grandpa, Mu Yining parked the car, got out from the driver's seat and seeing the suitcases next to Ji Heng, she asked in surprise, "What are these?" Ji Heng looked down. They contained fabric and books. He didn't elaborate. Mu Yining already knew that Ji Heng often made clothes for Bai Lian. She was just surprised that Ji Heng brought so much stuff with him. Why bother bringing it so far when you can buy anything in Jiangjing? Ren Wanxian could see the blackwood suitcase from afar, with its noticeably rusty locks. Nowadays who still use such items with a sense of age? She covered her nose, not approaching too closely, only standing 2 meters away with a slight look of disdain at the dark, murky suitcases. The Jiang family also drove over. As Ming Dongheng loaded the suitcases into the car, moving on to the 3rd one, he asked Ji Heng, "Shall we move them all to Mississippi Bay's place?" Ji Heng seemed to notice Ren Wanxian at that moment. He paused before speaking to her. "These are your grandmother's belongings, including some fabric and the phoenix robe she left for you to use. Do you want to take a suitcase with you?" Ren Wanxian forced a smile, her gaze lingering on the suitcase. "Grandfather, Aunt has prepared plenty of clothes for me, and my mother is coming tomorrow with many clothes for me too." The aunt she mentioned, of course, was Mu Yining. And Ren Jiawei had her own mid to high-end clothing brand. Ji Heng nodded and said directly to Ming Dongheng, "Move everything over to Alien." The following day Bai Lian arrived at Jiangjing Airport. And Ren Jiawei, busy for so long, also arrived in Jiangjing around the same time as Bai Lian. Ren Jiawei had just gotten to the parking lot when she saw the car of a business partner. Before getting into the car, she saw a black vehicle stop not far away. She hadn't paid much attention to it, but when she saw a young man getting out from the driver's seat, she paused momentarily. Her eyes followed the young man. "Ms. Ren?" The business partner, seeing her hesitate, asked in confusion. Rinjoe came back to her senses with her gaze still on the young man. "It's nothing." Inside the airport, Bai Lian's suitcase was with assistant Jiang Fulai, which she didn't take, only using her phone to call Ji Heng. "He'll be there soon, I'm coming straight over." "Want you go back to take a nap?" Jiang Fulai handed her the cape. The weather was warm now and Bai Lian wasn't wearing a cape. Seeing Xiaoqi's figure, she waved to Jiang Fulai. "He'll go have a meal at the Mu family's home and then head back." After so many years, Mu Yining had invited her numerous times, and she still hadn't visited the Mu family home. Jiang Fulai was also heading back to the Jiang family, and the two departed in separate cars. The Mu family home. Knowing that Ji Heng and Bai Lian were coming over, Mu Yining and Ji Xiaojun had specially cleared their afternoon and evening schedules, preparing many dishes. The Dong family, aware of this, came over with gifts as well. When Bai Lian arrived, a bunch of people were chatting and laughing in the Lanlin pavilion. Ji Heng seemed to have heard something quite surprising. Bai Lian handed her cape to the butler. Mu Yining, who was chatting inside the pavilion, stood up immediately upon seeing her arrival, joyfully exclaiming, "Alien, you're back?" Ji Mulan was holding a child, and upon seeing Bai Lian, she was silent for a moment before she also stood up. Dong Xiaobai and Dong Chuan both rose to their feet. Ren Wanxian, sitting beside Dong Chuan, saw everyone getting up and couldn't help but press her lips together as she stood up. Ren Jiawei, who had not heard about Bai Lian before, was very surprised to see everyone stand up except for Ji Heng and followed suit, though she was puzzled. Bai Lian politely greeted several older individuals, aside from Ji Mulan, before asking what had just happened. "We were talking about Wanxian." Mu Yining also found it quite unexpected as she smiled and said, "You've been abroad for a month and probably don't know, but Wanxian has invested in a project with the Miss of the Ming family. We, the Mu family, are hoping to negotiate for a batch of metal resources, and Wanxian is also in talks with them." It was clear that they were satisfied with Ren Wanxian. They were in the process of transferring power to Ji Xiaojun and Ren Wanxian. Ren Wanxian pursed her lips, looked down with a smile, hiding pride in the depths of her eyes. "Metal resources?" Bai Lian raised her eyebrows, looking at Mu Yining in surprise. Chapter 794. Send for appraisal. On March 11th, Bai Lian's connections _1 Bai Lian sat beside Ren Jiawei. Today Ji Heng, Shen Qing and Ji Xiaojun were all present. Shen Qing left a seat for Bai Lian beside her. Seeing Bai Lian sit on the outside, Mu Yining spoke up, Lian, aren't you sitting beside your aunt? You all are discussing business, so just sit together. They'll go back after I finish eating." Bai Lian took her seat. It was rare for Bai Lian to admit that she didn't understand something. Mu Zhao seized the opportunity to sit next to Bai Lian, and Mu Yining didn't say anything about it. At the dinner table, Ren Wanxian occasionally discussed business matters with Mu Yining, especially concerning the cooperation with the Ming family. Bai Lian wasn't really listening, she was focused on eating. Having spent over a month abroad, although Ming Dongheng did bring them Chinese food, most of the time Bai Lian was eating in the cafeteria. Now, facing authentic Chinese food, she couldn't help but feel moved. In the past few months, the Mu family had gradually begun to make a name for themselves in Jiangjing. Ren Wangshuan's social circle had also risen to increasingly higher levels. "There's rare earth too?" Mu Yining was very surprised to hear what Ren Wanxian said. "Yes," Ren Wanxian held her teacup. She had researched this information and heard it from a few young ladies in the circle. "Iridium and a massive amount of rare earth resources. Miss Yu is in talks with her senior brother." Mu Yining's fingers tapped on the table, her knuckles turning slightly white with agitation. "There's a key project at a maritime research institute this year. If we can secure these resources, we can sign it." The construction of heavy industry was never simple, and the Mu family had been involved in building heavy industry bases for decades in the past. Since then, the Mu family had encountered misfortune and had almost never recovered. This year, with so many members of the Mu family returning one after another, Mu Yining felt a surge of excitement at the rare opportunity. The two of them chatted, while the rest of the people at the dining table couldn't really join in. Ji Mulan sat on the side holding her child. As a designer, she couldn't understand their conversation and only said, "If there's a need for financial connections, just come to us directly." Ji Mulan now had full confidence to make such a statement. Neglecting Su En's private equity, the travel investment in Xiangqing alone had made the Su family a fortune last year. Sun bought more than just one plot of land in Xiangqing. Not to mention the turnover of the hotel, the land alone had appreciated several times over. The Su family's assets might not match those of the Mu family, but their liquid capital was a frightening figure. Outside, Assistant Wang called for Mu Yining. "President Mu, your clan uncles are here." "They're already here?" Mu Yining stood up, surprised. The Mu clan uncles had witnessed the glory days of the Mu family, and knowing that there was this opportunity, they naturally could not wait, not even for a moment. But today was the day Bai Lian and others had just returned. Just as Mu Yining was pondering this, Ji Heng, who had almost finished his meal, put down his chopsticks. "Go ahead, I'll visit the Buddhist hall." Bai Lian also stood up. "Uncle, Aunt, I'll head back to the apartment first. Jianzhe and the others are still waiting for me." The butler had been silently attentive to Bai Lian's needs. Upon seeing that Bai Lian was leaving, he quickly approached and handed her the cloak. "The butler respects her a great deal," Dong Chuan said quietly as he watched Bai Lian's retreating figure, his eyes slightly narrowing. Anyone with discernment could see the butler's attitude. Towards Bai Lian, the butler showed a deep-seated respect, a respect he did not even show to Ji Xiaojun or even Mu Yining. With Bai Lian and Ji Heng both about to leave, Mu Yining could only escort them out of Lanlin Pavilion. Outside Lanlin Pavilion, the Mu family clan uncles and managers from the side branches were all waiting for Mu Yining. They saw Bai Lian. Manager Su naturally recognized Bai Lian, especially having seen her before with Jiang Fulai. Manager Su politely inquired, "Miss Bai, why didn't you come back for the new year?" Bai Lian stopped and nodded in greeting. "I took a trip abroad." She didn't mention the purpose. The clan uncles and the management of the Mu family just casually greeted Bai Lian. They weren't concerned about where Bai Lian had gone. Jiang Fulai's sudden appearance had certainly drawn their attention to Bai Lian and Ji Xiaojun for a while. But afterwards there was no more news about Bai Lian and Jiang Fulai, and the two were not seen together at the Mu family. Sentiments in aristocratic families were the least reliable. What counted was the matching of social status. The Mu family could once compare with the Jiang family, but now they were not even close to being on the same level. Therefore, seeing Bai Lian and Ji Xiaojun this time, they merely nodded perfunctorily, with their gaze quickly shifting to Ren Wanxian. "Miss Ren, the thing you mentioned earlier to President Mu?" This was the first time the people of the Mu family had ignored Ji Xiaojun and Bai Lian, centering on themselves. Ren Wanxian saw Bai Lian and Xin Qing leaving the mansion with a glance from the corner of her eye and lowered her gaze. Beside her, Ren Jiawei hadn't spoken much today. On their way to the meeting room, Ren Wanxian asked Ren Jiawei, "Mom, what's the matter with you?" Chapter 795. Send for appraisal on March 11th. Bai Lian's connections "Nothing much, I just saw a familiar-looking young man at the airport today." Ren Jiawei shook her head. "You go ahead, I need to chat with our business partners too." Ren Wanxian slightly narrowed her eyes. Outside the gate. "Let Xiaojie take you back." The butler followed behind Bai Lian, telling her about everything that had happened in the Mu family in the last month. "Miss Ren and the second young lady of the Ming family are discussing business. If successful, it could kickstart the two research bases of the Mu family too." The Mu family had been essentially living off their past reserves for over 20 years. Lucky for them, their vast wealth wasn't something that could be spent overnight. Once the car door closed, Xin Qing started talking to Bai Lian. "Alien, you've lost so much weight after being abroad for so long. I'll cook something delicious for you when I return." Actually, Bai Lian hadn't slimmed down much during her trip abroad, as she exercised regularly every day. Health is wealth, and Jiang University wanted them to work for 60 years. But Ning Xiao, Tang Ming, Ding Wenyang and the others had markedly shed weight. Mao Kuan was moving flower pots with a cigarette in his mouth in the glass house. As soon as Xin Qing and Bai Lian returned, he quickly snuffed out the cigarette and greeted them. "Xiao Mao." As soon as Xin Qing returned to Shanghai apartment, she thought of preparing a great meal that evening. "Ning Xiao and the others just got back, so you should eat here tonight too. I'll make a feast." "Thanks, Aunt." Mao Kuan called out loudly. Xin Qing grabbed an eco-friendly bag hung near the entrance and went out to do some grocery shopping, then remembered something. "Where are Xiaoqi and Xiaowo?" "They're busy and don't have time to come over." Mao Kuan saw Xin Qing out. "Aunt, if you buy too much later, remember to call me and I'll come pick you up. Look at my driver's license." He showed off his driver's license to Xin Qing. Xin Qing praised him again for being impressive and hurriedly left. Bai Lian placed her cape to one side and moved the remaining flower pots out to bask in the sun. The ones inside the glasshouse were all peonies. Most of them were moved from the Su family by Gao Yan as presents for Ji Heng to care for. They hadn't bloomed yet but were growing quite well now. Plum blossoms in winter, peonies in spring. These were traditions of the Su family. Sis. After seeing Shin Qing off, Mao Kuan passed the cigarette to Bai Lian and took out a lighter. With the flame protected by his hand, he respectfully lit it for Bai Lian. Bai Lian's lips were deeply colored as she bit the cigarette and exhaled a thin wisp of smoke. Mao Kuan could see the lazy but arrogantly expressive eyes behind the smoke. Bai Lian extended her left hand that had been resting in her pocket. In her palm lay a strand of hair with a follicle. This is... Mao Kuan wasn't foolish, and taking the strand of hair he asked, "Sis, have you found Zioki's relative?" "Not sure yet," Bai Lian said nonchalantly, continuing to walk outside with the cigarette pinched between her slender fingers. "Let's have it tested first." Mao Kuan followed Bai Lian and took out a transparent bag he carried with him, placing the long strand of hair inside. "I'll hand it to Dr. Liu when I visit Shenkang tonight. He's well acquainted with the hospital staff." When Bai Lian returned, she first visited room 503. After paying respects to Granny Wang, she then returned to 303. In the hallway of room 303, there were 4 huge black wooden boxes. They took up almost half of the hallway. They were a bit in the way, so Bai Lian used her phone to ask Jiang Fulai if she could store them in his living room. Jiang Fulai was busy, but he still took a moment to reply with 2 words, "Second floor, Bai Lian." She had Mao Kuan move the boxes to the second floor and went to her study to write a report for Academician Ma, with Tang Ming following her into the study. Upon entering, he saw a rectangular black wooden box on the desk. It was made of the same material as the 4 boxes in the hallway. The difference was that the black wooden box was outlined with exquisite and simple patterns, and the lock mechanism in front was intact. Antique and imposing, Tang Ming felt as if he was looking at a museum relic and was hesitant to touch it. "Is this also from your grandfather?" "Yes." Bai Lian wasn't certain what was inside and placed it on the bookshelf. Bai Lian spent 2 days finishing her research on Academician Ma's USB drive for the past month, as well as completing the report on her recent trip abroad. After that, she went to the Technology Research Center building to find Academician Ma. Assistant Yun, who had become quite familiar with her, had specifically waited for Bai Lian downstairs early on. He adjusted his glasses and said anxiously, "Miss Bai, when you have a moment, please urge Academician Ma to rest a bit. He didn't go back for the new year and lately he hasn't been feeling well." Listening, Bai Lian followed Assistant Yun to meet Academician Ma. Academician Ma had just finished a brief meeting and was drinking water trying to suppress a cough. Bai Lian passed a thick file to him and discreetly observed his complexion. Last summer, Academician Ma had placed all his research onto the USB drive and, after giving Bai Lian a few codes to decrypt, let her slowly get acquainted with it. With his guidance and Bai Lian's talent, it was quite straightforward for her to get started. Chapter 796. Send for appraisal on March 11th. Bai Lian's connections _3. He looked at Bai Lian's research abroad this month, and even his dim eyes brightened a bit. While coughing, he nodded, "Very good." The assistant Yun added water for Academician Ma, and wasn't surprised by the abundant praise from the academician. Bai Lian was right there and Academician Ma was already holding back. Academician Ma was busy, and Bai Lian came this time to check on his condition. After seeing him, she went downstairs with Assistant Yun. When they reached the elevator, they happened to meet a middle-aged man on his way up. Seeing him, Assistant Yun greeted, "Professor Ma." Ma Zhaoxing gave a slight nod to Assistant Yun and hurried onto the elevator. After the man left, Assistant Yun explained to Bai Lian, that was Academician Ma's son, Professor Ma. Though Academician Ma had students aplenty, his only son was not outstanding, having no significant achievements in scientific research. He got his professorship largely due to Academician Ma's influence. Ever since his college days, Academician Ma had essentially given up on him. As a result, the relationship between Academician Ma and his family couldn't be considered good. Xiaohen parked the car in front of the Academy of Sciences building and asked Wen Jixia in the back seat, "Miss, is this the place?" Wen Jixia was visiting this place for the first time. Although the Academy of Sciences was marked on the map, ordinary vehicles were usually not allowed on this road. Today was the first time. She saw Bai Lian exiting the building from afar. The weather had turned hot, and today she wore a simple white linen dress, her skin cold and fair, with wisps of hair longer than her eyes, lazily hanging to the side. "Here." When Jixia lowered the rear window and called out to Bai Lian. Bai Lian got into the car and sent a message to Ming Dongheng that he needn't come over later. "I'll swing by the company on my way back." When Jixia closed her laptop, handed the milk tea she brought for Bai Lian to her, crossed her legs and started chatting with Bai Lian. "First, I'll deliver a document to my second uncle, then go to see your grandfather." Wen Jixia hadn't paid her New Year's visit to Jiheng this year yet. The Wen family had been urging her to come over, but Bai Lian and Jiheng had only just returned to Jiangjing. She finally found an opportunity today with the trunk filled with supplements and gifts for Jiheng. Bai Lian's fingertips rested on her knees, wearing Bluetooth earphones with her other hand leaning against the car window. Thinking about Academician Ma's situation, she watched Wen Jixia sideways and said, "Whatever works." Wen Jixia wanted to ask Bai Lian what brought her to the Academy of Sciences. But seeing her deep in thought, she didn't ask further. They arrived at the Wen family's company. The receptionist quickly activated the private elevator for Wen Jixia. While pressing the elevator button, the receptionist seemed to recognize Bai Lian, stealing glances at her. As the elevator doors closed, Wen Jixia could still hear the receptionist's almost imperceptible voice. "Seems like that miss from Jiang University. Since the last Pen and Ocean event, there had been no news about Bai Lian. However, because Yen Lu just released a new song last month, Flat Boat, its popularity surpassed the previous ones by a large margin." Exciting clips of Yen Lu from Great Yong were brought up again, with most featuring her wielding a long spear. Speaking of long spears, snippets from Jiang University's physics department welcoming party became popular once more. "If you became a celebrity," Wen Jixia turned to Bai Lian and spoke, "you would definitely be more popular than Yen Lu, and I could get you to be the spokesperson for our project." Sister Exiled had said this countless times before. Bai Lian made no comment. Ding! The elevator doors opened to the president's office floor. Outside the private elevator, a group of people was waiting. 2 men and 1 woman. Bai Lian had seen them all before, Liu Zhang and Lai Qin, and the woman was Wen Jiwei. Seeing Bai Lian, all 3 were surprised but greeted her politely. Bai Lian crossed her arms and followed behind Wen Jixia, exuding a relaxed yet languid air of elegance. Wen Jixia was there to see her second uncle. Liu Zhang eyed Wen Jixia and after a brief pause politely invited, "Jixia, we're heading to Xijing, would you and your friend like to come along?" Lai Chen's expression shifted upon hearing Liu Zhang invite Wen Jixia, hesitating before looking at Liu Zhang. "Yu Zhang, this round is arranged by the second miss." Wen Jixia by then had figured out Lai Chen's implication. She had used the last opportunity to expand her social circle. Because of this, Lai Chen and Wen Jiwei became even more wary of her. "You guys go have fun, he'll go to Alien's place for dinner later." She was unaware of the intricate circles within the industry. Liu Zhang was Wen Zixia's fiancé. Liu Zhang had previously witnessed Bai Lian's connections, and given the few opportunities to see Bai Lian, he had a tough decision to make between Bai Lian and Xijing this time. Yen Lu's endorsement deal was still pending, and today upon hearing that Yen Lu was returning to Jiangjing, there might be a chance for her to appear at this gathering, which was why Liu Zhang accepted Lai Chen's invitation. "Jixia," after weighing his options, Liu Zhang spoke softly and diplomatically, "He'll pick you up after you finish dinner." He didn't want to miss this opportunity, but he also didn't want to lose the chance to get on good terms with Bai Lian. When Jixia nodded indifferently, maintaining her ladylike demeanor on the surface. Her smile and gestures were all meticulously planned. Bai Lian looked up as if she hadn't noticed Wen Zixia's attitude. Once the 3 of them entered the elevator, it was only then that Wen Zixia's smile faded. She held back an eye roll and, carrying the documents, led Bai Lian into the office. She handed the documents over to Uncle Wen II. Only then did Uncle Wen II realize she had brought Bai Lian over. "Miss Bai," he quickly stood up and shook hands with Bai Lian, "sorry for not greeting you at a distance earlier." "Uncle, you don't need to be so formal with her." In front of a familiar relative, when Jixia showed more of her true nature. "You don't need to be so formal with her." Uncle Wen II felt an urge to scold Wen Jixia. Upon learning that Wen Jixia was going to Bai Lian's house for lunch, Uncle Wen II regretfully did not ask them to stay for a meal. He escorted them to the elevator. Once again arriving on the first floor. Someone had been waiting early at the elevator entrance for her. Miss Jixia, the leader was a middle-aged man, the manager of Wen Zixia's project team. As he approached with a report in hand, "Miss Jiwei's team," Wen Jixia whispered to Bai Lian, "You go to the car and wait for me first." As soon as Bai Lian left, the middle-aged man continued, "Miss Jiwei has hired Lu Su by paying double the endorsement fee." "Double? With that price, couldn't they hire a top-tier star?" When Jixia frowned, "Didn't they get Yen Lu?" When Jixia and Wen Jiwei, along with Lai Qin, each led a project that affected the shareholders' allegiances. With limited funds, Wen Jixia couldn't compete with Wen Jiwei's offer of twice the endorsement fee. In a short time, Wen Jixia truly couldn't find an endorser without any scandals to withstand scrutiny. Even researching Lu Su took a long time for Wen Jixia. Next to the middle-aged man, a young person spoke up passionately, Lai Qin is doing this on purpose. With Bai Lian waiting for her, Wen Jixia raised her hand, you guys go back first, I'll think of a solution. Jiangjing Airport. Yen Lu put on a mask and a fisherman's hat and got into the nanny van from the rear. In the nanny van, a Huang in the driver's seat handed her a coffee. Miss Xn, do you want to go to the old city or Jiangyin first? Removing her mask to take the coffee, Yen Lu with cold and stunning eyes replied, let's go to Shanghai apartment first. Shanghai apartment? A Huang immediately set up the navigation to Shanghai apartment and drove there. Don't rush with the endorsement. Miss Xn sat beside Yen Lu. Miss Bai had inquired last time, go see her later and find out what she's thinking. I know, Yen Lu flipped open the script. At 11 in the morning there was no traffic. Nearing noon, the black nanny van finally arrived at Shanghai apartment. 103. When Jixia watched Tang Ming and Jiang He play Go, doubting her life choices until the doorbell rang. She perked up and hurriedly got up to go to the door. Chapter 797. When Jixia is shocked, Brother Jiang makes a move. 1 Shanghai apartment security had always been excellent. Yen Lu had visited Building 5 a few times, but this time there was no one else around. She didn't encounter anyone else in this building. After entering the building, she took off her mask and hung her sunglasses on the lapel of her coat, holding in her right hand a little trinket for Ji Heng and Jiang He. Her left hand was still on the doorbell. The door was opened by an unfamiliar girl. Yen Lu didn't recognize her, but since Bai Lian always knew many people, she roughly guessed that this person must be a friend of Bai Lian's. Hello, I'm Yen Lu. When Jixia maintained the posture of holding the doorknob, her gaze somewhat drifting, Yen Lu sister, who are you looking for? From the kitchen, Zhang Xiais, who brought out the dishes, saw the figure outside the door and quickly placed the dishes on the table. Yen sister, you're here. Yen Lu had grown accustomed to fans over the year. Seeing Wen Zixia's reaction, she roughly guessed that the person in front of her was a fan of hers. Hello. Then she stepped aside and entered. Tang Ming had lost another game of chess, and just as he saw Yen Lu coming, he took the opportunity to stand up and go to the kitchen to help with the dishes. The room was full of Bai Lian's classmates. Everyone knew Yen Lu. It was obvious that they were all very good friends. Shen Qing enthusiastically invited Wen Jixia to sit at the table, right across from Yen Lu, who was quietly talking to a boy. Wen Jixia was not familiar with the boy, only knowing he was Zhang Xiais, Bai Lian's high school classmate. After dinner, Wen Jixia followed Bai Lian to room 303. She sat on the sofa in room 303, still in a state of detachment. Bai Lian pressed the remote controls button, sat next to Wen Jixia, and methodically poured a cup of tea with his eyes cast down. He handed it over succinctly, drink tea. Wen Jixia took the white porcelain teacup and took a sip. The temperature was just right, the tea was clear, and tea touched by Bai Lian always tasted much better. You and Yen Lu, are you close? When Jixia had heard, there had been multiple exchanges between Yen Lu and Bai Lian at the dinner table. Among so many people at the dinner table, only Bai Lian was called Miss Bai by Yen Lu. Although from the time Bai Lian gave her an autographed CD of Yen Lu, when Jixia had speculated that Bai Lian probably knew Yen Lu. But she had not expected them to be so familiar with each other. Yen Lu had become famous just within the span of a year. Both her TV dramas and songs had become immensely popular. Not to mention domestically, she had many fervent fans overseas. No one in the industry could replicate her success. Yeah, it's all right. Bai Lian rested his hand on the sofa, leaning back in an unusually relaxed position, his exquisite jaw slightly lifted, tuning into a movie channel. We're friends. This casual mention of friends brought Wen Jixia back to her senses. Damn. You must have known her since Xiangqing, right? Bai Lian, I shared her first song, did you know her back then? Bai Lian continued to remain silent. Alright you. When Jixia was about to say something more when the door to room 303 was pushed open. At the door, Jiang Fulai, removing his coat and wearing a white shirt, calmly looked at the two people on the sofa, gave Wen Jixia a slight nod, noble yet polite, although his pale eyes betrayed a touch of coldness. Wen Jixia only felt that this encounter with young Master Jiang seemed colder than before. She didn't dare to continue speaking. By chance, her phone rang, and like grabbing onto a lifeline, Wen Jixia walked to the balcony with her phone. The caller was Liu Yuzhang. He was coming to pick her up. It wasn't long before Liu Yuzhang's car arrived. Wen Jixia, wrapped in her coat, was waiting at the entrance of Building 5, accompanied by Bai Lian and Jiang He. Liu Yuzhang sat in the passenger seat, the driver was his secretary. He hadn't expected that Bai Lian would live in this unimpressive-looking apartment next to Jiang University, which was quite surprising. After getting in the car, Wen Jixia sat in the back, graceful and virtuous, with a faint scent of perfume in the car. It seems the car must have carried another woman not long ago. The driver was Liu Yuzhang's secretary, who politely greeted the future Mrs., discreetly glancing in the rearview mirror. By merit, when Jixia was recognized by the Yu family, she was on par with Ming Zongyao from the finance department of Jiang University at the School of Finance and Economics. But she was slightly less talented and pretty. The secretary thought that in the vast city of Jiangjing, only the distinguished Miss Bai had a presence that could match Ming Zongyao, which was why those who knew both of them felt sorry for Ming Zongyao. As for the affairs of wealthy families, who knows? The car reached the Wen family tower, and Liu Yuzhang intended to accompany Wen Jixia upstairs, but as he got out of the car, the secretary received a phone call. Chapter 798. When Jixia is shocked, Brother Jiang makes a move. _2 Liu Yuzhang hurriedly left. When Jixia returned to the project team, where trouble was still waiting for her. Shanghai apartment. Yen Lu was chatting with Pu Xiaohan, who showed her a puppet video she had just edited. Lu Jie, I heard from good people that you're going to take on a puppet movie, so I'll send you all this material. Pu Xiaohan had shot a lot of material, with more than 90 videos totaling up to 40 hours, all filled with Grandpa Tao's lifelong accumulated data. You filmed so much? Yen Lu opened WeChat to receive the videos sent by Pu Xiaohan. Receiving so many videos was slow, so Yen Lu put her phone downstairs to wait for the transfer and went upstairs to find Bai Lian. Upstairs. Jiang Fulai leaned against the desk, questioning Wen Jixia about the matter in a calm and unhurried manner. Bai Lian had also alluded to it while eating just now. Wen Jixia was in her own project group. The group she led was responsible for the Wen family's hair dryers. The Wen family had many electrical appliances under its name, and only the washing machines and refrigerators were doing all right, but others like hair dryers and soy milk makers were about to cease production due to profitability issues. Because production was about to stop, the Wen family handed over several projects to the younger generation. Whoever could revive these economic links would hold a higher status in the eyes of Wen family shareholders. Hair dryers. Jiang Fulai crossed his arms and lightly lowered his eyelashes, leisurely pondering. Outside, Yen Lu came to look for Bai Lian and saw Jiang Fulai still contemplating hair dryers. Bai Lian got up and went outside. Yen Lu was looking for Bai Lian to discuss the matter about Wen Jixia. Following the plan Yu and Xanjia had, Bai Lian did not want to disrupt her and Wang Xin's plan, her fingers tapping on the sofa. Jixia has a project, but my current idea is Qin Si. Qin Si was the leading lady of Blossoms on the Tree, and was also the person whom the theater was currently striving hard to promote. She was currently very popular, not unlike a first-tier star. However, she was far from matching Yen Lu's popularity. I don't have any brand orientation at the moment. Yen Lu knew of Bai Lian's concerns. He'll send every collaboration for evaluation, don't worry. Okay, Bai Lian was not very familiar with this circle. The Wen family, Wen Jixia, she's working on a project and needs an endorsement. They must have contacted your team, but the funds were not sufficient, so they probably did not continue to approach you. Yen Lu nodded, sent a message to Wang Xian to look for the invitation previously sent by Wen Zixia's team. There were too many people inviting Yen Lu for endorsements. This included a number of well-known foreign brands. But now Yen Lu only endorsed Shen Kong. Apart from that, it was only the official stamp of tourism for Xiangqing. Within an hour, the team found the collaboration proposal that Wen Jixia had previously sent to Yen Lu's team. It's an old electrical brand. Wang Xian looked at the information researched on the computer. A traditional national product, but in recent years with the rise of e-commerce, they have gradually declined. Looking for a spokesperson during this period indeed seems like a way out. Since it's a friend of Miss Bai, I'm reassured. What do you think? Upon hearing Wang Xin's words, Yen Lu calmly said, the endorsement fee doesn't have to be too high. Where are you? I'll talk to the company. Bai Lian had helped her numerous times, from Zhang Xi's to Daong to writing songs. Yen Lu was very clear on the reason behind her current popularity. It was all thanks to someone else. But since Bai Lian and her colleagues were in scientific research, and she was just of average intelligence, she couldn't be of much help in any case. She had originally endorsed Shen Kong for free. But as Shen Kong became a hit in the second half of the year, Yen Lu found out that she was the one who actually benefited. Netizens increased their esteem for her when they knew she endorsed traditional medicine. Now that she finally had a chance to help a friend of Bai Lian, Yen Lu felt that she could be useful too. Monday. Wen family building. When Jixia just arrived at the project team. The project manager saw when Jixia hurried over with his phone. They offered double the endorsement fee. Should we look for someone else? Recently there's a girl group called Song Shui. He momentarily forgot the name of this girl group's champion. The young woman reminded Manager Zhang, her name is Song Xueni. Oh right, Song Xueni. Manager Zhang followed Wen Jixia to her office. Shall we choose her as the spokesperson? If you agree, we will contact her immediately. It was already too late to conduct a background check at this point. Wen Jixia had never heard of Song Xueni either, and her fame definitely couldn't compare to Lu Su's. But at the moment there was no other choice. Wen Jixia picked up the files on her desk. Let's contact her after the morning meeting. It was Monday and several project teams had to report on their progress. The office. Uncle Wen sat in front, and the people from the project team sat on both sides. Chapter 799. When Jixia is shocked, Brother Jiang makes a move. 3 When Jixia had consistently instructed the marketing department to promote the Wen family hair dryers through soft advertising. Last week, sales volume was the highest among the groups, and this month they were supposed to sign a full endorsement deal with Lu Su, but the contract wasn't signed yet when Wen Jiwei poached him with a double salary offer. Wen Jiwei discussed the project book eloquently. Below, Manager Zhang and several others looked at Wen Jiwei's group, filled with anger. After the meeting ended, second Uncle Wen stood up with his notebook in hand and looked at Wen Jixia. Your project proposal this month is not up to standard. Not far away. The people in Wen Jiwei's group, upon hearing second Uncle Wen's voice, looked down and a mocking smile curled at the corners of their mouth. After exiting the office doors, Manager Zhang and the others finally spoke indignantly. We offered Lu Su a market rate. When Zixia's team doubled the figure last minute before the contract signing, obviously targeting us. This Lu Su, he must have known them before. It wasn't hard to imagine. By throwing in their lot with another manufacturer at the last minute, Lu Su was clearly in cahoots with them. They may double the pay, but it'll take time for them to break even. When Jixia spoke calmly, have the person in charge of public relations come see me. She took out her phone about to make a call. Then she saw a message on WeChat. It was from Bai Lian. Send me one of the manufacturing diagrams for your hair dryer. What did she want the structural diagram for? It's not like the hair dryer was top secret information, so when Jixia sent someone to get the manufacturing diagram. Behind her, Manager Zhang returned to his desk, about to pick up the phone to call Song Xueni's agent when his phone rang, and he reached out to answer it. The voice that came from the other end of the receiver was very polite. Hello, this is Wang Xen. I saw that you had sent an email to our company yesterday. Manager Zhang, after hanging up the phone, looked up in a daze. He ended the call with a series of mmms and ahs, and the two sides agreed on a time to meet. A dial tone came through the earpiece. 3 minutes later, Manager Zhang finally snapped back to reality and looked at Wen Jixia. Miss Wen? Manager Zhang swallowed hard. The staff of the project team handed over the manufacturing diagram to Wen Jixia, who photographed it and sent it to Bai Lian, then looked up. Go ahead. Yen Lu's agent, Sister Xan, has arranged to meet with us this afternoon at 2 o'clock. Manager Zhang started. She wants to discuss an endorsement deal with us. Elsewhere. After signing his name, Lai Chen extended his hand to the man across from him. Lu Su, a pleasure to do business with you. Lu Su also set down his pen and shook hands with him, smiling. The two were high school classmates, and it wasn't until a New Year's gathering that Lai Chen found out when Jixia had approached Lu Su. He then told Lu Su to delay the signing, aiming to deliver a decisive blow to Wen Jixia at the last moment. Lu brother, after Lai Chen left with the contract, his agent spoke up. Won't this have offended the third young miss of the Wen family? Lu Su slowly pulled a mask out of his pocket, unconcerned. I have looked into it. This third young miss has just returned to Jiangjing. People in the circle don't hang out with her. Don't worry. Having attended the same high school as Lai Chen, he naturally came from a well-off background and was well-resourced within the Jiangjing circle. It was for this reason he knew that when Jiwei was part of the circle that included Su Jini and Ming Zongyao. Moreover, this hair dryer is about to be discontinued soon, Lu Su continued. It's not worth wasting our time here. The agent, knowing Lu Su was always smart, felt relieved to hear this statement. The two headed towards the elevator bank. As the elevator on the left arrived, Lu Su saw a middle-aged woman stepping out. He paused, then hurried over, greeting her with a beaming smile. Sister Xen. Sister Xen stopped her stride, smiling at Lu Su. Mr. Lu. Are you and Sister Lu also in Jiangjing? Lu Su was very polite. Not to mention Yen Lu's high status in the industry, But the two powerhouses behind her were no ordinary figures. Dean of the Ma Institute needed no introduction, and Bai Jian was directly collaborating with the official theater. Even Lu Su couldn't afford to take a high stance in front of these two. The Ma Institute, the theater, and the rumored Zhongxing group behind Yen Lu, none were entities Lu Su could afford to provoke. They waited for Wang Xian to leave before entering the elevator. Lu Su's agent was curious. Sister Xian has also come to Jiangjing. I wonder if Yen Lu came with her. Bai Lian, after receiving Wen Zixia's message, printed out the manufacturing diagram and looked down at it, unable to discern anything noteworthy. Forward the message to Jiang Fulai. Aerospace Research Center. No need for solar panels, the thermal energy produced by the decay of radioactive elements is sufficient for it to operate. Jiang Fulai held a pencil between his middle finger and index finger, methodically pointing at the schematic on the panel. The extendable arm here is a laser device. As his words fell, the slide instantly changed to a next, more complex structural diagram. The office lighting shone on him, outlining his slightly cold and hard jawline. He explained in detail unhurriedly, his voice consistently indifferent. Most people in the office were drawing the structural diagrams in their notebooks and noting down the key points. Only Academician Ma was sitting at the front, occasionally coughing twice, not speaking. He seemed not in the best of spirits. After the explanation was complete, a line of researchers left quietly and in an orderly fashion. Jiang Fulai put the pencil into his pocket and then took out his mobile phone from it. Seeing two messages, his indifferent expression softened slightly, and he looked down to reply with a few words, his thin, cool lips curving ever so slightly. In the office, someone noticed his change and nearly tripped and fell. Academician Ma stood up, seeing his demeanor and somewhat understanding, said, "She is now my student." Jiang Fulai returned to his own office without arguing with Academician Ma, simply said in a cold voice, "It's most important that you take good care of your health, not leaving a mess behind would be best." In reality, Academician Ma's health had not kept up after the new year, leading to a part of the aerospace project being handed over to Jiang Fulai. The young master Jiang had yet to complete his holiday, and this was a complaint. Academician Ma wanted to say a few words, but then he saw Jiang Fulai sit down and begin to draw on a blank sheet of paper. The precision of his drawing was comparable to machine rendering, even better than SolidWorks. Academician Ma blinked, quickly adjusting his glasses, and stood beside Jiang Fulai to watch for a while, originally intending to see if the other party was drafting some new type of detector or a ballistic trajectory chart. After half an hour, Academician Ma realized belatedly, "Is this a turbine?" But it didn't quite look like it. Jiang Fulai added another stroke and said calmly, "Hair dryer." Academician Ma. He had thought of a bunch of answers but never this one. Preposterous, it was simply preposterous. Really, what exactly are you doing with those hands of yours? Academician Ma walked out of Jiang Fulai's office in a daze. Inside the office, Jiang Fulai combined the manufacturing diagram Bai Lian gave him with something else that came to mind, picked up his phone and sent Bai Lian a message. "Would you use a hair dryer if it could dry hair super fast?" Bai Lian, "Possible, okay." 3 days later. In the coffee shop beneath building number 1 for doctoral students in Jiang University's Xinyao district. Bai Lian took the blueprint that he handed to her, about the things Jiang Fulai was researching. The hair dryer he modified. This wouldn't blow like a tornado, would it? She pressed on her phone, calling Wen Zixia. "Where are you?" Wen Zixia was at the Wen families. They had just signed a contract with Yen Lu, and the whole team had been as energetic as if they were on steroids these past few days. At the company, Wen Zixia stood by the floor-to-ceiling windows, guessing that Bai Lian must need something from her and said directly, "Shall I come to Jiang University to find you?" It would be a good opportunity to discuss the issue with Yen Lu with Bai Lian. Ah. Bai Lian looked up at the sky, folding the blueprint neatly and putting it in her pocket, pressing the center of her forehead. "Then come over, I happen to have something for you." The call ended. When Zixia saw the address Bai Lian had sent. The coffee shop at building number 1 for doctoral students in Jiang University's Xinyao district. Chapter 800, 313 Two people are not like cousins, test result. _1 When Zixia was visiting the doctoral building in Xinyao district for the first time. The area wasn't large and was quite remote, with no teaching buildings around. Normally, other than the school's own staff coming to clock in, there were hardly any passers-by. The cafe was also quiet. As soon as Wen Zixia arrived, she saw Hewen sitting opposite Bai Lian, the two of them discussing mathematical models in low voices. She sat down next to Bai Lian. "Hi." Hewen was sitting across from her, with a silver laptop in front of him, his fingers resting on the touchscreen. When Wuxia didn't know he won, and she couldn't understand most of the conversation between Bai Lian and him. She simply held the coffee Bai Lian had ordered for her, with one hand on her knee and the other holding the coffee cup, watching Bai Lian interact with Yiwen from the corner of her eye. Outside the floor-to-ceiling window, a car marked with the Institute's special logo slowly came to a halt. Yiwen caught a glimpse of the car out of the corner of his eye, quickly finished his coffee, grabbed his laptop and notebook and headed out the door. "I've got to go." It was only after he left that when Wuxia spoke to Bai Lian, "Who was that just now?" "Yiwen." Bai Lian redirected his attention, recalling the matter at hand. "How is the hairdryer project progressing?" "Yen Lu is taking promotional photos," when Wuxia said, taking a sip of her hot coffee to suppress her excitement. "I'm just worried if this project might affect her commercial value." Aside from leading the project, when Wuxia was also a fan of Yen Lu. Having Yen Lu endorse an about-to-fail hairdryer simply wasn't befitting of her status. When Wuxia voiced her concerns, "Our hairdryer is too common and lacks renown. Yen Lu should be endorsing those international big brands." "It might not be that common," Bai Lian said while picking up his coffee cup, his fingers tapping rhythmically on the side of the cup as he listened to Wen Wuxia. "What do you mean?" When Wuxia was about to ask what was out of the ordinary. But Bai Lian stretched out his hand and passed a piece of paper to Wen Wuxia. "Here, take this." When Wuxia reached out and took it. It was an approximately 50-centimeter wide blueprint. When Wuxia hadn't studied electromechanics, but she had at least been in an international class in high school and could make out a bit of the generator principle. There was a clearly noticeable airplane-like logo at the bottom right. "What's this?" "A blueprint for the hairdryer." Bai Lian guessed that Jiang Fulai must have been pondering over this since last summer vacation, otherwise it couldn't have been produced so quickly. "Take it back and discuss it with the rest of the project team." Still surprised by the blueprint provided by Bai Lian, when Wuxia took the paper back to the company. Manager Zhang and the product team pondered over it for a while. "So this works by applying a high voltage to water with electrodes, atomizing to generate water ions. Miss, we should really make a prototype of this design." When Wuxia nodded, "Do make sure to find reliable people to customize the parts." Custom part manufacturing usually took quite a long time, but the Wen family had their own workshop, capable of completing the customization in 2 or 3 days. Bai Lian brought several cups of milk tea back to the laboratory. He wanted to ask Zhou Wenqing for a couple of days off to visit Academician Ma. "Junior sister, when you go in later there are people in the teacher's office, who you inserted a straw into her drink and leaned to whisper. There's been a lot of people looking for the teacher in the past month. Might be due to a promotion," Ding Wenyang added from the side. "You know, Professor Zhou has just been promoted to vice dean." "That could be it," Tang Ming said, bringing over a report, his gaze shifting towards Bai Lian, "but I think there's probably more to it." At the Qin family's residence, Ren Wanxian was standing outside the courtyard with the Dong family, as Elder Dong was giving her instructions in a low voice. "After you go in, there's no need to talk too much. I will speak on your behalf. Just be bold, and even if you feel scared, don't bow your head. The old master doesn't like that." After repeatedly making sure Ren Wanxian understood, Elder Dong led her in. Inside Elder Chen's tea room, President Jian was brewing tea for Elder Chen. His movements were unhurried, and the rich tea poured smoothly from the spout. His demeanor exhibited a leisureliness that set him apart from others. "You've improved a lot in your tea brewing," Elder Chen remarked as he sipped from his cup. "Did she teach you?" "She doesn't have the patience to teach me. I learned by observing her," said President Jian, glancing at the time. He then set down the teapot and stood up. "Elder Chen, I need to head back now." He had a class that evening. As he left through the archway, he happened to run into several members of the Dong family escorting Ren Wanxian. Elder Dong recognized President Jian and greeted him politely. Ren Wanxian, standing beside him, looked up and gave President Jian an extra glance, feeling that he looked very familiar. Chapter 801. 313 Two people are not like cousins. Test result. _2 You're Ren Wanxian? In the tea house, the old Mr. Chen put down his teacup, carefully observing Ren Wanxian. Although the old Mr. Chen was advanced in years, his gray hair was neatly combed back, and his gaze was piercing. Faced with such a stare, Wanxian couldn't help but feel somewhat less composed, but she remembered the advice of the Dong family and didn't avoid his gaze. Yes. Stationery had already been arranged by someone nearby, and old Mr. Chen stood up, his hands clasped behind him. "I heard you write in the Liang style quite well. Give it a try." Wanxian knew this might be her only chance, so she brought out her best state and wrote down 2 characters. They were somewhat flamboyant but better than most people could write. Old Mr. Chen stood by the desk, looking down at the characters, his expression unreadable. After a few exchanges with the Dong family and Wanxian, he had someone see them out. They even gave gifts to Wanxian and the others. After the visitors had left, he gestured for someone to take Wang Xuan's characters, and turned to inquire from a person nearby, "Xiao Chang, what do you think of this writing?" Xiao Chang glanced over and replied. Having protected old Mr. Chen for more than a decade, he naturally had some connoisseurship. Not as good as Miss Su. Hardly comparable to Su Yajun, let alone the one whose work appeared in the ink and wash seas. It was said that these two were cousins, but it was hard to see any resemblance. The next day, Director Jian went fishing with Ji Heng. The temperature in Jiangjing was rising. The ice had mostly melted, making it an opportune time for fishing. They brought Su En and Director Chen along and once again returned with a full catch. Passing by the Mu family, Ji Heng stopped. He carried 2 fish inside, intending to drop by Mu Ziangwang's place. The floor butler took the fish from him, handing them to Xiao Jie. "Stew a fish soup for young Master Mu Zhao tonight. The old patriarch's health is getting worse," the floor butler said to Ji Heng about Mu Ziangwang's current state. "When you see him later, urge him to eat something. The young lady has looked for many doctors to no avail." They walked towards the Buddha Hall. They encountered Ren Wanxian on the way. Wanxian walked out with a Mu clan's uncle, aware of yesterday's events with the Dong family taking her to the Chen family. The uncle was now very friendly toward Wanxian. Seeing Ji Heng and the floor butler, Wanxian and the Mu clan's uncle both stopped. Wanxian, seeing the 2 large fish in Xiao Jie's hands and the strong fishy smell, couldn't help taking a step back. "Grandfather." Ji Heng held a tobacco pipe in his hand and only nodded without speaking. The floor butler politely greeted Wanxian and the Mu clan's uncle, gesturing to the fish in Xiao Jie's hands. "Uncle, would you like to take a fish home?" "No need." The uncle glanced at the 2 fish in Xiao Jie's hands and the corner of his mouth involuntarily twitched. He was preoccupied with the dinner with Wanxian later and did not discuss the fish with them. Xiao Jie knew what the uncle was thinking just by looking at his eyes. Once upon a time he had thought the same way. Until one time he saw who were the ones fishing. After Ji Heng entered the Buddha Hall, the floor butler turned to Xiao Jie. "Did you get a reply from the doctor at Xiankang?" "They generally don't make house calls," Xiao Jie shook his head. But the old patriarch refused to step out of the Mu family's door. Outside, the uncle and Wanxian got into a car. "Who did you arrange to meet this time?" "It's not really me." Wanxian seated herself in the back, pondering slightly. "It's my aunt who arranged a meeting with a professor from Jiang University." The aunt she referred to was naturally Mu Yujun. After the acknowledgement of ancestors and clan, Mu Yujun became somewhat cold towards Wanxian. Nevertheless, being Ji Heng's granddaughter and having met old Mr. Qin recently, hearing that the old gentleman had returned a gift had spurred Mu Yujun to reach out to her again. Upon hearing Wang Xuan's words, the uncle nodded. Although Bai Lian Ji Heng was previously acquainted with Su En and that person from the Jiang family, Bai Lian Ji Heng had not been active lately, and they had not seen Jiang Fulai since. Instead, it was Wanxian who seemed to have had an epiphany and gradually started taking over Mu family affairs. She even made some achievements, to the point where Mu Yujun herself took the initiative to invite her. Everyone in the Mu family knew how proud Mu Yujun was. She normally disdained returning home. The two arrived at a private restaurant's dining room, where Mu Yujun and Gao Jiechen were already meeting with the professor from Jiang University. "Come, Wanxian." Seeing Wanxian, Mu Yujun introduced her. "This is Jiechen, your cousin, and this is Director Zhou, the Associate Dean of the Physics Department at Jiang University." Gao Jiechen's gaze passed over Wanxian indifferently without speaking. Wang Xuan's heart, however, skipped a beat. This was the Dr. Gao Jiechen, the same Dr. Gao whom the Ren family had spent millions just to see once before. Chapter 802, 313 Two people are not like cousins. Test result. _3 Shanghai apartment. Today it was rare for everyone to gather. Su En, Su Wenyao, Su Zhiyue, and Ning Xiao along with Chief Chen's group were all present. Xin Qing had come over early in the morning. Fortunately, units 103 and 303 were spacious enough. Otherwise they couldn't have accommodated all these people. When Jiang Fulai returned, Su Wenyao and Jianzhe were sitting on the first floor discussing the retest. They were both the top scorers in the written examination of their respective fields. Su En was playing chess with Lu Xiaohan. Chief Chen and several others were in the kitchen. Jiang Fulai just came to greet Ji Heng first. Every time Bai Lian returned, she would call out to Ji Heng, and he had picked up this habit as well. Ji Heng stood behind Lu Xiaohan watching her play Go. Su En, who had made a name for himself in the financial world of Jiangjing, could be considered a financial tycoon, but he hadn't expected that in a game of Go, a young girl would leave him with no move left to play. Lu Xiaohan could not beat Ning Xiao nor Tang Ming, and Jiang He was out of the question. Su En was one of the few people she could beat. Ji Heng didn't need to instruct Lu Xiaohan and just watched the game leisurely. Hearing Jiang Fulai's voice, Ji Heng slowly lifted his head. Xiaojiang, you've come back just in time. Have Alien and the others come down for dinner in half an hour? Jiang Fulai nodded and took the paper bag he brought upstairs. Upstairs. Bai Lian was constructing a diagram. Jiang Fulai placed the white paper bag next to her. Aside from a very fresh rose, the paper bag contained a black hairdryer, the material of which was unclear, but it wasn't heavy in the hand. Matte finish, it looked deep at a glance. Bai Lian unhurriedly placed the single rose in a vase, set down the mouse she had been holding, and toyed with the hairdryer in her hand. The one you designed? Yes. Jiang Fulai lazily leaned on a corner of her desk, his fingers grazing a silver pendulum, calmly picking up a plug nearby. Try it, see if it's any good. He plugged it in. Bai Lian pressed the power button. The noise from the hairdryer was not loud, but the airflow was strong. Most importantly, in the middle ring, one could see a faintly visible blue swirl. She tested the temperature with her hand. Leaning against the table, Jiang Fulai waited for her to finish testing before he spoke, his gaze faintly shifting from the hairdryer to her face. How is it? Quite fun. Bai Lian turned off the hairdryer and looked up. I want to take it apart. Jiang Fulai paused, unsurprised. If you want to disassemble it, then go ahead. After all, there wasn't much she hadn't taken apart yet. Unit 303. Mao Kuan, holding a folder, rang the doorbell. Zhang Xiais and Tang Ming were doing their homework outside. Tang Ming opened the door and seeing Mao Kuan, scratched the back of his head. Brother Mao, are you here to see Sister Lian? Yes. Mao Kuan, with a cigarette between his lips, smiled at Tang Ming. Where is she? In the study. Tang Ming gestured towards the partially closed study door. Brother Jiang is also there. Mao Kuan was initially heading to find Bai Lian, but upon hearing that Jiang Fulai was also in the study, he turned his steps back to the 8 Immortals table to see Zhang Xiais working on his exam papers. Student Zhang, are you about to take the college entrance exams? Zhang Xiais looked up. Yes. Good luck. Mao Kuan patted Zhang Shi's shoulder, encouraging him. Thinking about Xiaoqi's age, he would have taken the college entrance exams too if he hadn't dropped out. Xiaoqi had good grades back then, and when he dropped out in junior high, his teacher even came to the orphanage wanting to sponsor him to continue his education, but his future wife stopped it. Xiaoqi never went back to school after that. Jiang Fulai emerged from the study. He didn't speak, merely pocketing one hand and carelessly glancing at Mao Kuan, lifting his chin slightly as a sign for him to enter the study. Mao Kuan promptly straightened up, respectfully greeted Jiang Fulai, and then went in with the folder. Bai Lian sat in front of the desk, dressed in loose white clothes, with a computer in front of her and her fingertips resting on the number keys, her eyes lazily drooping. On the left, a celadon vase held several roses, one of which was particularly vibrant. The window was open and a breeze was coming in, causing the dew on the roses to roll. It was comprehensible to have small pendulum balls and building blocks, but a hairdryer too? Sister. Mao Kuan withdrew his gaze and handed Bai Lian the folder, his voice deep. Xiaoqi's DNA test results are out. Bai Lian's fingers paused on the keyboard, and she suddenly looked up, her dark almond eyes focusing on the folder in Mao Kuan's hands, her expression unreadable. She took the folder and opened it. She pulled out the DNA test results. The room was very quiet. Mao Kuan could even hear his own breathing. He watched Bai Lian intently, not knowing the results nor whom Xiaoqi's DNA was compared with. There were several pages, and Bai Lian read through them swiftly until she reached the last line of the evaluation. Based on the available data and DNA analysis results, it is supported that the tested woman is the biological mother of the child. Chapter 803, 314, Who is the designer you hired? Bai Lian held the report, her gaze restrained, and she remained silent for a long time. It wasn't so sudden. Ji Heng's designs were good, and Ji Xiaorong had also inherited his talent for realistic painting. When Mao Kuan said that the Xiankang logo was designed by Xiaoqi and Sun Chun, there were already some signs. Bai Lian didn't ask too much about Sun Chun, while Xiaoqi had been an orphan since childhood. He didn't even have a formal surname and took Mao Kuan's surname. He hadn't even completed his education, hadn't learned design or painting, yet somehow managed to keep up with Sun Chun's pace. Bai Lian thought again of Ji Heng who, for Wanxian, had changed various pieces of furniture in his Xiangqing house's courtyard. If he knew that his real grandson had been abandoned since childhood and hadn't even finished his education, how upset would he be? Bai Lian looked at the rose in the vase, silent. Sister. Mao Kuan called her. Bai Lian came back to her senses. She folded the report, looked up at Mao Kuan. Where are Xiaoqi and the others now? Have them come over for dinner. She pulled open a drawer and took out a white cigarette box. She took out a cigarette but didn't light it. 103 was big enough to accommodate more people. When Xiaoqi received a call from Mao Kuan, he was still at the Shenkang branch. Sister invited us to dine at Shanghai. Xiaoqi picked up an umbrella lying next to him, looked up at Sun Chun. Sun Chun, are you coming? Sun Chun looked at a car stopped across the street, adjusted the coat draped over her shoulders and smiled faintly. No, you go with Xiaowu. Xiaoqi didn't persuade her. Ever since Bai Lian had officially moved to Shanghai apartment, Sun Chun seldom visited. Xiaowu and Xiaoqi left. Sun Chun stood at the door watching them leave. The car that had been parked across the street slowly drove over, stopped beside her, and the rear window rolled down to reveal Mrs. Zu's face, her scrutinizing gaze landing on Sun Chun's face. Miss Sun Chun, let's have a chat. Meanwhile, Xiaoqi and Xiaowu were already at 103. With many people at 103 today, they were split into two tables, Xiaojun, Jiheng and others at one drinking while Bai Lian and the rest dined in an outside glass room. Jiang Fulai didn't drink. When Xiaoqi arrived, he was sitting elegantly at an outside table, reaching out to straighten Bai Lian's chopsticks for her. Grandpa, Xiaowu and Xiaoqi followed Bai Lian in addressing him, heading outside to the glass room, and they softly called out to Jiang Fulai and Bai Lian, Sister, Brother Jiang. Bai Lian leaned back in her chair, lifting her gaze toward Xiaoqi. She had just seen Ren Jiawei at the Mu families. Up close, Zioki's eyes and eyebrows did resemble Ren Jiawei's a bit, and his facial contours also revealed some traces of Ji Xiaorong, though she hadn't previously associated him with Ji Xiaorong. She had been observing Xiaoqi for too long, and Jiang Fulai glanced at her, stretching out a hand to pour her a glass of cola, reminding her there was no need to look so intently. He bowed his head, blocking the view, and Bai Lian withdrew her gaze. Silently, deliberately, she picked up the glass of cola. Shen Qing brought over another serving of fish soup. Alien, Xiaohan, Xiaoqi, drink more, you've all lost weight. Although Zio's red-dyed hair was unruly, Jiheng, Shen Qing, and the others knew that these kids were orphans and always looked after them with extra care. Especially Xiaoqi. Thank you, Aunt. Xiaoqi stood up to thank Shen Qing. Shen Qing hadn't heard Wanshen call her aunt in years. The Ren family mostly looked down on her. After getting to know Bai Lian, a bunch of kids started calling her aunt. Drink more. Xiaochen made today's soup, there's plenty, Shen Qing smiled, looking at the people at the table. After dinner, Jiheng and the others wanted to play mahjong. Ning Xiao and the others went upstairs to study. Xiaoqi and Xiaowu also had to return to the bar. Bai Lian escorted Xiaoqi to the door. Knowing Bai Lian had something to say to Xiaoqi, Mao Kuan took Xiaowu to start the car first. Bai Lian didn't wear a coat, just a white top, and in the 7 to 8 degree night weather she didn't feel cold, her hands clasped in front of her chest as she walked down the steps in front of building number 5. Xiaoqi, I think I've found your biological parents, she said, stepping down the last stair. Standing in front of the door under the street light. Shanghai apartment didn't have street lights before, but within the past year solar-powered lights were installed all around. Bai Lian standing under the street light, soft and bright. At Bai Lian's words, Xiaoqi didn't react much. He merely paused. It had been so long since he thought about his biological parents, especially after knowing he was abandoned, he felt indifferent. I haven't told anyone else, Bai Lian looked at Xiaoqi, but whatever you decide, I will support you. She extended her hand, passing the report she held to Xiaoqi. Chapter 804, 314, Who is the designer you hired? _2 Xiaoqi was somewhat dazed as he lowered his head to receive the report that Bai Lian handed him. The next day, Yunshao Hotel. Xiaoqi parked the car in a nearby parking lot. Dressed in a white hoodie, draped in a jacket, he stood outside the main entrance, his eyes dark as coal, his frame lean yet upright. Ren Jiawei was on her phone talking to a collaborator. The press conference. In the high-rise buildings of Jiangjing, which blocked the morning sun, Ren Jiawei hung up the phone and instinctively looked towards the slender young man nearby, pausing for a moment. She remembered having seen him before at the airport. You? Ren Jiawei approached, looked at the young man before her, paused and then said, Are you waiting for someone here? Waiting for a friend? Zioki's gaze landed on Ren Jiawei's face. He reached back to pull up and fasten his hood. He was always gentle and polite, as chivalrous as a poet. His appearance and demeanor were like Bai Lian's, both the type to endear elders. I see. Renjoei brushed the hair at her cheek to the back of her head. Are you studying in Jiangjing? She estimated Xiaoqi's age about the same as Wang Xuan's. Here for work. Xiaoqi saw Xiaoqi up ahead, gave Renjoei a polite smile and nodded. Goodbye, auntie. Renjoei stared at Xiaoqi for a long time before finally speaking. Goodbye. Nearby. Wanxian sat in the back seat, watching the scene for a while before she lowered her eyes and told the driver to drive on. Today, Renjoei's fashion company was opening 2 new branches in Jiangjing's shopping mall, and Wanxian was accompanying her to the ceremony. Mom, in the car, Wanxian, sitting in the back seat, asked casually, I saw you talking to a boy just now. Do you know him? The one I bid for you at the auction the day before yesterday. When you arrive at the Mu family, be careful with your words. Renjoei handed her a jewelry box from her bag and explained, I don't know him, but he seemed familiar. Wanxian opened the jewelry box. Inside was a pink diamond necklace. She had seen it in the news, priced at 10 million. As the only child of the Ren family, Wanxian was highly adored at home. Renjoei, who usually worked away from home, did not control her much but never neglected her in material terms. Wanxian would have been happy to see these jewels in the past. Today, however, she seemed somewhat distracted. Meanwhile, in the Lu family office, Lai Qin, holding a champagne, tossed a report to Liu Yuzhang, casually asking Liu Yuzhang's secretary to serve him coffee. Look, between my project with Jiwei and your fiancée, her abilities just don't match up. Liu Yuzhang picked it up, calmly stating the fact. If you hadn't intervened, she might not have lost to Wen Jiwei. Lu Su's advertisement had already fully launched. Now, Wen Jiwei's project had completely surpassed Wen Jixia. In this game, Jiwei had essentially declared a complete victory. That didn't negate Zixia's capabilities. Lai Qin just glanced at Liu Yuzhang, skillfully took the coffee handed to him by Liu Yuzhang's secretary and smiled. Networking is also considered part of a cousin's capabilities, right? Liu Yuzhang couldn't refute and remained silent. Did you manage to contact Yen Lu's team? Lai Qin recalled something else, his eyes resting thoughtfully on Liu Yuzhang's face. What did Miss Ming say? Liu Yuzhang paused almost imperceptibly. She asked for me. Yen Lu isn't taking endorsements recently. Yen Lu was unlike other artists in the circle, with high national visibility and strong skills, acknowledged by the Martial Association as formidable, and his background robustly solid. Not to mention the leaders of the Xiangqing culture and tourism, levels not usually reached by ordinary artists. Even for Liu Yuzhang, securing a collaboration with Yen Lu's team was challenging. Lai Qin settled onto the sofa, set his coffee cup aside. It's still up to Miss Ming. Ming Zongyao knew Su Jini, and Su Jini was close to Leng Shuhe. Everyone knew that Shuhe was a student of the dean, so contacting Yen Lu was not surprising. Outside, Liu Yuzhang's secretary knocked on the door again. This time she was quite surprised. Boss Lu, the official Weibo of Wen family, just posted, and Miss Wen's project spokesperson is Yen Lu. Upon hearing this, the 2 men in the office were startled. What did you say? Especially Lai Qin. I just received the news from the public relations department. Yen Lu has also retweeted it, a post just published at 9 o'clock. Now it has surged to number 1, the secretary informed Liu Yuzhang. Boss Lu, perhaps you should inquire with Miss Wen? No need for the secretary's reminder. Chapter 805, 314, Who is the designer you hired? _3 Liu Yuzhang and Lai Qin were already flipping through their phones. Both had various apps downloaded, and before even opening one, they saw the top headline pushed by the entertainment news. Yen Lu's latest endorsement. As the current top celebrity, Yen Lu had not endorsed any products for a long time and her popularity was incredibly high. Now, with her official announcement of an endorsement, major media outlets rushed to feature it as their headline. Liu Yuzhang and Lai Qin casually clicked on one of the headlines and saw Yen Lu had retweeted a post from the Wen family's Weibo. It was accompanied by an endorsement photo of her holding a hairdryer. Did they really manage to get her? Lai Qin felt it was outrageous, not to mention how Yen Lu ended up endorsing this hairdryer that was about to be discontinued. How did Wen Jixia manage to get Yen Lu? Neither Liu Yuzhang nor the Ming family had succeeded in this, so how did Wen Jixia do it? Yen Lu posted on Weibo at 9 o'clock. Once it was released, her fans immediately began sharing it extensively and flooded various platforms with orders. Every app showed that the Wen family's hairdryers were completely sold out. The Wen family's Jingbao official account, with a live stream host temporarily explaining to Yen Lu's fans, "Ladies, we have run out of hairdryers, not a single one left." But we could look at some other items like this all-in-one soy milk machine. We don't want a soy milk machine. Presale, give us a link for a month-long presale. Just 100,000 units? Are you underestimating Yenlu's fans? The sales department had no choice but to consult with Uncle Wen. Uncle Wen had just finished the morning meeting early when his office phone was bombarded by media calls. He did not understand the entertainment industry well but was shocked by the sudden burst of orders. The Wen family had been declining for so long, and even during their best times, they had never seen such explosive orders. Uncertainly looking at the people in the office, does Yenlu have that much influence? Is this the terrifying purchasing power of the Chinese people? Chairman, this is Yenlu we're talking about, someone in the office said. She is the only actress acknowledged by the fans of Bai Xiangjuan. The Bai family members are all top influencers in the history circle, especially this Miss Bai. Needless to say about Yenlu's dominance? Meanwhile, when Zixia's project team, mostly composed of young people, were not surprised at the terrifying purchasing power of Yenlu's fans. After all, Yenlu only endorsed a cream priced at 12 yuan per bottle, and now this hairdryer under 200 yuan. Selling out the inventory was just a matter of minutes. She was now examining a silver-colored hairdryer brought over from the factory. The factory manager personally delivered it, looking at Wen Zhixia. Miss, we've tested this hairdryer, and it's noiseless. It can dry hair in 2 minutes that normally takes us 5. Manager Zhang stood by Wen Zixia's side, plugged it in and gave it a try. As soon as he turned it on, one could see a faint blue circular object. He used a cup of water to wet his palm and tried again. Manager Zhang could feel his palm drying quickly and looked at Wen Zhixia. Miss, where did you find the designer for this? Wen Zhixia didn't speak but simply picked up the design drawing lying next to her. Manager Zhang looked down at it. Immediately he recognized the logo in the bottom right corner of the design drawing, familiar but not entirely known. Manager Zhang snapped a photo for image recognition. Quickly the exact same logo appeared on Baidu, Aerospace Department. Everyone in the office fell silent upon realizing where the logo came from. Miss. Manager Zhang came to his senses, calling out dryly to Wen Zhixia and then fell silent. After a long while, Wen Zhixia finally snapped out of it, picked up her phone, and with an unsettled mood sent a message to Bai Lian. The design you gave me, can it really be used? Bai Lian was still attending a major class at Tongfeng. Seeing the message from Wen Zhixia, she slowly replied with one digit. 1, still as nonchalant as ever. But now, Wen Zhixia could no longer remain as calm as her. She steadied her spirits, discussed the matter of sharing with Bai Lian, and took the design drawing and the hairdryer to Uncle Wen's office. By now, the situation had become far more complicated than just Yenlu's endorsement. Initially, when Bai Lian gave her the design drawings, Wen Zhixia did not pay much attention to it, but she still let the Wen family's factory give it a try. She hadn't expected the outcome to be so impressive and the cost within a normal range. Wen Zhixia reached out and knocked on Uncle Wen's office door. She vaguely realized that an opportunity for the Wen family had arrived. Bai Lian and Jiang Fulai naturally did not know that because of this drawing, the Wen family was entering a new round of reform. She and Ning Xiao had spent 4 months to finally complete his thesis, which they just submitted officially. There were no lab courses this semester at Tongfeng, only a full schedule of classes every day. After finishing classes in the afternoon, they went to the cafeteria. She and Ding Wenyang saved seats. While Ding Wenyang asked her about points he didn't understand from the afternoon class, Tang Ming and the others went to get food using Bai Lian's card. Didn't they tell us whether to open collection A or X? Ding Wenyang rambled on about the question. Bai Lian sat down at her seat, listening lazily, not interrupting Ding Wenyang. Her phone rang from the side. Bai Lian looked down, put aside her laptop and answered it. It was Zhou Wenqing. Bai student. On the other end, Zhou Wenqing hesitated for a moment before speaking. Right now, many people are looking for you. Several families want to ask about the source of your palladium. Bai Lian thought briefly. Which families? The Su family, Gao family, Ming family and one more? Zhou Wenqing thought for a moment. The Mu family. It's fine, you don't need to worry. Bai Lian was not concerned about her own information. She just remembered the incident she encountered at the Mu family last time. There are not many people with the surname Mu in Jiangjing. She hung up the phone, took out her mobile and sent a WeChat message to Wang Yufeng. Still in Jiangjing? Wang, are you guys done yet? On the other end, Bai Lian and Ning Xiao were even busier than him. During the long New Year period, Wang Yufeng couldn't even see them. Chapter 806. March 15th. She's like a general on the battlefield. A secret incident has occurred. Bai Lian and Ning Xiao, although still undergraduates, had very fragmented schedules because of several research projects. She could squeeze some time out. Ning Xiao, however, couldn't spare any time as he was involved in projects with Zhongxing and several other research groups. However, he had submitted his thesis this morning, which gave him a little respite. Bai Jian. Ning Xiao has finished his thesis, he's free recently. The matter with Wang Yufeng was brought to schedule. At the dinner table, Bai Lian mentioned the dinner to Tang Ming and Ning Xiao and sent a message to Pu Xiaohan. All of them had met Wang Yufeng in Xiangqing before, but none had seen him since last summer vacation. Meanwhile, in Wang Yufeng's private mansion, he threw his suit onto the couch and ripped off his blue-striped tie, heading upstairs to change into casual clothes before walking out the door. Take the gifts. Without looking back. His close aides fetched several gift boxes from the storeroom, while the senior management from the Dawson family who were waiting hesitated for a moment before following Wang Yufeng's aides. A pair of deep blue eyes, yet speaking quite standard Chinese, said, "Brother Fang, what does Mr. Wang mean? Isn't he attending the party this time?" Wang Yufeng never liked explaining himself, and anyone a bit foolish was taken away from his vicinity. The rest were all smart people. Fang Yi stopped, turned to the senior management, informed them that the boss won't be attending tonight, he has other matters. What could be more important? As for what was so important that it surpassed a party filled with celebrities, Fang Yi didn't mention it. The management stood there, stunned for a long moment, only watching as Fang Yi drove away with Wang Yufeng, still unable to grasp the situation. In the car, Fang Yi drove to a private restaurant near Jiang University. Wang Yufeng had reserved a private room and waited for almost 45 minutes before Fang Yi saw a few young people walking over. The auction house and the bar were both enterprises of the Dawson family, with Wang Yufeng being the direct person in charge for Asia. Azure Dragon Bar from Backter Street was expanding towards Jiangjing, and so was the auction house. Wang Yufeng had fully entrusted the bar to Xiaoqi and Mao Kuan. But the auction house dealt with more complex matters. However, managing it in Jiangjing was easier than in Backter Street where many skirted the edge of the law. For the past few months, Wang Yufeng had been laying the foundation for Mao Kuan. The evening was an official joint event of the auction house and Azure Dragon Bar for major clients, with many high-level executives inviting Wang Yufeng. Now in Jiangjing, many people were heading toward Wang Yufeng. It subtly elevated the auction house to several notches higher. However, the visitors this time, important as they were to Wang Yufeng, could not compare to the few people before him. After all, these were people who even the boss himself found difficult to schedule. Thinking of this, Fang Yi politely greeted Bai Lian and Ning Xiao and led them upstairs. Upstairs, private room. Wang Yufeng had taken off his casual jacket, wearing only a long t-shirt, with the outline of a blue tattoo faintly visible on his neck. Pu Xiaohan arrived first, sitting together with Wang Yufeng and discussing photos taken during the New Year's period on a mobile phone. This one, on the first day of the new year we visited Grandfather Tao who taught Yang Lin and Scholar to make puppets. Pu Xiaohan pointed to the aligned photos on the phone. Scholar accidentally put the head of the puppet on backward and he laughed at himself. Did you see that? Although Scholar is usually reserved, you can still catch that slight hint of a smile. During the New Year period, Wang Yufeng was abroad discussing business. Ning Xiao had his New Year's Eve dinner at the Tang family. Wang Yufeng was aware of this. He looked at Pu Xiaohan flipping through the stored images on the phone. A friendly smile appeared on his face. You describe it well, he's exactly the type to act cool. The moment he described him as acting cool, the door was pushed open by Fang Yi. He led Bai Lian and two others inside. Bai Lian regarded everyone with the same impartial demeanor, and so did Wang Yufeng, silently walking in first, his somewhat long bangs almost covering his eyes. Usually unemotional, upon hearing Wang Yufeng's conversation, he just glanced at Wang Yufeng once. Wang Yufeng showed no sign of guilt. Tang Ming stood beside him, bowing very respectfully to Wang Yufeng. "Uncle, hello." His voice was quite loud. Bai Lian followed slowly behind them, holding a black notebook in her hand, held by her right hand and pressed against the palm of her left hand. "Uncle Wang, hello." Polite and humble. Seeing Bai Lian and Tang Ming, Wang Yufeng smiled. "You've both grown taller. Look, this is a New Year's gift from Uncle." Chapter 807. March 15th. She's like a general on the battlefield. A secret incident has occurred. _2 He asked Fang Yi to bring over the meeting gifts, distributing them to several people. Ning Xiao and another person received white gift boxes, while Bai Lian and Pu Xiaohan got uniform crystal pink gift boxes. All of the kids, except for Ning Xiao, thanked Wang Yufeng, who finally experienced the joy of raising children. University studies at Jiang University are so demanding. Wang Yufeng still didn't know what the few students were up to, only that they had all impressively been admitted to Jiang University. Why are you busier than you were in high school? They had flown overseas together shortly after the new year to attend what he heard was a summer camp. They continued to be busy after returning to the country, busy until today's meeting. It was for this reason he had postponed the auction house's cocktail party, otherwise he wouldn't know when he would get the news about Bai Lian and have the chance to see Ning Xiao again. After Grandma Wang's death, fortunately with these people by Ning Xiao's side, he managed not to let Grandma Wang down. Otherwise, given Ning Xiao's personality, it was likely he wouldn't have spoken a word to Ning Xiao after Grandma Wang passed away. Bai Lian has to go to the lab. Pu Xiaohan didn't know much either, she had never been to Bai Lian and the others' lab. And our study god is now self-studying 3rd and 4th year courses, busier than the average student. That's so. Wang Yufeng couldn't grasp what Ning Xiao was actually studying. He just looked over the other 3 people one more time. Doubts in his mind. Are all first-year domestic students like this? After supper, Wang Yufeng went to Shanghai apartment to pay respects to the ancestral tablets of Grandma Wang and several others. On the road, Bai Lian asked him about iridium. The rare metals field has its own regulations with Dawson, and we have to report to them regarding the uses. Wang Yufeng gave a detailed answer. Overseas export of such items is always sensitive. Who are you asking for? He guessed that this time it wasn't for Bai Lian's own use. Just someone I know. Bai Lian didn't mention the Mu family, just inquiring, how much can you export at most? Very little. Wang Yufeng took his coat, looked at Bai Lian with a smile. Of course, if you could export the solid foundation serum to them, everything is negotiable. Bai Lian took her notebook but remained silent. Solid foundation paste formula is now classified. The serum is only provided to special military types and cannot be exported easily. Wang Yufeng glanced at Bai Lian and didn't continue the subject. He had previously sent people to look for the person who had given advice to Mao Kun at Xiankang. Her prescription serum was astonishing, and everyone knew about Mao Kun's recovery speed in the arena. It was only after he later found out it was Bai Lian that he withdrew the order to look for that person. It wasn't just because Bai Lian was his lifesaver, more importantly, being able to treat Mao Kun, Xiaoqi and Xiaowu so effectively in such a short period. Wang Yufeng was well aware she was no simple person. He managed a bunch of people and naturally knew how difficult it was to manage one's subordinates. Now that Xiankang had opened dozens of branches across the country and still operated so orderly. If he hadn't known that there was truly only Bai Lian behind Mao Kun, he wouldn't believe that this was something an ordinary university student could accomplish. It was like a general who had managed tens of thousands of troops on the battlefield, with everything handled in an orderly fashion. Wang Yufeng got in the car and left. Outside the Shanghai apartment, a red convertible sports car also arrogantly drove in. In the passenger seat of the sports car, Qin Beixian rested her right hand on the side, playing with a dagger studded with more than a dozen gems, and holding a phone in her other hand talking to Director Qin. Right didn't see him. Approaching Jiang University, Su Nanjing reduced the car's speed. After seeing Qin Beixian finish the call, he asked, "Who do you think he went to see tonight?" This was the hot topic of the evening after a cocktail party. At the White Tiger auction house, Wang Yufeng was not seen because he had last-minute gone to another appointment. It led countless people to speculate about which big shot he had gone to meet. Qin Beixian spun the dagger in her right hand, pondering. When she looked up, she saw a black car passing by and suddenly shuddered. That car, it looks like Wang Yufeng's? Su Nanjing hit the brake and looked back at the car. Are you sure? This is Jiang University, what could he be doing here? He didn't see it. Never mind, let's go to Shanghai apartment. Qin Beixian wasn't sure either. She was here today to meet Jiang Fulai. Jiang Fulai rarely returned to the Jiang family now, mostly moving between the institute and Shanghai apartment. 303 The living room. While Bai Lian talked to Jiang Fulai about the message when Zhixia sent that afternoon, she sat opposite Pu Xiaohan teaching her to play chess. What else did you tell academician Ma? He's given Ning Xiao and me time off for the past 2 days. Jiang Fulai sat on the nearby sofa, putting down his teacup upon hearing this, and started brewing a new pot of tea for Bai Lian. Chapter 808. 315 She is like a general fighting on the battlefield. A secret incident has occurred. _3 His fingers were long and slender as he carelessly picked up the teapot, pressing on the lid with his fingertips and changing the topic. When I was making tea just now, I suddenly thought of a problem I once worked on. We launch a rocket from Earth, it goes around the sun and then returns to Earth, ignoring all other influences, its speed and the motion equation. Tang Ming, who had just brought over a plate of fruit, upon hearing Jiang Fulai's voice, hurriedly tiptoed away from behind him, fearing being caught and questioned. While across from Bai Lian Pu Xiaohan, the diversion was successful. Bai Lian had already begun pondering the problem. Jiang Fulai, seeing that she had successfully been diverted, did not dare to say more and simply handed the tea to her. It wasn't until Ming Dongheng called him that he went to the next room to see Qin Beixian and Su Nanjing. 302. Qin Beixian and Jiang Fulai finished their report before leaving the room with Ming Dongheng. Next door was 303. Qin Beixian sheathed her dagger into the sheath above her right knee, her gaze fixed on 303. Xiaoming, Miss Bai is here, right? Yes. Ming Dongheng was always concise. Qin Beixian crossed her arms, curiously looking at the door, but without Jiang Fulai's invitation she could not meet Bai Lian. She was thinking about this when the elevator stopped on the 3rd floor. Ning Xiao carried a pot of succulents up from the 1st floor, his bangs almost covering his eyes. Mr. Ming. Ning Xiao. Ming Dongheng was quite familiar with him. Qin Beixian lazily waited for Ning Xiao to pass by, only glancing in this direction when she heard his cold voice. That glance made her pause slightly. Ming Dongheng was about to take her downstairs when, after entering the elevator, he noticed Qin Beixian had not yet joined him. He looked at Ning Xiao's retreating figure entering 303 in puzzlement. Do you know him? Not really. Qin Beixian walked toward the elevator. He just looks a bit familiar, like my ex-boyfriend who died more than a decade ago. Hearing this, Ming Dongheng gave Qin Beixian a glance. Ning Xiao is 19 this year. Meaning he couldn't be the son of her ex-boyfriend. Qin Beixian's 2 stories were still talked about to this day by several people. One story was about helping an old lady across the street at the university entrance, captured in photos and posted on the school's forum. Su Nanjing and Director Chen had specifically gone to look at it. Even today that old post could still be found on the forum. The group would often joke about it. Of course, they dared not mention these stories in front of Qin Beixian. The other was about her ex-boyfriend who had vanished without a trace, leaving her hanging for 12 years. Except for Qin Beixian herself, no one dared to mention it even in private. 303. Ning Xiao placed the flower pot on Bai Lian's balcony and cracked open the window a little, to let in air. Genius. Tang Ming sneaked onto the balcony asking Ning Xiao about the problem Jiang Fulai had just asked. It's this one. Sister Lian only gave me a few sets of equations then went to play chess with Xiaohan. Do you have any insight? Ning Xiao glanced at Tang Ming, his voice cold. The rocket needs to circle the sun twice before it can return precisely to Earth. Tang Ming finally had a trajectory map of a rocket in his mind. Right. After listening, he continued working on the formulas Bai Lian had given him. Ning Xiao closed the window, touched the red line on his neck and returned to the hall. Bai Lian sat on the carpet beside the sofa, casually bending one leg, holding a white chess piece in her hand, waiting for Pu Xiaohan to finish thinking, while she talked on the phone with Director Chen. They've got the serum, will the formula be exposed? Director Chen inquired. No, replied Bai Lian unhurriedly. The essential serum formula had been lost for so many years because its components were extremely precise, and not even experienced traditional Chinese medicine practitioners could discern the ratios, let alone foreigners. Director Chen replied very quickly this time. Good, I'll submit the report for approval. Saturday. Bai Lian was studying in the Jiang University Library with Ning Xiao, Yang Lin and others. It had been a long time since they had all come to the library together. At 5 o'clock in the afternoon, Bai Lian checked the message sent by Wen Jixia. She was almost at Jiang University. Bai Lian packed up her things ready to leave when her phone rang. It was Xiaowu. His voice was trembling but it was rather composed. Sis, I'm at Yunxiao District Hospital, hurry over. Bai Lian paused in her steps and suddenly looked up. What happened? Tang Ming looked at Bai Lian. Bai Lian placed her notebook and computer into Tang Ming's hands and said to him and Ning Xiao, Jixia will be here soon, later you two take her to visit Professor Zhou's lab. I'm not available right now. Hospital. Officer Lu, the Mu clan uncle was communicating with the traffic police, protecting Ren Wanxian behind him. This child just turned 18, made a mistake due to nervousness, accidentally pressed the brake in the crowd. We will compensate the other party as we should, you can rest assured, we have already pre-deposited the medical fees. As soon as he arrived, he clarified his identity, and the police also knew he belonged to the Mu family. Mu Yining and Ji Xiaojun had done good business over the past year. Furthermore, after that family banquet, both the Gao family and the Jiang family were rumored to be associated with them, and the circle had gradually begun to take the Mu family more seriously. After the previous incident, everyone in the Yunshao district had become more cautious. Today's traffic accident was nothing much for them. The responsible party, despite being a rich second generation, was very polite and even actively offered compensation. Basically, there were no issues. "All right, Mr. Mu, we already know the basic situation," the traffic police replied politely. "You can go now. If there's any follow-up, we will contact you." "Uncle," Ren Wanxian looked back worriedly towards the emergency room. "What if he can't be saved?" "Double the compensation." The Mu clan uncle glanced indifferently at the red-haired man by the emergency room door. "Do you know them?" Those two used to be thugs in my sister's old circle," Ren Wanxian explained, looking down. Hearing it was just a couple of thugs, the Mu clan uncle cared even less. "You don't need to worry. This is just a simple traffic accident. Whatever they ask for, we give them. Just don't drive in the future. It's too dangerous. It's good that nothing happened to you today." For Mu clan uncle, Ren Wanxian was now considered a branch of the core Mu family and one of the heirs. She was also Dong Chuan's girlfriend and had channels for iridium. This was a perfect opportunity to win over Ren Wanxian, and he certainly would not miss his chance to show concern. He sized up the red-haired man squatting on the ground, wearing torn jeans and a chain around his neck, indeed exuding a vulgar street vibe. The Mu clan uncle threw him a bank card and a business card. Standing in front of Xiaowu, somewhat condescendingly and deliberately unhurried, he said, "The pin is 6 6s, enough to last you a few lifetimes. If you have any problem, give me a call." Chapter 809, 316 Bai Lian's cousin, come here. When Bai Lian arrived, only Xiaowu was standing outside the emergency room. He was anxiously communicating with a nurse. Upon seeing Bai Lian, he wiped his eyes and finally found some relief. "This is my sister, nurse. If you have anything, please tell my sister." The nurse had expected an adult family member to come, not anticipating another young girl. Seeing Bai Lian, she hesitated and then handed over a critical condition notice. "This needs a family member's signature. He is an orphan now." Bai Lian took the critical condition notice. "An orphan?" The nurse was startled. "Then you need to report this to the police immediately. Let the police sign." "The police?" Bai Lian grabbed her phone and dialed Sun Fei, as the Yunshao district police station was not far from here. After the call, she lowered her gaze to look at the abrasions on Xiao's arm. The black jacket hid any blood lines, but his hands were covered in fresh blood. "That car, it was originally stopped." Xiao recounted the scene to Bai Lian, but she hit the gas by mistake and drove straight toward Xiaoqi. Xiaoqi and Xiao weren't like Mao Kuan. He had always focused on the business with the Mu family and hadn't trained much with Mao Kuan. His skills were very ordinary. With the car moving fast, nobody could have anticipated that a car which had stopped would suddenly accelerate. As Bai Lian listened, she quickly scanned the information on the surgery consent form. Her eyes lifted slightly. "Hit the wrong pedal? Where is the person responsible?" "What?" "The traffic police let them go." Xiaowu hesitated as he looked at Bai Lian. Both he and Xiaoqi had seen Ren Wanxian and knew that she was Bai Lian's cousin. So, when the Mu clan uncle handed over the bank card and business card earlier, Xiaowu didn't act recklessly. Bai Lian calmly finished reading the surgery consent form, and when she saw the success rate, she subtly turned her head with a still calm voice. They left. It was the calm before the storm, the pressure so low it was suffocating. Xiaowu handed the bank card and business card to Bai Lian. The Mu clan head did not care about Xiaowu or Xiaoqi. Indeed, to the Mu family, most people in Jiangjing were nothing in their eyes, let alone Xiaowu and Xiaoqi, who were referred to as hoodlums by Ren Wanxian. Having hit them was just that. Having personally come to the hospital to cooperate with the investigation was already commendable, let alone staying to apologize or wait for Xiaoqi's condition. That was sheer fantasy. Listening to Xiaowu, Bai Lian looked down at the business card in her hand. Mu Jindong. Her grip loosened. The gold-embossed business card slipped through her fingers, landing lightly on the floor. "It's the Mu family, huh?" Xiaowu only heard her few calm words, his back breaking out in cold sweat. In less than 10 minutes, Sun Fei, dressed in her duty uniform, arrived, and Xiaowu went to find the nurse he had spoken to earlier. The nurse confusedly emerged with the critical condition notice. The police station was 7 to 8 minutes away by car, reporting incidents, recording them, and driving over. It should take at least 30 minutes, right? How come this police officer arrived even faster than regular family members? Sun Fei showed her credentials to the nurse, then grabbed a pen and signed. Bai Lian, standing close to Sun Fei's height, held her phone beside Sun Fei. Watching her sign, she then asked, "Does malicious hitting count as a criminal offense?" Sun Fei had her notebook with her. She opened it. "You tell me." Criminal offenses require police intervention, otherwise they only treat it as a regular traffic accident that a traffic officer would handle. If hitting the gas in panic was an accident, it was unfortunately Ren Wanxian driving the car, and the victim was Xiaoqi. Jing B7X516. Bai Lian remembered Ren Wangshuan's car license, her dark brows suppressing a storm. I want the surveillance of that car. Mu family. After Mu Yining and Ji Xiaojun finished their meeting, Mu Zhendong and Ren Wanxian hurried to the company. In the office, Mu Yining was less amiable, her stern gaze fell on both. You are over an hour late. There was an accident on the road. We dealt with the traffic police for a while before coming back. Mu Zhendong explained to Mu Yining and inquired about the meeting. What proposals did the major shareholders suggest at the meeting? Mu Zhendong casually mentioned the meeting before asking about the company meeting with Mu Yining. Today's meeting dealt with iridium, and Ren Wanxian was also beginning to gradually take over some company duties. She was supposed to report on the progress at today's meeting. As they were speaking, Ren Wanxian, following behind Mu Zhendong, was unsettled. Just then her phone rang inside her bag, startling Ren Wanxian. It was a call from Yunxiao District Police Station. This ordinary traffic accident had escalated into a criminal case, requesting Ren Wangshuan's cooperation with the investigation. Chapter 810, 316 Bai Lian's cousin, come here. _2 It wasn't long before Sun Fei, accompanied by several police officers, arrived at the Mu family's place. They didn't handcuff Ren Wanxian but simply said politely, Miss Ren, you need to come with us. Mu Yining was startled. Mu Zhendong also set down his teacup. Officer, has the investigation into this matter been concluded? We're reopening the investigation. Sun Fei looked toward Mu Zhendong, now promoted solely by Lu Xiaoming. Having met many high-ranking officials, she had developed a commanding presence. Miss Ren, please cooperate and come with us to the accident scene to make a statement. After she finished, Sun Fei coldly raised her hand, take her away. As two officers escorted Ren Wanxian outside, she finally realized what was happening and looked toward Ji Xiaojun, who was in the same lounge. Uncle, it was an accident when I hit Bai Lian's friend. Can you please talk to her for me, uncle? The police took her away. Ji Xiaojun and Mu Yining both looked toward Mu Zhendong. Mu Zhendong was not worried about Ren Wanxian. A traffic accident would at worst cost more in compensation. Having been involved in Xiangqing for so many years, he inevitably knew people in the police force. She accidentally hit your niece's friend, someone named Xiaoqi, I believe. What? Xiaoqi? Ji Xian's expression changed. He obviously remembered Xiaoqi, who had left a good impression on the Ji family. He hurriedly said something to Mu Yining and then hurried out to find Bai Lian. Which friend of Alien was hit? How badly were they hurt? Mu Yining frowned, asking Mu Zhendong, not knowing Xiaoqi, but she was aware that the likes of Bai Lian and Ji Xiaojun held little affection for Ren Wanxian. Ji Xian's expression suggested that this friend of Bai Lian's was quite significant. A street punk from Pura Street in Xiangqing, still in the emergency room. He suffered injuries to his leg and back of his head, lost a lot of blood. It's serious? Mu Zhendong said nonchalantly as he drew out a cigarette. Bai Lian and Ren Wanxian were both people from Pura Street. How significant could their friends be? He lit up a cigarette, reaching for his phone to scroll through some contacts to get in touch with the police station. Old Xia, yes, it's me. My niece has been brought in by your officers. Yes, could you also check on that person's background for me? This matter is somehow related to Alien. Mu Yining was taken aback. You called Xia directly? Mu Zhendong, a brother representative of the Mu Xiangguang in the Mu family, held some sway regarding family affairs. An old classmate of his happened to be the officer Xia at the police station. Mu Zhendong typically would not ask this old classmate for help, since favors could be difficult to repay, and contacting him this time was also a move to curry favor with Ren Wanxian. This was just an accident. Mu Zhendong lit a cigarette and told Mu Yining, you could also mention it to Bai Lian, we're all family, let her persuade her friend to settle this privately. Mu Yining did not immediately respond. Mu Yining listened to Mu Zhendong and felt uneasy. The involvement of police in a traffic accident, Ren Wanxian then seeking help from Ji Xiaojun. She had a feeling this was no small matter. Hospital. At this time, Xiaoqi's surgery had not yet been completed. Bai Lian was still in the hospital, with both Mao Kuan and Sun Chun Dr. Lu present. Dr. Lu had gained a significant reputation in the medical field over the past 6 months and knew several doctors. He was currently seeking advice from acquaintances about Xiaoqi's condition. Jiang Fulai had not finished his work in the lab but hurried over after hearing that Bai Lian was at the hospital. As he arrived at the hospital, Bai Lian was sitting on the steps outside the outpatient building. with little regard for decorum. It was getting dark now and the lights outside the outpatient building were on. The dim light shone on her profile, a slender cigarette loosely held between her index and middle fingers unlit. Jiang Fulai slowed his pace, his usually stern expression softened. Director Gu has already arrived. He sat next to Bai Lian looking down and softly saying, "Don't worry, he's not seriously injured. He's my cousin." Bai Lian suddenly spoke. Jiang Fulai finally looked bewildered, hesitating as he remembered Xiaoqi. "Your cousin?" "Yes." Bai Lian lowered her eyelashes, seemingly fixated on the cigarette in her hand. "Ji Shairong's son, abandoned at the orphanage door in Xiangqing years ago by someone who was Ren Qian's previous secretary. The person was sentenced to life imprisonment in Xiangqing." "Let's go up and see." Jiang Fulai hesitated for a moment, then stood up, casually pulling Bai Lian to her feet. "The surgery is almost over." Bai Lian stood up. Her blue skirt fell gracefully. Jiang Fulai grabbed her right hand, noticed the slender cigarette between her fingers, nonchalantly pulled it away, and then led her toward the elevator bay. Chapter 811, 316 Bai Lian's cousin, "Come here." _3 Outside the emergency room, a crowd of people had already gathered. Director Gu, still holding up his hand and dressed in blue surgical scrubs, was talking to Mao Kuan and Sun Chun. Spotting Bai Lian and Jiang Fulai, he quickly turned around. "Mr. Jiang, the patient was resuscitated in time. There's no immediate danger." Director Gu didn't dare look too much at Bai Lian. His gaze only met the intertwined hands of Jiang Fulai and Bai Lian, and he momentarily drifted off. "No." Jiang Fulai swept a fierce glance at him. His expression was somber. Fortunately, his constitution is slightly better than that of an average person, which spared him from life-threatening danger. Director Gu, despite his age, couldn't withstand the piercing gaze of Mr. Jiang. He regained his composure and immediately added, "He should wake up by tomorrow afternoon, and if his vital signs are stable, he can be moved out of the ICU, but his legs might not be able to exert much force in the future. There would still be lingering effects. But to have rescued Xiaoqi today and brought him back to this state was already no small feat." The door to the resuscitation room opened. Bai Lian and Jiang Fulai both looked over. Xiaoqi's anesthesia hadn't worn off yet. He lay on the hospital bed, a respirator over his face, looking incredibly pale. His hands rested at either side of his body. Bai Lian placed her left hand on Xiaoqi's pulse. Although Xiaoqi wasn't as skilled as Xiaowu or Mao Kuan, he had undergone training and had used the serum. His constitution was much stronger than that of an average person. Otherwise he might not have pulled through this time. Only after confirming that Xiaoqi was no longer in life-threatening danger did Bai Lian finally breathe a sigh of relief. Beside her, Director Gu looked at Bai Lian's technique, astonished. As Bai Lian and Jiang Fulai followed the bed to the ICU with their group, Director Gu finally took off his blood-stained gloves and asked Ming Dongheng beside him, "Mr. Ming, who is that lady?" She appeared to have medical skills. Her technique in checking the pulse was indeed skilled. Before leaving, Ming Dongheng glanced at Director Gu. "Miss Bai." The next day, Bai Lian had taken the day off and was staying at the hospital the whole time, with Jiang Fulai accompanying her. In the afternoon, Sun Fei sent part of the forensic and surveillance data to Bai Lian. Since Bai Lian was pressing charges for attempted murder, the police naturally had to investigate, and indeed, there were significant issues with the skid marks and surveillance at the scene. Xiaoqi recovered very well and woke up at 4 in the afternoon. The nurse, surprised by his condition, attempted to remove his respirator. From the ICU he could see outside the glass room where Sun Chun, Mao Kuan, Bai Lian and Jiang Fulai stood. Xiaoqi's lips twitched slightly, looking like he wanted to cough. The attending physician, under the pressure from Jiang Fulai, bit the bullet and recorded on the case file. "His vital signs have all met the standards, he can be transferred to a general ward." Jiang Fulai stood by the glass window, his gaze fixed on the hospital bed and spoke, "Transfer him now." Being transferred to a general ward meant they could go in to see Xiaoqi. The doctors and nurses transferred Xiaoqi to a general ward. Bai Lian and Jiang Fulai were like two towering figures constantly present in the hospital, leading people in Yunshao district, especially Qin Yongquan and Li Xiaoming, to take notice. The two rushed to the hospital almost immediately after getting off work. Qin Yongquan even brought fresh flowers. "Who exactly is hospitalized here?" Li Xiaoming, still the head of the local police station, hadn't received reports about Xiaoqi's case. After all, a traffic-related attempted murder was a minor issue, not enough to disturb him. But with Jiang Fulai and Bai Lian in his jurisdiction, Li Xiaoming naturally wouldn't miss this opportunity. "Xiaoqi," Chen remembered Xiaoqi. He knew better than anyone that when Xinqing was hospitalized, Jiang Fulai didn't stay at the hospital all the time, only occasionally visiting with Bai Lian. Yet this time he was constantly there with Bai Lian. Meanwhile, at the Yunshao District Police Station, Xia Yun welcomed Mu Jindong, taking him to his office. Here is the material on that Mao Xiaoqi. He handed a file to Mu Jindong. Mu Jindong glanced at it briefly. The information found by Sun Fei revealed that Xiaoqi was an orphan, without a household registration book, having only an identity card and little else on his background. The file only documented up to his second year in junior high. He dropped out in junior high. It was a small file that one could see through at a glance, clearly just as Ren Wanxian had described, a gangster with no background. Mu Jindong gave the file a cursory glance before returning it to Xia Yun. Old Xia, can I take Wanxian back now? You know she knows the Miss Su and has been negotiating a rare metals deal recently. As the Mu family was also making its mark in Jiangjing, Xia Yun naturally showed Mu Jindong respect. Sure, he'll have someone bring her out. After Ren Wanxian was brought out, Xia Yun mentioned to Mu Jindong, by the way, this matter is still being processed. Don't try to settle it privately with the parties involved. After Ren Wanxian and Mu Jindong left, someone hesitantly spoke to Xia Yun. Xia Chief, this person was detained by Officer Sun, is it okay for us to just let them go? Sun Fei had been a standout officer over the past year, earning a third-class merit just a few months ago. It's fine. Xia Yun considered the file on Xiaoqi, making his judgment. It's nothing serious. At 9 o'clock in the evening, Mu Jindong passed the address he had gleaned from Ji Xiaojun to Ren Wanxian, and Ren Wanxian took Ren Qian to Xiaoqi's hospital room. Dressed in an expensive outfit, Ren Wanxian was mistaken by the nurse for someone Bai Lian knew, allowing them entry. Inside the hospital room, Ren Qian frowned as he looked at Xiaoqi, who could barely speak. Hello, I am Wang Xuan's grandfather. Chapter 8:12. Who gave you the courage of 317? Xiaoqi slept again after waking up in the afternoon. Mao Kuan and Sun Chun had just left. Xiaowu went to fetch boiling water. Quite a few people had visited him from the afternoon until now. Hearing Ren Qian's self-introduction, he turned his head to look at the visitor in the ward. Ren Qian was removed from his position last year, and after coming to Jiangjing during the new year, he had been staying here, dressed in meticulous clothing, looking thin and frail, his graying hair neatly combed, his murky eyes still conveying authority. Xiaoqi's calm eyes were undisturbed, just looking at the man who claimed to be Ren Wangshuan's grandfather, Ren Qian. He had met Ren Jiawei and was quite familiar with Bai Lian and Ji Xiaojun, but this was the first time meeting Ren Qian. Since his awakening, Xiaowu and Bai Lian hadn't mentioned any details about the car accident. It was only then that Xiaoqi found out the driver was Ren Wanxian. He didn't speak. It seemed he was tired. Comrade Xiaoyu, Ren Qian looked at Xiaoqi and frowned again. Xiaowu pushed the door and entered from outside. He didn't recognize Ren Qian but remembered Ren Wanxian. Upon hearing from Bai Lian and Sun Fei that Ren Wanxian had intentionally hit someone, he put the kettle on the ground. What are you doing here? Get out quickly. He reached out intending to show them out. Xiaoqi didn't say a word and Ren Qian really became anxious. He'll send you abroad for further studies, and besides, whatever compensation you want, I can make it happen. Just agree to settle this privately. She's the only granddaughter I have raised since she was little. She accidentally hurt you and I apologize on her behalf. I will educate her properly in the future. Please understand, an old man over 50 years old. Ren Wanxian was brought up by Ren Qian single-handedly, and knowing she had spent a night in the detention center, he genuinely felt distressed. Mu Jindong had just bailed her out, and he brought Ren Wanxian directly to find Xiaoqi. What accident? Xiaowu started scolding. She sped up instead of stopping, even though we had already stopped. It's only because our Xiaoqi was lucky to survive, and you think you can lightly gloss over it with a casual accident. Ren Qian kept pleading. Xiaoqi's eyes stared at the ceiling, his eyelashes fluttering, but he didn't speak. Previously in Xiangqing, a man of high status, the leading authority, now humbly pleading with a small-time delinquent for his granddaughter. These were her family members. He had read storybooks in the orphanage. Crocodiles protect their young in their mouths when in danger, releasing them to safety later, and during rains eagles shield their eaglets with their wings. Xiaowu was the one with the frail body, discarded by his parents due to his prominent pain nerves. Because he was often bullied and cried by the king of the children, they were isolated. He and Xiaowu left the orphanage in middle school, scrounging together living and school expenses, around the time when school fees for the second year of junior high became unaffordable and he had to drop out. He too had thought how nice it would be to have a father and a mother. Xiaoqi closed his eyes, not looking at Ren Qian. Please leave. Ren Qian had shown enough sincerity, originally thinking these offers would quickly sway the mind of a young boy. Yet the answer was still the same. He was becoming impatient, his tone taking on an instructive authority. Comrade Xiao, I don't want to make this a big deal, I'm seriously negotiating with you. Do you really think this accident will lead to a case? We are offering as much as we can, there's no more to give. Where are your elders? Call them out, I want to talk to them. He still thought Xiaoqi was dissatisfied with the offer. Ren Wanxian had been silent all this time, watching Xiaoqi's face, her hands hanging at her sides slightly clenched. Get out now. Xiaoqi had still been listening. At the mention of elders, he finally couldn't hold back anymore and physically escorted the pair out the door. The nurse outside was startled to see Xiaowu escorting out the two recent visitors, not knowing who was staying in the ward, although various hospital leaders had visited. She had been the one to allow the recent guests in, never expecting them to be escorted out by Xiaowu. She memorized the faces of Ren Wanxian and Ren Qian, making a note not to let them in next time. Downstairs, Ren Qian exited the elevator. Turning back to look at Ren Wanxian, he said in a low voice, I'm going to find Jiawei, you go look for Mu Jindong. Finally snapping back to reality, Ren Wanxian made a phone call to Mu Jindong. Mu Jindong had gone to see Xia Yun that afternoon and did not accompany Ren Wanxian to find Xiaoqi, as this matter didn't require his involvement. If not for Bai Lian being in the middle, neither Ren Wanxian nor Ren Qian would have taken any action. He had booked a private room to drink with Xia Yun. When Ren Wanxian arrived, they hadn't finished their meal yet. Having spent so much time with the Mu family, participating in numerous gatherings, she had developed a certain degree of composure. Uncle, he doesn't agree to a private settlement. He listens to my cousin, but my cousin wants to see me. Chapter 813, 317 Who Gave the Guts? _2 adopted a humble attitude. Mu Zhendong's face flushed from drinking. He put down his glass and hearing that Bai Lian insisted on appealing, his tone also lightened. If you disagree, so be it. Your uncle Xia is here for this matter. After being released from detention, Wanxian hadn't met Xia Yun. It was only now that she heard Mu Jindong introduce Xia Yun, and she knew in her heart what kind of person the Mu family were. Apart from the Gao family and the Qin family that day, Mu Jindong rarely lowered his stance to many people. His proactive invitation for Xia Yun to dine was a clear indicator to Wanxian that this Uncle Xia was no simple figure, so she took up Mu Zhendong's cue, Uncle Xia. Xia Yun glanced at Mu Jindong and agreed to the title of Uncle Xia. If it can be settled privately, let's do so. If not, the problem isn't too serious. After all, how serious can a car accident be, especially since no one died? Sun Fei wasn't his concern but ranked far below him. Adding to this, the information of the victim was straightforward. An orphan with no power or influence, and one of the future heirs of the Mu family. Xia Yun had a pretty clear idea. Through Mu Zhendong's brief revelations, he knew that the Mu family was very likely to secure a major national project. Wanxian was aware of Bai Lian's capabilities. With Bai Lian were Chen, Su En and even Jiang Fulai, whom she had met only once. Since the police took her for questioning yesterday, she had been in constant fear. Even with Ren Qian showing up at the hospital, Xiaoqi was unwilling to settle privately, and she was genuinely afraid the police would continue their investigation. Now, hearing the conversation between Mu Jindong and Xia Yun, she finally breathed a sigh of relief. Looking at Mu Jindong and Xia Yun, she spoke up, Uncle, he'll make another appointment with Director Zhou. Director Zhou? Xia Yun was slightly puzzled. Mu Jindong smiled. The associate dean of the physics department at Jiang University, he was quite talked about in Chang'an district during the new year. Xia Yun was invigorated, knowing what Jiang University's physics department represented. Mu Jindong returned to the Mu family to find Mu Yining. At midnight, Mu Yining was still handling work. It's just a car accident, how big can it be? Mu Jindong, knowing Mu Yining was familiar with Bai Lian, spoke to her. Wanxian is after all our family member, and Bai Lian is causing such a commotion affecting family harmony. He was already getting impatient with Bai Lian making a big deal out of a minor issue with Wanxian. Right now, for Mu Jindong and the entire Mu family, Wanxian was very important. Whether the Mu family's research project could rise or not, Wanxian played a pivotal linkage role with the Gao and Su families. As for Bai Lian, she didn't belong to the Mu family and didn't really count as one of them. As Mu Jindong stepped out of the study, he looked back slightly, his tone more serious. Moreover, I've already brought in Xia Yun to handle this. There will only be one outcome. If we settle now, he can still get some money, If it's too late, he'll only get medical expenses. The next day early morning, Jiang Fulai got up at 6 o'clock, around the same time as Bai Lian. As he opened door 302, Bai Lian was just opening door 303. Bai Lian wore a white track suit with the sleeves rolled up twice, exposing silver metal. Her hair was tied at the back of her head with a red ribbon, a casual and carefree look. Her dark eyes gazed at Jiang Fulai as always calm. Going for a morning run, Teacher Jiang? Dressed in a white thread garment and holding breakfast, Jiang Fulai accompanied her downstairs. Not going today, finish your run early and come back for breakfast. He followed Bai Lian to the building entrance, watching her figure recede into the distance until a gust of cold wind blew past, making him stunned. He then went to ring the doorbell of 103. Ji Heng was clearly just waking up. Grandpa, good morning, Jiang Fulai greeted elegantly from outside. Very calm and composed. Ji Heng, with a blank expression, looked at Jiang Fulai for a long while, finally stepping aside silently to let him in. Jiang Fulai accurately arranged the breakfast. While Ji Heng was brushing his teeth, Jiang spoke up, Xiaoqi had a car accident. Cough cough. Ji Heng choked on his mouthwash. Barely finishing brushing his teeth and after wiping his mouth with a towel, he returned to the living room, frowning as he looked at Jiang Fulai. How is he? The Ji family was very concerned about Xiaoqi. Although he nearly died on the operating table, he was resuscitated. Jiang Fulai did not conceal the medical condition, but his leg will be affected afterward. Ji Heng looked up shocked. He remembered Xiaoqi was an orphan. Is he alone in the hospital right now? Jiang Fulai picked up a teapot beside him with his long fingers, poured water for Ji Heng, pushed it over and fell silent for a moment. Xiaoqi is a friend she values highly, as you know. Chapter 8:14. Who gave the courage? _3 Ji Heng raised his hand and picked up the teacup. He knew that Jiang Fulai was referring to Bai Lian. As a natural favorite among the people of Xiangqing, Bai Lian was especially fond of Xiaowu and Xiaoqi, who were orphans, and thus received more of her care. However, Ji Heng didn't understand why Jiang Fulai suddenly mentioned Bai Lian. It was your granddaughter who hit Xiaoqi. Jiang Fulai's eyes drooped, his tone calm like a nobleman. She did it on purpose. I will sue your granddaughter on behalf of Xiaoqi. I'm not sure what the sentence will be, but there will definitely be a punishment. Ji Heng stared blankly and still held Jiang Fulai's teacup in his hand. He didn't drink from it. Jiang Fulai was not surprised. He patted his sleeve and got up. Of course, I hope you won't mention this to her or Uncle Ji. If you truly wish to plead for your granddaughter, you can come to me. Morning. Bai Lian still went to the hospital to check on Xiaoqi. Given that yesterday Jiang Fulai had spent the day with Xiaoqi because Bai Lian recognized him as her cousin. Today he had to deal with the affairs of the Jiang family and also find Qi Yundai. For now he would drive her to the hospital. Sitting in the passenger seat, she lowered the window halfway, facing the cold wind, and spoke to Jiang Fulai. He originally had the chance to attend Jiang University with me. Jiang Fulai drove the car to the hospital entrance and slowly stopped. His cold fingers rested on the steering wheel as he spoke unhurriedly. You really are Xiaowu and Mao Kun's biological sister. Without Xiaoqi, it's uncertain whether Xiaowu could have grown up in the orphanage. As for Mao Kun, without Xiaoqi's help, who knows where he would be begging for food. Bai Lian, she hadn't considered these things. Unbuckling her seatbelt, she got out and stood by the roadside, waving towards Jiang Fulai inside the car. Makes sense, you go first. Next time let Xiaoming drive. She watched Jiang Fulai's car drive away before she entered the ward. In the ward, Xiaowu was sleeping on the couch. Only Xinqing was there, carrying a large pot of soup. She sat in front of the hospital bed, spoon in hand, and fed Xiaoqi, speaking softly. Look at this child, drink more soup to nourish your legs and brain. What a plight. And how did you come here? Bai Lian was startled to see Xinqing. Ah, Xinqing fed another spoonful, looking at Bai Lian. Your grandfather mentioned it this morning, so I hurriedly stewed a bowl of soup and brought it here. It's not right for only Xiaowu, a child, to be here with such a serious injury. In Xinqing's eyes, Bai Lian and the others were all still children. Sister. Xiaoqi felt somewhat embarrassed as he saw Bai Lian. Xiaowu, having dozed off for a while, immediately awoke when he saw Bai Lian approaching. Sister, the doctor said they need you to come. Bai Lian nodded. She was about to find the doctor anyway to ask about Xiaoqi's leg. Xiaowu followed behind Bai Lian. The hospital was very concerned about Xiaoqi's condition and treated Bai Lian with exceptional courtesy. They provided all the information she requested. This is the situation, the doctor explained. If he recovers well from here on, his daily life won't be impacted. but he won't be able to run long distances or engage in excessive physical activity. Thank you, doctor. Bai Lian took a photo of the information with her phone. She then sent it to Lance, asking for his help in assessing it. Bai Lian couldn't understand the Western medical terms and would have to wait until Xiaoqi's bones healed to be sure. The director escorted her out. Xiaowu was standing across from the office door, arms crossed and leaning deeply against the wall, his bright red hair extremely conspicuous. When Bai Lian came out, he followed behind her. Sister? Bai Lian walked towards the ward. Speak. Last night Wanxian and her grandfather came. Xiaowu explained the situation from last night to Bai Lian. Xiaoqi didn't sleep until 3 in the morning. Bai Lian suddenly stopped in the corridor of the inpatient department, still holding her phone in conversation with Lance. Her hand turned pale with tension, revealing blue veins. Raising her usually downturned eyelashes, her voice became menacing and cold. She was released? Xiaowu was somewhat afraid to look at Bai Lian. As the elevator at the end of the corridor opened, Mu Yining, having gotten Bai Lian's address from Ji Xiaojun, came with a bouquet of flowers and supplements. As she stepped out of the elevator, she rushed over to Bai Lian. Alien. Bai Lian turned slightly, her cold, deep eyes staring at Mu Yining. This was the first time Mu Yining faced such a strong aura from Bai Lian, and she was slightly taken aback, thinking how intimidating her niece seemed. Bai Lian slightly turned aside, her gaze falling on the flowers Mu Yining was bringing for the patient, her voice light and airy. Have you also come to plead for Wanxian? Her voice was emotionless. A warning bell went off in Mu Yining's head, and indeed she had come to plead. But feeling that Bai Lian's response was off, she quickly corrected herself. No, I came to see your friend. It was my car that Wanxian used, so indirectly I'm sorry for your friend. Bai Lian's phone rang. She looked at Mu Yining for a long moment, then took the call. It was Lu Xiaoming. Miss Bai, I believe I heard that you know my nephew's fiancée. He finished speaking, but Bai Lian didn't respond for a long time. The line was silent. Lu Xiaoming grew uneasy. Miss Bai? Mr. Lu. Bai Lian walked to the window of the corridor, looking down at people below, and said flatly, in your department, suspects accused of intentional homicide are already free to leave the detention facility. Chapter 8:15. 318 Extraordinary. Xiaoqi on the other end of the phone. Lu Xiaoming was still in the office today. He was the only member of the Yu family involved in politics, holding significant influence within the family, and people generally informed him of major family matters. He had just finished calling the Yu family, hearing about Lu Yuzhang's fiancée. Lu Xiaoming didn't care about who Lu Yuzhang's fiancée was, these trivial matters of young love, merely listening briefly until the Yu family mentioned that the Wen family's child knew Bai Lian. He had hung up the phone and immediately called Bai Lian. Given Shun Ye's serious attitude towards Bai Lian, Lu Xiaoming already knew that Bai Lian had a promising future ahead. He hadn't expected her to say such a thing. A suspect in a deliberate homicide? Lu Xiaoming withdrew his hand that rested on the desk and stood up from his chair. Miss Bai, there must be some misunderstanding, I'll look into it right away. He hung up the mobile phone and bent down to pick up the internal phone on the desk, saying calmly, ask Sun Fei to come to my office. He knew Sun Fei was well acquainted with Bai Lian. Lu Bureau, on the other end of the phone, sensing Lu Xiaoming's demeanor, quickly moved the chair and stood up, the sound of the chair scraping against the floor tiles clearly audible. Commander Sun sent a report to Xiangqing last night. Xiangqing? This matter wasn't under Lu Xiaoming's jurisdiction. He narrowed his eyes. What's he doing in Xiangqing? Investigating a deliberate homicide case. This was a case handled by Sun Fei's team. The operator didn't know much, only that Sun Fei had filed a report and went to Xiangqing with 2 people. A deliberate homicide case, it matched again. Lu Xiaoming instructed people to investigate further and called Sun Fei. Since the last incident, Lu Xiaoming had been very strict with his jurisdiction. Last year, Commander Zhang was suspended for investigation. The Yunxiao subdivision tightened up and dared not compromise any cases, everyone being diligent in the past half year. The phone connected. Sun Fei was at Xiangqing prison reporting the progress of the case to Lu Xiaoming. The scene indeed shows evidence of deliberate hit and run. I am verifying the reason for Ren Wanxian deliberately running into someone based on the evidence provided by Miss Bai. Evidence of deliberate hit and run at the scene was very clear. After speaking with Sun Fei, Lu Xiaoming was certain about where the problem lay. He walked directly out of his office and called the custodial staff. Where is the suspect Ren Wanxian? Who's handling it? How could she be released? The detention center was startled by Lu Xiaoming's tone and quickly handed over all the documents related to the case to him. Lu Xiaoming saw that Xiaoqi's file was quite simple. while the other, Ren Wanxian, was from the Mu family, yet had been released despite being charged with deliberate homicide. Even though it wasn't Bai Lian's case, it would have been posted online by journalists. A lone orphan deliberately run over and seriously injured, with the case not yet tried, and the suspect released. The uproar it would cause was foreseeable. No one in the entire Yunxiao subdivision could afford to handle that. The more Lu Xiaoming read, the more apprehensive he became. Hospital. Mu Yining was still standing there, watching Bai Lian standing at the end of the corridor talking on the phone. Bai Lian hung up the phone, calmed herself and went to see Xiaoqi. He had just woken up. He could not drink too much broth and was on N4 for nutrition. Mu Yining looked at the equipment in the single-patient room and could tell the severity of Xiaoqi's injuries, who was about the same age as Mu Zhao, around 18 years old. Shen Qing was tidying up by the bedside, mumbling something. Seeing Shen Qing also there, Mu Yining felt a surge of surprise. She hadn't expected the Ji family to be so concerned about the person on the bed. No wonder Bai Lian had immediately called the police. She placed the flowers and a bunch of tonics aside, introduced herself, and spoke in detail to Xiaoqi for a few moments. Xiaoqi couldn't talk much. His voice was also not very clear, but he thanked Mu Yining politely. After Bai Lian re-entered the room, she remained silent, just leaning by the window, her head bowed, pressing on her mobile phone, the sunlight through the glass window reflecting a cold gleam off the white jade hairpin on her head. Her profile was enveloped in gold, making her expression inscrutable. It was unclear who she was texting. Aunt Mu. Xiaowu had brewed a cup of tea on the side and handed it to Mu Yining. Please sit down, have some tea first. The tea was brought by Sun Chun. Yesterday Bai Lian, Jiang Fulai and others were here. Occasionally Director Chen would come too, and after Sun Chun went back once, she had brought some additional things for the room. Thank you. Mu Yining looked at Xiaowa's full head of red hair, which was indeed a bit out of tune, yet, looking at the callous marks on his thumb, Mu Yining thoughtfully pondered. Mu Yining had come here specifically to see Bai Lian. She still had to deal with official business at the company. Bai Lian escorted her to the elevator. While waiting for the elevator, Mu Yining whispered to her about Mu Zhendong's moves. This might be difficult to handle. Zhendong has friends intervening. Chapter 8:16. 318 Extraordinary. Xiaoqi understood. Bai Lian gave a nonchalant, her expression much colder than usual. Mu Yining knew that the Mu family had to make a decision between her and Ren Wanxian. Arriving at the Mu family, Ji Xiaojun was meeting with a business partner while Mu Yining, after finishing her paperwork, went to Mu Zhendong's office. Mu Zhendong raised his hand, dismissing his secretary, and leaned back in his chair, looking surprised. Are you saying she insists on pursuing this matter with the outsider to the very end? Let's leave it to the police, Mu Yining suggested, massaging her temples. Alien and her group take the victim very seriously. You shouldn't get involved. Mu Yining had been managing the business for many years, and though she hadn't achieved anything remarkable, she hadn't made any mistakes either. She must have her reasons for saying this. Hearing her say this, Mu Zhendong took out his cigarettes, lit one, and thought for a long while. I still don't understand why she cares so much, but Wanxian can't be implicated this time. About 10 minutes later, Mu Zhendong put out his cigarette in the ashtray and stood to grab his coat. She's still waiting for me downstairs. Mu Zhendong, a businessman, habitually assessed risks and benefits. Ji Xian's connections from last time were indeed considerable, but since then Bai Lian hadn't made much of an impression, and Mu Zhendong had seen very little of her. Mu Zhendong didn't even know whether Bai Lian still had any dealings with Chen Yongquan. On the other hand, Ren Wanxian seized the opportunity, successfully broke into the circle of socialites, and constantly shared photos with her friends. It was very vain, but the effect was clear. For instance, this time she used her connections to reach the Yu family and successfully contacted the foreign mineral management layer. Ren Wanxian was seriously embracing her identity as part of the Mu family, having even changed her surname in the family registry, unlike Bai Lian, who never really saw herself as part of the Mu family. Downstairs. After getting assurance from Xia Yun the night before, Ren Wanxian wasn't panicking at all. She patiently waited for Mu Zhendong to come downstairs. Mu Zhendong subtly communicated Mu Yining's stance to her, effectively siding softly with Bai Lian. Sitting in the back, Ren Wanxian pursed her lips slightly and after a long moment spoke, Uncle, today we are meeting Miss Yu and her mentor's friend, that gentleman who has a bundle of resources. Mu Zhendong sat up straight, a look of surprise evident on his face. That's great news. I'll notify the board. Having materials would qualify them to apply for the Heavy Industry Research Institute. In Jiangjing, no one knew that Miss Yu had these connections. Uncle, Ren Wanxian pursed her lips again, hesitating for a moment. Let's not intentionally inform Auntie about this. Clearly she wanted to exclude Mu Yining from the matter. Being a young girl under 20, it was normal for her to feel upset and emotional, and Mu Zhendong tacitly approved her approach without objection. With Mu Yining not involved, it was easier for him to take full control. Ren Wanxian took Mu Zhendong to the dining location where they had a pleasant talk. Just as they finished eating and came out, they saw police cars parked on both sides of their vehicle. The leading officer confirmed Ren Wangshuan's identity and coldly showed her the arrest warrant. Ren Wanxian, please come with us. Qi Yundai had acted quickly, already gathering a portion of the evidence and appealing to the court. Once the court approved, today it was not a detention order, but an arrest warrant. Ren Wanxian was once again taken to the detention center. This time, to be precise, it was an arrest, and the issuance of the arrest warrant essentially meant a likely sentencing. Ren Qian and Ren Zhouwei were completely unable to remain seated. Calling Ji Xiaorong to hurry back, they promptly sought Ji Heng. Both deeply understood Bai Lian's temperament. Especially Ren Qian, who had long experienced Bai Lian's stern nature. Having led several classmates from Xiangqing to Jiang University, he knew Bai Lian was no ordinary person. Sometimes he even envied Ji Heng for having such a granddaughter. A proud and resolute bone. I can't discuss this with Alien. With Jiang Fulai's early warning, Ji Heng wasn't foolish. He lit a large cigarette, his tone somber. Let's leave the decisions to the police, whether it was intentional or not, the police will figure it out. He slid the check that Ren Zhouwei gave him across the table back to her. She is your own granddaughter. Ren Qian couldn't believe what he was hearing as he stood up. Can you really be so heartless as to watch your own granddaughter stay in the detention center? Bai Lian entered using a password. Today, dressed in a white tracksuit, she brought a chill from outside as she entered. Her gaze gravely fell on the two people in the hall, and her ink-stained eyes landed on Ren Zhouwei. Without a word, but with an aura of restrained power, Ren Qian, who had managed Xiangqing for many years, felt her invisible pressure and stopped. Chapter 817, 318 Extraordinary Xiaoqi understood 3. The hall fell silent. Bai Lian closed the door and walked in step by step, her eyes lowered to the check on the table. She reached out and picked it up. A check for 500 W, a bold move indeed. Didn't you watch the car surveillance? Bai Lian ignored Ren Qian, her gaze fixed on Ren Zhouwei. Aren't you clear whether Wanxian did it on purpose? Ren Zhouwei opened her mouth, but her throat tightened up as she and Ren Qian had seen it, which was why they were so panicked. If it were merely a routine car accident, she and Ren Qian wouldn't be this nervous. We will try to compensate. Ren Qian stood up, his voice pleading. Wanxian was just confused and panicked. Please forgive her this time. Xiaoqi's legs will have lifelong issues. Bai Lian's gaze intensely fixed on Ren Zhouwei. If it had been Wanxian who was intentionally hit like this by Xiaoqi, would you forgive him? Ren Zhouwei opened her mouth, but at this moment she couldn't say a word. If someone had intentionally hit Ren Zhouwei, she would bankrupt her family just to make them pay the price. Xiaoqi is still in the hospital. Bai Lian took a step forward. Ren Zhouwei wasn't wearing high heels today and she was a bit taller than Ren Zhouwei. The pressure was immense. Ren Zhouwei, have you visited him? Ren Zhouwei, under her gaze, involuntarily staggered backwards. She stared blankly at Bai Lian, unable to utter a word. Xiaoming. Bai Lian turned around, no longer looking at them. Ming Dongheng had been hidden by the door all along, and as soon as Bai Lian spoke, he entered, took one in each hand, and dragged the two of them out of building number 5. Ren Qian stood in the cold wind, saying to Ren Zhouwei, Ji Xiaorong hasn't returned yet? What about Mu Zhendong? You should call him. In the past, Bai Lian had always been meticulously polite to them in front of Ji Heng. She considered Ji Heng's feelings and would not break off relations openly. But now they realized Bai Lian was serious this time. Ren Zhouwei said nothing, just stared blankly at the lit lamp of 103, feeling the palpable disappointment Bai Lian had shown towards her moments ago. Disappointment. What was she disappointed about? Ren Zhouwei clutched her chest, feeling uneasy. Meanwhile, it had been a long time since Qi Yundai heard about Bai Lian's cases, the last time Bai Lian and Jiang Fulai jointly handled the Zhang Xiai's case. Although Zhang Xiai's was not smart, compared to Jiang Fulai, Bai Lian could be considered foolish. But that was only relative to them. Over the past year, Zhang Xiai's had become Qi Yundai's favorite pupil, even though his style was somewhat influenced by Bai Lian and Jiang Fulai. Qi Yundai taught Zhang Xiai's mostly about obeying the law. The Jiang family owned extensive land. Chief Chen took Qi Yundai to the council hall, and along the way the two speculated about who this Xiaoqi really was. Chief Chen knew Xiaoqi was connected to the Qinglong Bar on Bakhtur Street. He is backed by people from the Qinglong Bar. Qi Yundai nodded, but that didn't seem enough reason for Bai Lian and the others to be so concerned. This case was a rather ordinary car accident, except the party at fault had a suspicion of intent. Jiang Fulai and Bai Lian seemed to care a bit too much. Chief Chen had not yet clarified the details. The two entered the second floor from the outside. Jiang Fulai, standing on the second floor platform, had a solitary and thin aura. I heard the other person is Miss Bei's cousin, Qi Yundai whispered, clarifying their relationship for the station's lawyer. Should I? Outside, Qin Beishen came in with a young woman. I've brought the person. Sun Fei had never seen Jiang Fulai, and the flight from Xiangqing had startled her. In less than 5 hours she had arrived in Jiangjing without any transfers. She lowered her eyes, not daring to look at Jiang Fulai, and simply handed over a recording and a transparent plastic bag containing a hair follicle. Jiang Fulai turned around, signaling Chief Chen to proceed. His features were cool. Take Wangshuan's hair and have the lab rush the comparison. Chief Chen left puzzled with Sun Fei. Once they were out of the council hall, Chief Chen finally heard part of the backstory from Sun Fei. This information exploded in Chief Chen's ears like thunder. Yunshao District Police Station. Lu Xiaoming received Wangshuan's hair from the police officer and handed it over to Chief Chen. It was then that Xia Yun arrived at the police station. He had been out handling a case all afternoon, had called the station several times, but Wanxian had still not been released, so he directly went to Lu Xiaoming's office. Chief Lu, about Wanxian. Xia Yun opened the door and saw Lu Xiaoming standing respectfully by the office. Sitting in the office chair was none other than their boss in Yunshao District, Qin Yongkuan. Xia Yun was startled, too taken aback to question about Wanxian. He respectfully addressed the figure, Boss Qin. Chief Qin glanced at Xia Yun, said nothing, just stood up with the hair and left. Lu Xiaoming respectfully saw him off, and Xia Yun, puzzled, joined Lu Xiaoming in escorting Chief Qin to his car. After he left, he finally expressed his surprise. Boss Qin, why did you find time to come here today? Lu Xiaoming did not answer, only asked, was it you who released Wanxian yesterday? His voice was stern. Xia Yun sensed something was wrong. Chief Lu, it was just a traffic accident. The other party I carefully investigated is an orphan. An orphan? Lu Xiaoming looked at him, shaking his head. Aside from him making Miss Bai and young Master Jiang wait in the hospital for a day, do you know who else called me this afternoon? The general manager of Azure Dragon, executives from the Dawson family, and the official committee of the Shenkong Cooperation Department. Chapter 818, 319 is President Huang, Qi Lu. All these are hot topics in Jiangjing. Without mentioning Azure Dragon, the Dawson family is one of the top mysterious global families, while Shenkong is regarded by ordinary people as just a recently popular traditional Chinese medicine company. However, since Xia Yun graduated from the military academy, she was well aware that behind Shenkong stood an entire legion. The prescription was under top-secret status. Upon hearing Lu Xiaoming's words, Xia Yun's heart suddenly sank. Shenkong? This Xiaoqi, who exactly is he? Chief Chen came here because of his affair. Lu Xiaoming pulled out a cigarette and bit down on it, his expression grave. One of the initiators of Shenkong, the representative who signs contracts with the officials. Xia Yun, Xia Yun, you've stayed in Jiangjing for so long, how could you be confused about such a matter? The backer of Shenkong? I clearly checked. In this circle which master player doesn't have a bit of insight. The Mu family has indeed also been noticeable lately. Ren Wanxian is someone who would grasp any opportunity tightly, and Xia Yun had also estimated the stakes she put forward. Ren Wangshuan's circle of friends, all the photos posted are from the socialite circles. Though she might only stand at the fringe, but who doesn't recognize that Miss Su in the center of the group photos? Everyone knows she could squeeze into this circle. Her phone contacts are all with people like Mu Yujun from elite families and certain professors. Even then, Xia Yun dared to make a move only after checking up on Xiaoqi. Clearly an orphan who didn't even finish middle school, Xia Yun didn't understand how come within a day, Chief Chen and his team had come to inquire about this minor traffic accident. He was momentarily breathless and looked at Lu Xiaoming. He's an orphan, right? But think about it, why would the Mu family people come to you for an orphan? Lu Xiaoming saw what he was thinking at a glance. He took out a lighter from his pocket, cupped his hand around the lighter to light his cigarette. Hasn't Zhang Yiliang's case served as a warning to you yet? Lu Xiaoming exhaled a stream of smoke, looked at Xia Yun and shook his head. Sun Fei's car stopped at the gate. She got out of the car. Only then did Lu Xiaoming see Sun Fei. He removed the cigarette, surprised. Weren't you in Xiangqing? She had been at Xiangqing prison waiting for someone that morning. How could she have returned by now? I came back earlier, Sun Fei holding a stack of documents. Chief Lu, I am here to hand over Ren Wangshuan's case. Li Xiaoming looked at Sun Fei somewhat emotively and led her inside. Bai Lian turned to Sun Fei whenever there was an issue, which showed how much she valued her. Also this time Sun Fei had made an appearance at Bai Lian's and Chief Chen's. President Mu, in the office of the Mu family, Assistant Wang handed her some documents to handle. Miss Ren took her clan uncle to discuss the rare metals contract. Director Liu and the others should already have contacted the partners. Several core members of the Mu family attended the banquet, without bringing Mu Yining and Ji Xiaojun along. Their omission was rather awkward. Mu Yining didn't mind, and the ultimate result was good for the Mu family. She tossed the pen in her hand onto the desk and just sighed, but Alien and her, Ren Wangshuan's ability to mix into Su Ziyu's circle within a brief year was indeed a skill. That circle was not just a mere circle of ornamental socialites. It consisted of ambitious girls. The game was about the exchange of resources, swapping connections. Let's just wait and see. Assistant Wang had a much better impression of Bai Lian. Now the conflict between Ren Wanxian and Bai Lian was quite clear, and Mu Yining chose not to speak up for Ren Wanxian, subtly siding with Bai Lian. On the contrary, Mu Zhendong won the support of the shareholders and the internal members this time. Of course, things were not going so smoothly for Mu Zhendong's side either. Ren Wanxian was taken away by the police, and if the charge of intentional homicide was confirmed, things would become problematic. Mu Zhendong immediately called Xia Yun upon his return. Why isn't old Xia answering the phone? Mu Zhendong looked at his phone, pacing back and forth in his study. He tried calling several times to no avail. Later on the phone was just switched off. What on earth was happening? Mu Zhendong's brow furrowed. The Dong family called at that moment, inquiring about Ren Wangshuan's situation. Her phone had been confiscated by the police and was unreachable. Ren Wanxian was Dong Chuan's girlfriend. The two families had basically set a wedding date already, and the Dong family had noticed Ren Wangshuan's recent behavior. To them, the car accident was simply not a concern. They just considered it to be a freak accident. Dong Chuan hung up the phone, his brow slightly furrowed. What's wrong? Elder Dong noticed his expression, surprised. Dong Chuan stood up to grab his coat. She's been detained again. Seems like Bai Lian is insistent on prosecuting her. Chapter 819. 319. That is Dean Huang. Qi Lu understood Bai Lian is suing her? Is a lawsuit really necessary for a car accident? Dong Lao Yi, the old patriarch, also found it strange. He put down his teacup, shocked. Is the Mu family fighting internally now? Don't leave just yet, ask your uncle first. He was referring to Dong Xiaobai. With Ren Wanxian now showing her sharp edges, the Mu family would surely need to protect her. Why would Bai Lian sue her? Dong Xiaobai was also aware of this matter and recounted it from start to finish. It's a criminal case. Right now we're waiting for the trial to start. Mu Zhendong is finding her a defense lawyer, while Yining stands by Alien's side. You all decide how to handle it. The implication was that it was time to choose sides. After thinking for a while, Dong Laoyi said, Xiao Chuan, I remember, have your mother find a lawyer. Dong Chuan's mother was an external member of the Jiang family, and it was well known that the Jiang family had a legal dream team. This meant he had definitely decided on which side to align with. Indeed, considering the leverage that Ren Wanxian was showing now, anyone's support would be valuable for the Dong family to consider. Hospital. Ren Jiawei stood under the hospital building with an address she had gotten from Ren Qian. She tilted her head slightly, looking up at the towering inpatient department. After a long while, she gathered her shawl around her and went in, joining a crowd waiting for the elevator. She didn't go to find Xiaoqi first but instead sought out a doctor to inquire about his condition. Not good, the attending physician, upon hearing that she was Bai Lian's aunt by marriage, told her the blunt truth. He barely survived. If it hadn't been for Director Gus' help, he wouldn't have made it through the resuscitation, and his leg will likely have serious. After the inquiry, she finally went to the ward. Xiaoqi was in a private room. Xiaowu had gone to take care of some troublemakers from the Luo family, and now in Zioki's ward was Mao Kuan, leisurely peeling an apple with a knife. Upon seeing that the person knocking on the door was Ren Jiawei, he leaned against the door frame and turned his phone in his hand. He naturally recognized her as a member of the Ren family. He didn't let her in. I'm just here to see him, Ren Jiawei said, visibly tired. Her eyes fell behind Mao Kuan, unable to clearly see who was lying on the hospital bed. Don't worry, I won't say anything else. After all, she was Bai Lian's aunt by marriage. Mao Kun scrutinized Ren Jiawei thoroughly for a long while before stepping back to let her in. Xiaoqi was lying in bed. Xiaowu had set up a tablet above his head with an adjustable stand. At the moment, the tablet was playing a documentary about the animal kingdom. The episode was about wolves. He was watching the animal kingdom with great interest. As soon as Ren Jiawei walked in, she recognized that somewhat familiar face and paused for a second. She hadn't expected the person before her to be the young kid she had previously met, the one whom she had a good impression of. Kid. Ren Jiawei's voice choked up when she saw his pale face, and for a moment she couldn't utter any of the pleas she had intended to make. I'm sorry. When Xiaoqi heard her voice, his hands twitched slightly. Then he calmly turned his head, meeting Ren Jiawei's gaze. Ren Jiawei's eyes fell on Xiaoqi's legs again, recalling what Bai Lian had said about the likelihood of serious sequelae. She also remembered what Ren Xian had said before, that the boy was an orphan and hadn't even completed his second year of junior high. If they threw money at him, he would definitely compromise. He hadn't even finished his second year of junior high. Ren Jiawei was emotionally overwhelmed. I'm sorry. She left a check for Xiaoqi. Consider this a little gesture from your aunt. Before Xiaoqi could respond, she immediately left the ward, catching her breath in heavy gasps against the wall outside the door, her mind replaying the doctor's words. Inside the ward. Mao Kun looked at the closed ward door and approached Xiaoqi's bedside, eyeing the left check. 500W? They really are rich. He flicked the check, suddenly remembering, if we accept this, won't they accuse us of extortion? Mao Kun had talked with Zhang Xiais a few times and had been led astray. Give it to sister. Xiaoqi shifted his gaze back to the animal kingdom. Okay. Mao Kun nodded, reached out, and placed the flowers brought by Ren Jiawei at Xiaoqi's bedside. This aunt is much better than that old man Ren, she's quite reasonable and quite nice too. Xiaoqi kept watching the TV and after a long while, he let out a soft, In the end, Ren Wangshuan's case was classified as a criminal one. The trial would be held in Yunshao District Court. Mu Zhendong hadn't signed the metal trade contract yet due to delays caused by Ren Wanxian. These past few days he had pulled many strings for her. Xia Yun hadn't provided any responses yet, which surprised Mu Zhendong, but he didn't have time to get to the bottom of it. The court summons had already been issued. He stood up from the chair in the rest area with Dong Chuan and raised his hand. Lawyer Song, thank you for your trouble. No problem. Song Shi also stood, shaking hands with Mu Zhendong. As long as there is no motive, you shouldn't worry too much about this lawsuit. At most, it will result in humanitarian compensation. Chapter 820, 319. That is Dean Huang, Qi Lu _3. The two of them saw Song Shi out. They both breathed a sigh of relief, especially Mu Zhendong, who had spent the last 2 days worried about the case file and Ren Wangshuan's case and hadn't slept well at all. Now at last they could settle down. Mu Zhendong went to find Mu Yining, Song Shi, the lawyer hired by the Dong family. Yining, neither of them want to make things too ugly, and you know the kind of lawyers the Dong family hires. The Mu family has finally got this opportunity, and I hope she can keep the bigger picture in mind too. Mu Yining pondered for a moment, then went to Jiang University to find Bai Lian. Jiang University. When Mu Yining arrived, Bai Lian and Tang Ming were waiting for her at the intersection. She instructed Assistant Wang to park in the parking lot and got out of the car to speak with Bai Lian. Tang Ming and a few others greeted Mu Yining. Go out for a meal? Mu Yining, holding her phone, asked. No thanks. Bai Lian shook her head, her left hand holding a black laptop and wearing a loose white blouse, standing straight. I have to go to the lab later. Mu Yining wondered why Bai Lian was going to the lab later since she was just a freshman. However, she didn't think much about it and told Bai Lian about Mu Zhendong hiring Song Shi. The lawyer hired by the Dong family comes from a very capable legal group. She naturally would not offer Bai Lian a settlement as Mu Zhendong had suggested. She only relayed Mu Zhendong's message to Bai Lian. The Dong family? Bai Lian's fingertips pressed against the laptop case, her head slightly raised. She hadn't expected Bai Lian's attention to be on the Dong family rather than on Song Shi. Yes, Mu Yining nodded. Not far away. Dean Huang and Xia Zhuyu greeted Bai Lian from a distance. Bai Lian, good to see you. About the submission you made last week, I just got to it. Dean Huang was referring to the topology solutions Bai Lian had left behind. Bai Lian tilted her head and told Mu Yining to wait a moment, then walked towards Dean Huang. Which one are you referring to? Topology, Dean Huang said with his hands behind his back. Mu Yining watched Bai Lian's silhouette. She was standing in the shade under a tree like a pine tree, speaking softly with a bald middle-aged man as the sun spilled onto her, revealing only her delicate profile, composed and serene. An overly striking temperament and appearance. Teacher has reached the third stage of his research. After Dean Huang finished discussing the topic, he brought up something about my institute. You haven't been to the lab this week either, so he gave me some of the data. It's in my office. Bai Lian nodded, then came back and told Mu Yining and Tang Ming and the others. She was getting ready to go with Dean Huang to retrieve the data. This week she had been dealing with Xiaoqi's matter and had asked for time off from the institute. They hired Song Shi. Mu Yining came back to her senses, seeing that Bai Lian wasn't interested in the lawyer business. She quickly explained, I haven't heard much about this guy, but he's very impressive. Song Shi? Bai Lian paused for a moment, shifting her stance, and after some contemplation she made a comparison. How does he stack up against Zhao Jingzhou? Zhao Jingzhou, a famous internet lawyer. Assistant Wang as well as Mu Yining recognized him. Mu Yining hesitated. Although Song Shi isn't as famous as Zhao Jingzhou, his capabilities are certainly not inferior to his. I see. Bai Lian shifted the laptop to the other hand. I got it, thank you. They'll treat you to fish soup next time. She politely said goodbye to Mu Yining and left with Dean Huang. After discussing official matters, Dean Huang quietly urged Bai Lian, Junior sister, have you seen Yang Lin recently? I never catch him at the lab. Bai Lian, who had just had a meal with Yang Lin a few days before, played it cool. I'm not sure either. Once the group had left, Mu Yining finally withdrew her gaze. She looked toward Tang Ming and the others. Is that Alien's teacher? A professor, perhaps? He seemed to have a good relationship with Bai Lian. No, that's our department's Dean Huang. Tang Ming continued to attend to Mu Yining. Mu Yining was very surprised. The person who had just greeted Bai Lian was the dean? She hadn't inquired about Jiang University's affairs in a long time and didn't know Bai Lian's situation on campus. On the side, Assistant Wang had also parked and came over. Shouting, what department are you and Alien in? Mu Yining only knew that Bai Lian was the top scorer in the National College entrance exam and hadn't asked about her study specifics. She had only heard from Xin Qing from time to time about what Bai Lian was up to. Tang Ming, the physics department. The physics department. At the mention both looked at each other, surprised. They both remembered that Ren Wangshuan's status within the Mu family rose sharply after meeting with the vice dean of the physics department with the Gao family. The person who was just talking to Bai Lian was the dean of the physics department? It seemed he was quite familiar with Bai Lian. Mu Yining watched Bai Lian's retreating figure. She and the dean were almost walking shoulder to shoulder. This made it clear that the dean almost treated Bai Lian as an equal. Mu Yining withdrew her gaze in shock. A thought occurring to her, she asked Tang Ming again, did Alien hire Zhao Jingzhou? Assistant Wang's eyes also lit up, intently watching Tang Ming's response. Tang Ming shook his head. Mu Yining fell silent for a moment. If it's not Zhao Jingzhou, then who is it? If it wasn't Zhao Jingzhou, she would advise Bai Lian not to sue this time. Qi Lu actually, Tang Ming said in a relaxed tone. He also came for fish soup this week. Chapter 821, 320 Identity Exposed. Here you go. On this side, Dean Huang handed the sealed document to Bai Lian. The document was from Academician Ma to Bai Lian. Dean Huang hadn't looked at it. The office door was ajar with the teaching assistant standing by the door. Bai Lian bent down and inquired about Academician Ma's health. It's the same. Dean Huang raised his hand, gesturing for Bai Lian to sit. Everyone tells him to rest, but so many people at the research institute are waiting for him, you should find some time to visit him there. Academician Ma's field of research was quantum mechanics, and there were only a few people in the country who studied it. Although Academician Ma had taught countless students, few had the capacity to understand, and there was virtually no one to take over his work. Too many people with questionable intentions were eyeing the projects he was working on. He had advised Jiang Fulai more than once, but Jiang Fulai still plunged headfirst into the pitfall of dark matter. After so many years of overexertion, even though a specialized medical team monitored Academician Ma's health, his body was still rapidly weakening. Academician Ma's specific involvement in which projects Dean Huang was unclear about. After all, he himself was appointed by Academician Ma to take charge of the physics department at Jiang University. Bai Lian followed the couch and sat down, her posture upright, and she looked at the sealed document in her hand. Okay. Oh, by the way, Dean Huang remembered another matter. The re-examination is coming up soon. Tell Xiao Su to step it up. End of March. The weather in Jiangjing was gradually warming up, and the re-examinations for Su Wenyao and Jianzhe were about to start. Bai Lian returned to her dormitory and opened the sealed document bag. Inside was a new flash drive and a red-topped confidentiality agreement. QE 925 project. It was the quantum mechanics direction academician Ma was currently researching. After reading it, she did not sign immediately, but instead placed the confidentiality agreement face down on the sky blue table, leaned back in her chair and thought quietly. Kong Wei and Yu Simin entered after finishing class and saw Bai Lian sitting at her desk. "My sister. You're finally back." Kong Wei threw her books onto the table, walked over to Bai Lian's desk to talk to her. "The senior asked me to find out if you want to team up for the Campus Science and Technology Innovation Contest. It's a prestigious award and would be beneficial for you when applying for the special scholarship." It was a significant award among college students. Bai Lian came back to her senses, her hand resting on the agreement, and shook her head. "I can't, I have other matters." Academician Ma had given her a flash drive last year, and she still hadn't fully grasped everything on it. This new flash drive was likely the QE project. She needed more time to delve into it. Okay then." Kong Wei looked at Bai Lian with a touch of disappointment and went back to her own seat. Since the start of the semester, Bai Lian, Ning Xiao and Tang Ming had been abroad for a month and had been elusive since their return to school. In contrast to Bai Lian, Song Min and Bai Xiaoqi from the finance department had started the semester by winning the entrepreneurship first prize and were later taken by the department to Jiangjing Commerce Bank to participate in Top 10 Singers, Technological Innovation. They had made many connections with upperclassmen and were quite influential on campus. Both new students, Bai Lian was prominent with Ning Xiao and others in the Tongfeng class last semester, but this term there was hardly any news about her, and the occasional news was academic in nature, incomprehensible to most in their fields. "Oh, by the way, my myopia has really improved. He'll treat you all to dinner tonight." Kong Wei announced this delightful news to the roommates. Bai Lian took a fountain pen out of the bamboo pen holder and uncapped it with one hand. She flipped the document over again and signed her name on the last page, no longer in neat block letters, but with a sharp, swift flourish. After signing, she tilted her head slightly and smiled at Kong Wei, her gentle and reserved voice slowly becoming apparent. "Then congratulations to you. You're better?" Yu Simin stepped up on the chair to join Kong Wei, observing her eyes. "Don't tell me since the start of term you really haven't been wearing glasses much. How's the queue at Xiankang these days?" "Acupuncture is hard to schedule." Kong Wei shook her head. "They limit the numbers daily." This new year, the results of the first batch of bloggers and short video bloggers who were tested came out. Because they recorded and posted their daily activities, most became internet celebrities. It flared up again during the New Year period. According to incomplete statistics, out of the several billion people nationwide, about 30% are nearsighted. Now that the effects of acupuncture are known to be so beneficial, far more people are lining up at Xiankang than last year. Even though Xiankang is already teaching this acupuncture technique to Chinese medicine students, there are still too few trained in acupuncture, rendering their efforts only a drop in the bucket. The two of them discussed the matter. Bai Lian carefully dried the ink of her fountain pen and put away the confidentiality agreement, then turned her attention to Yu Simin, contemplating thoughtfully, unsure if Yu Simin would believe her. Chapter 822, Identity Exposed. _2 Forget it. Bai Lian opened her phone and found Dr. He's WeChat. Add a session this month. To avoid wearing out his own arm and ensure sustainable development, Dr. He limits the number of acupuncture patients to 10 per day. He spends the rest of the time sitting in the clinic consulting on difficult and complicated cases. Dr. He, okay, shall Xiaowu bring the card to you on Friday? Bai Jian, 1, after sending the message. Wang Yufeng sent an address. It was about the iridium transaction. Bai Lian glanced at it. Saturday. She had to attend Zioki's trial on Friday. It was the day Xiaoqi and Ren Wanxian went to court. Before the trial began, Ji Xiaorong hadn't made it back, but Ren Qian got through to his phone. "This is your own daughter. Are you just going to watch Bai Lian sue her?" On the other end of the phone, Ji Xiaorong remained silent for a moment. If she really did hit someone on purpose. Ren Qian coughed in anger and hung up the phone furiously. When Dong Chuan and Mu Jindong arrived, Ren Zhou's fatigue was obvious, as she gently patted Ren Qian's back, comforting him. "Auntie Ren." Dong Chuan greeted Ren Zhou politely, then shifted aside to introduce the man in a lawyer's robe behind them to Ren Qian. "This is Lawyer Song." Ren Qian had already heard from Ren Zhou about Lawyer Song's formidable abilities. He looked at Song Shi with respectful manners, asking the lawyer about the expected outcome of this court session. "Don't worry," Mu Jindong, hands clasped behind his back dismissively, answered on behalf of Song Shi. "Lawyer Song is part of the legal team. With him here there won't be any surprises. Lawyer Song, if you please." They all went in. Bai Lian and Xiaoqi had already arrived at the plaintiff's seat. Xiaoqi came in a wheelchair due to his injury, while Bai Lian stood behind him, slowly pushing the wheelchair. His complexion was still pale and he looked thin and frail. Seeing Xiaoqi from a distance, Ren Qian opened his mouth wanting to say something. Xiaoqi just bowed his head and looked at his lapel, ignoring everyone. Bai Lian pushed the wheelchair to the front row and sat next to Xiaoqi, her posture erect, dressed simply yet composedly, and gave Ren Qian a faint glimpse with her deep and piercing eyes. Ren Qian, who wanted to plead with Xiaoqi, felt his heart clench at the sight of her eyes, abruptly withdrew his gaze, and didn't dare get any closer to Xiaoqi. Having lost weight in just a week, Ren Wangshuan's condition was evident, and both Ren Qian and Ren Zhou's eyes betrayed their heartache upon seeing her. Especially Ren Qian, he couldn't help but stand up, tears welling in his eyes as he looked towards Ren Wanxian. The court banged the gavel. Silence. Ren Qian sat down. Beside him, Mu Zhendong and Dong Chuan also looked in Bai Lian's direction. Mu Zhendong's gaze settled on Bai Lian. She just sat there, hands resting beside her, eyes lowered, casually tapping on the armrest beside her, looking utterly composed and at ease. This made Mu Zhendong furrow his brows. Mu Yining should have relayed the message to Bai Lian by now. Thinking this, his eyes found the opposition's lawyer, a middle-aged man who wasn't wearing a lawyer's suit but just a suit with a lawyer's badge on his chest, arms folded, eyes slightly closed, not interacting with anyone. He had quite the presence. Do you know him? Mu Zhendong inquired of Dong Chuan. Dong Chuan shook his head. I don't. 9 o'clock. The judge hammered down his gavel. He glanced at Song Shi, wanted to look at Qi Yundai, but didn't dare, focusing straight ahead instead. Sitting on Zioki's side, Qi Yundai opened his eyes. He glanced at Song Shi, casually adjusted his own badge and uttered indifferently, my client accuses the defendant of attempted murder. Here are my client's medical records and the surveillance video. He handed Zioki's medical records and the surveillance video to the jury. After deliberation, the jury played it in court. It was raining slightly on the day, making the surveillance footage blurry. Xiaoqi stood with his back to the car on the right, about 100 meters away. After stopping, the car suddenly accelerated away, but there was a main road to the right that Ren Wanxian didn't take. Instead, she clearly drove towards Xiaoqi. Judging solely by the video, the intent to kill was obvious. As the surveillance video was played, Mao Kuan and the others on Zioki's side looked at Ren Wanxian with terrifying eyes. Right here, Qi Yundai still casually directed the last segment, looking at Ren Wanxian. In this part, Miss Ren, you were clearly driving towards that big tree, but why did you turn the wheel to the right? And in this part, when you hit Mao Xiaoqi, the car had clearly stopped, with the wheel already on his leg, yet you still increased the accelerator at that moment? Ren Wanxian looked helplessly toward her lawyer. But Song Shi sat in his seat, motionless for a moment. Chapter 823, Identity Exposed. _3 Ren Qian also stood up nervously. Mr. Mu, what is lawyer Song doing? Why isn't he speaking? Actually, Mu Zhendong and Dong Chuan also found it strange. Song Shi, personally hired by Dong Chuan's mother at a great cost, was known for his capability. Why hasn't he said a word till now? The judge glanced in Song Zai's direction and then knocked the gavel to remind him. My client only learned to drive a few months ago. Song Shi regained his composure as he submitted his side's evidence. It's very normal for new drivers to confuse the gas pedal with the brake. According to the information, my client and Mao Xiaoqi have no underlying conflicts. He listed evidence one by one, including Ren Wangshuan's performance at school, enough to prove she is a good youth of the new era. All this was just because she was too nervous and mishandled the situation. Ren Wanxian had no reason to target Xiaoqi after Song Shi finished. Ren Wanxian finally breathed a sigh of relief, slumping back into her chair, regaining her composure. I was just too nervous at that time. Ren Qian and Ren Zhou and others calmed down as well. Nervous? Let's just say you were nervous. Qi Yundai pulled out another report, speaking calmly. I investigated Miss Ren's academic performance and health report. Miss Ren, you typically study well and practice calligraphy, which as everyone knows requires calm to learn well. Miss Ren, your health report from last month also shows you are very healthy, with no mental disorders such as anxiety. May I ask, why were you nervous when there were no cars or animals nearby to frighten you? The jurors continued to take out Qi Yundai's materials. Why were you nervous? The court did not expect Qi Yundai to pose this question. Ren Wanxian, when asked this question, froze entirely and did not immediately respond to Qi Yundai's question. Song Shi had prepared many professional replies. But he had nothing concerning emotional aspects, as Qi Yundai's perspective was too tricky, and coupled with his expression, Song Shi looked towards Ren Wangshuan's demeanor and understood there must be insider details. He began to regret it. He had taken this case only after hearing about the Dong family. A minor traffic accident case, and the opponent was Qi Yundai. Thinking this, his gaze fell on Xiaoqi sitting at the defendant's seat. How did this orphan manage to hire the big demon Qi? Miss Ren Wanxian, please answer my question. Qi Yundai's piercing gaze fixed on Ren Wanxian. Qi Yundai, as the lead lawyer of the Jiang family, his nickname as the Great Devil was well earned in the circle. His gaze was so imposing that most lawyers would become disoriented under it. Not to mention the inexperienced Ren Wanxian. I. Ren Wanxian could not answer and looked desperately towards Song Shi. On her side, Ren Qian clenched his fists tightly, watching Ren Wanxian being pressured like this in the courtroom. He looked angrily and resentfully at Xiaoqi and Bai Lian. Xiaoqi felt that resentful glare. He finally lifted his head, looking back emotionlessly. Ahead, Qi Yundai, leaning on the table, casually picked up another file. Can't answer? Then let me help you. It's because you already knew you were Zhou Jian's daughter, and after coming to Jiangjing, you discovered that Xiaoqi was the true son of Ren Jiawei and Ji Xiaorong. You wanted to use this opportunity to kill him completely. That's your motive. No, I didn't want to kill him. Ren Wanxian hadn't expected Qi Yundai to know this. She blurted out instinctively. So, you knew about Xiaoqi being the biological son of Ren Jiawei and Ji Xiaorong? Qi Yundai continued calmly. After this sentence, Ren Wanxian suddenly realized what she had just revealed, effectively admitting she knew Xiaoqi's true identity. She couldn't help but step back, falling into her chair. Qi Yundai took out the last two documents. These are 2 paternity tests. Please have the jury review them. All of a sudden, the courtroom fell completely silent. Even Mao Kuan gaped. He looked alternately at Xiaoqi and Bai Lian, finally resting his eyes on Ren Jiawei opposite him. Opposite him, Ren Qian, who was resenting Bai Lian and Xiaoqi, had a moment of shock go through his mind. He stared blankly at Qi Yundai, utterly lost, no longer reacting. And the courtroom, after a moment of silence, erupted into uproar. Ren Jiawei's heart felt like it was being tightly squeezed by an invisible hand. She looked somewhat frightened and helpless towards Xiaoqi, weakened, unable to utter a word. Then she stumbled towards the jury, grabbing the paternity tests from the jury foreman's hands. This was unreasonable, but the jurors, having never seen such a scene, did not stop her. One was between her and Xiaoqi, the other was between her and Ren Wanxian. Chapter 824. Penalized for 3 years, do not agree to enter the family tree. Ren Jiawei clenched her fists around the paternity test results until her knuckles turned white and, with grief, turned to look at Xiaoqi sitting behind her. She was terrified and afraid. Xiaoqi still looked calmly in the direction of Qi Yundai, as serene as always. In the defendant's seats, Mu Zhendong and Dong Chuan also didn't expect things to develop in this way, and they exchanged uncertain looks. It wasn't just the 2 from the Ren family who were shaken by the paternity test. That is the end of my statement. Qi Yundai maintained his previous demeanor, his folded hands tapping lightly as he glanced slightly at the judge and jury. The jurors, dressed in their judge and lawyer robes, also reacted. What was originally an ordinary traffic accident had unleashed such a huge ethical drama. Ren Wangshuan's reaction just now had indirectly acknowledged that she had been aware of Xiaoqi's identity. Attempted murder was confirmed. A crime was committed. Attempted crimes can be mitigated, but Qi Yundai's subsequent statement that Ren Wanxian had long known about Xiaoqi's identity aggravated the situation, resulting in a sentence of 4 years imprisonment. From the second time Ren Wanxian was arrested, she might have considered the possibility of being sentenced, but she never anticipated being sentenced to 4 years. In an instant, her heart turned cold and she raised her eyes, instinctively looking toward Ren Qian. Grandpa, Grandpa! Ren Qian sat stupefied in his seat, completely limp. The Ren Wanxian the Ren family had put so much effort into raising, turned out not to be one of their own. Ren Qian's vision began to blur. Hearing the call, he instinctively lifted his head and looked towards Ren Wanxian. Grandpa, save me! Family members could appeal a second time, and Ren Wanxian had never thought she would be convicted, let alone for 4 years. She thought she saw hope. I don't want to go to jail, she pleaded with Ren Qian. Ren Qian rose from his seat, leaning on the railing in front of him like a withered tree, suddenly looking 10 years older. Wanxian, when did you find out? Ren Wanxian was frozen in place, her mouth open, wanting to speak, but the words didn't come out. She stepped back 2 paces. When she was handcuffed this time and led away stumbling, she remembered Mu Zhendong and Dong Chuan, her face filled with terror. Dong Chuan, uncle? Mu Zhendong came back to his senses. Whether or not Ren Wanxian was part of the Ji family didn't matter to him. He had no emotional ties to them. What mattered was who could bring benefits to the Mu family. Song Shi came down from the stand and was stopped by Mu Jindong, who inquired about the possibility of winning an appeal. Sorry, Song Shi shook his head, I can't take this case anymore. Why? Mu Jindong asked anxiously. Not far away, Qi Yundai removed his badge and walked down the steps at an unhurried pace, surrounded by Xiaowu, Mao Kuan, and a crowd around by Lien and Xiaoqi. He didn't join the clamor of the children. Seeing him descend, Song Shi quickly straightened up. Mr. Qi, as there were only so many in the circle of lawyers, Qi Yundai naturally remembered him as a member, giving a nod of acknowledgement. I taught you all before. I know, Song Shi said with a bitter smile. Qi Yundai had said before, when facing a seasoned lawyer with a strong presence, to not try to dismantle their arguments, but rather to use a more tactful approach to sway the judge and jury. This would achieve the same effect as the opposing lawyer. But Qi Yundai had completely cut off this opportunity for Song Shi, leaving him in disarray. Qi Yundai had to go back and prepare for a lecture. He said a word to Song Shi, bid farewell to Bai Lian, and left the courthouse. While the two talked, neither Dong Chuan nor Mu Jindong said a word. It was only after Qi Yundai left that Song Shi turned slightly to Mu Jindong. With Mr. Qi there, I could appeal 100 times, and he would be able to dismantle my arguments one by one. After saying this, Song Shi also left, following the footsteps of Qi Yundai. After the two had gone, Mu Jindong finally turned to Dong Chuan. Who is this lawyer Qi? Dong Chuan's expression was solemn as he watched Song Shi walk away, contemplating Qi Yundai's identity, yet he remained silent, his gaze falling back on Bai Lian and the group around her. Anxiety lingered in his heart, not only about Ren Wangxuan's identity but also about the lawyer brought in by Bai Lian's group. He took out his phone to call grandfather Dong. Dong Chuan now didn't know whether the choices he had made this time were right or wrong. Xiaoqi was pushed out of the courthouse door by Xiaowu. Ren Jiawei also left the building. It was nearly noon and the sunlight outside was dazzling. Ren Jiawei looked at the figures ahead, opened her mouth with a dry voice. Alien? Her gaze was on Xiaoqi. But she was calling for Bai Lian. Chapter 825. Punished for 3 years, does not agree to be included in the family genealogy. _2 Bai Lian was the first to stop. She stood there, turning slightly to look at Ren Jiawei. Mao Kuan had seen Ren Jiawei in the hospital before. His impression of her was much better than that of Ren Qian. With his blonde hair, his hands in his pockets, he watched quietly. Ren Jiawei stepped forward cautiously and she finally saw Xiaoqi's face clearly. Your leg. But Xiaoqi was very calm. He had already spent a long time coming to terms with his identity and remained as placid as ever. Much better. Ren Jiawei appeared cautious, her face filled with guilt and a deep sense of helplessness, and he felt somewhat unable to respond. This blood tie was too unfamiliar to him. Good, Ren Jiawei seemed to murmur. She looked closely at Xiaoqi's face, reminded of the first time they met at the airport, when she had been shocked by Xiaoqi. Some of his expressions and temperament resembled Ji Xiaorong. Your name is Mao Xiaoqi, right? The businesswoman who dominated the corporate world had red eyes at this moment. Mao Xiaoqi. Xiaoqi. She tried to think who might have given him such a simple name. Was it someone from the orphanage who named him? She remembered what Ren Qian told her that day, how he hadn't finished junior high, and they had used the lofty hope of studying abroad to persuade him to privately settle with Ren Wanxian. The him who hadn't completed junior high was in pain, yet they maliciously used him as a bargaining chip, tearing open wound after wound atop his injuries. She thought of the question Bai Lian threw back at her that night. The more she thought, the more Ren Jiawei found it hard to breathe. Outside the courthouse, Bai Lian's car pulled up. It was a business van. The rear door opened and Xin Qing revealed her face from inside, skillfully calling several kids. Come on in, your Uncle Chen made soy sauce duck today, you'll love it. She also inquired about Xiaoqi's leg. A gentle smile appeared on Xiaoqi's face. Thank you, Aunt Shen. These people, all following Bai Lian, called Xin Qing Aunt Shen. Nearly all of them were practically without parents, Bai Lian included, and Xin Qing and Ji Xiaojun had played significant roles in their lives. Ren Jiawei watched Xin Qing in a daze. This woman she once thought was vulgar. Now she was extremely grateful for her existence. She tried to imagine, if not for Bai Lian and Xin Qing, where her child might be now. Would he have already been forced by her and Ren Qian into signing a settlement? The black business van drove away. Beneath the cool sunlight, Ren Jiawei's spirit was in a daze. She reached out, unlocked her phone and re-established contact with Ji Xiaojun. The matter of Xiaoqi. It wasn't until the evening that Bai Lian told Ji Heng. Ji Heng sat alone in the yard of number 103, holding a smoking pipe, his head down, slowly drawing in, his fingertips trembling slightly. The glass roof wasn't yet dismantled, and it was full of smoke inside. Jiang Fulai walked in from outside, stretching out his hand to press the switch above his head, the glass panes on top sliding apart to reveal a patch of sky. The smoke in the courtyard gradually dispersed. Jiang Fulai maintained his usual cold demeanor, his expression quite impassive as he extended his hand, presenting a file to Ji Heng. This is some information about Xiaoqi. Ji Heng's hand, which was holding the smoking pipe, paused instantly as he took the file bag Jiang Fulai passed to him. Xiaoqi had been in Xiangcheng's orphanage so close to them. He had no surname of his own and took the name Mao, adopting Mao Kun's surname because he was the seventh in line, thus the name Mao Xiaoqi. Ji Heng looked further. He saw that Xiaoqi had always been an outstanding student, even having his teachers come to his home to persuade him not to drop out. There were a few papers brought over from the orphanage. All were simple drawings by Xiaoqi as a child, preserved by the director because they were nicely done. With no guidance and no tutoring, he could still produce really beautiful drawings. He too should have had a splendid path laid out by a family, not left on his own, forced to drop out in junior high because he couldn't scrape together living expenses. Ji Heng read the files again and again before finally putting the file bag away and murmured deeply, "Thank you." Now he finally understood why Jiang Fulai had suddenly said those words to him that morning. Jiang Fulai tapped his fingers and pushed up his glasses on the bridge of his nose, remarking with nonchalance, "You're welcome. Try to take it easy." Having delivered the items, he didn't linger to comfort Ji Heng any further. To number 303. Today the hall of number 303 was very quiet, despite being a Friday evening. Even Zhang Xiai's, who had the day off, wasn't coming down. Instead he was at Ning Xiao's place doing homework. Only Jiang He sat alone, dressed in a white knitted sweater, sitting on the floor and assembling a building block set. Chapter 826. Punished for 3 years, does not agree to be included in the family genealogy. _3 Seeing Jiang Fulai enter, he stared dumbfounded for a moment before continuing to play with his building blocks like a little gentleman. Jiang Fulai naturally couldn't care less about him. He knew Bai Lian was in the study and went straight in. Bai Lian stood before the half-open window, her cold white fingers resting on the windowsill, in her usual languid pose, watching the street lamps outside and the nearly invisible stars above. She seemed somewhat entranced. Jiang Fulai walked over slowly without asking about Xiaoqi, and just stood beside her. "Did you visit Academician Ma yesterday?" "Oh." Bai Lian came back to reality, tilting her head slightly. She was undisturbed today in room 303 and was dressed more casually, in a black silk satin loungewear with a subtle pattern embroidered on it. The topmost button was unfastened, revealing a glimpse of her slender collarbone. "Academician Ma called this morning." Jiang Fulai looked at her and spoke slowly. His Xiao was missing 2 screws this morning. Xiao was a robot that Academician Ma had created a long time ago. Jiang Fulai had previously updated Xiao's functions. Miss Bai let out an "ah" before continuing to gaze outside nonchalantly, her eyes and brows lit beautifully by the light. He must have remembered incorrectly. Jiang Fulai observed her lethargic gaze, his hand resting behind her as a cool, gentle kiss landed on her. "You were just opening the window to let the smoke out," he said. Bai Lian paused for a moment. "Nonsense." The next day, Bai Lian was going to meet Wang Yufeng. They had arranged to meet at 8:30 in the morning. At 8 o'clock, Bai Lian went to room 302 and placed the 2 unscrewed screws on his desk. When she left, she ran into Ming Dongheng and a woman. The woman was dressed in a close-fitted outfit, with a gun holster strapped to her left knee, her hair all pulled back neatly and efficiently. Qin Beixian also noticed the girl coming out of room 302. In Jiangjing's current temperature around 10 degrees, the girl wore a sesky blue mandarin collar top embroidered with 2 circles of white and pink complex patterns on the collar and cuffs, with beige frog buttons neatly fastened to the top. Her hair was long and half-tied, with a green jade hairpin slantingly inserted. Her sparse brows and eyes, her casual glance, exuded a very gentle temperament. Qin Beixian, having seen Bai Lian's photo on Jiang University's forum before, felt all the more dazed when she saw her in person, as if facing a destiny carved into her genes. It reminded her of the portrait of the lady in white hanging in the Qin family's ancestral hall. Ming Dongheng raised his hand to ring the bell at room 302, but he lowered it immediately upon seeing Bai Lian. "Miss Bai." "Good morning." Bai Lian glanced over Qin Beixian and nodded at Ming Dongheng. Ming Dongheng noted her attire. Are you heading out? Yes, Xiaowu is coming to pick me up, Bai Lian replied and then went downstairs. Once she was gone, Chen Beishen snapped back to reality, so that was the legendary Miss Bai, Mu family. Mu Zhendong hadn't slept all night and went straight to the study to find Mu Yining. Ji Xiaojun was also in Mu Yining's study, discussing Ren Wanxian. She had previously been included in the Mu family's genealogy, but now that she was not Ji Sheirong's biological daughter, he naturally had to inform the Mu family. Mu Yining was aware of the verdict, but after hearing Tang Ming's words that day, she could guess that Ren Wangshuan's side might lose the case. Yet, it hadn't occurred to her that Ren Wanxian wasn't the biological daughter of the Ren family. No wonder Bai Lian was so angry at the time. Mu Yining also knew the reason Ren Wanxian chose to crash into Xiaoqi and was quite surprised by it. After some reflection, she concluded that Ren Wangshuan's name definitely needed to be removed from the family tree. It was clear to see the relationship between Bai Lian and Mao Xiaoqi, and now that their identities had been revealed, keeping Ren Wangshuan's name there would be inappropriate, causing Bai Lian and the others discomfort. As soon as Mu Zhendong entered, he heard Mu Yining's words. We haven't received this batch of goods yet, and revealing her to not be a Mu at this time, what good does that do us? He had previously disagreed with Bai Lian suing Ren Wanxian, and now he disagreed even more with them revealing Ren Wangshuan's identity. You know how important Ren Wanxian is to our research, it's such a good opportunity, and we can't just watch as the last 3 research facilities are taken back? Mu Zhendong had heard about Xiaoqi's identity from Xia Yun before. An orphan who dropped out of school in the 8th grade, looking at the entire Mu family excluding Mu Qiong, there really hadn't been anyone like Xiaoqi. Compared to him, Ren Wanxian, with her excellent grades and mastery of various talents, was more fit to be put in the spotlight. They were accustomed to weighing pros and cons, excessively rational in every aspect. Mu Yining didn't speak up right away. Seeing she seemed to be considering something, Mu Zhendong fixed his gaze on her and made the final decision. Ren Wanxian is still in the Mu family genealogy now and won't be removed, at least until our current partnership is secured. As for that Mao Xiaoqi, I disagree with including him in the genealogy. Choosing between Ren Wanxian and that Xiaoqi was very easy for him. Chapter 827. After 3-2-1, it's too late for regrets. Miss Bai has arrived. Since Ji Xiaojun returned, the Mu family had been doing better and better. Seeing hope, Mu Zhendong became even more eager to restore the Mu family to its former glory. When the Mu family was in decline, there was no infighting, but now, in its period of ascent, Mu Zhendong's confidence had soared, making him the second in command of the Mu family. The younger members of the Mu family all saw hope, and Mu Zhendong was not content with the present benefits, his ambition beginning to swell. He wanted to use Xiaoqi to exchange for the greatest benefits. Uncle, watch your words. Mu Yining stood up, her expression cold and stern. At her side, Ji Xian's face showed no change. Not until after Mu Zhendong left did Mu Yining apologetically look towards Ji Xiaojun. Xiaojun, I will handle Ren Wangshuan's matter well. As for Xiaoqi, Xiaoqi listens to alien. Ji Xiaojun narrowed his eyes, his gaze falling on the light and shadows outside, his voice also weakened. He won't return to the Mu family. Mu Yining didn't speak again, she just felt worried inside. In the past, Ren Wanxian was willing to return to the Mu family, but now neither Bai Lian nor Xiaoqi would come back. Bai Lian could slowly be persuaded, but Mu Yining had to deal with the Mu family side of things as soon as possible. She sent Ji Xiaojun out the door. 20 years ago, the Mu family was also a family with large assets. A starving camel is still bigger than a horse. It was beyond his expectations that Bai Lian wouldn't return, but now Ji Xiaojun was saying Xiaoqi wouldn't return either. The uncle has gone to meet with the Gao family. Assistant Wang looked at Mu Yining and expressed his concern. I don't know if this time will be successful. This year, the Mu family had only one major project targeting this heavy industry. The Gao family, Mu Yining's gaze grew deeper. Cooperating with them is like making a deal with a tiger for its skin. When the Jiang family ran into trouble, the Gao family was the first one who wanted to take over parts of the Jiang family's enterprises. Assistant Wang nodded, then seemed to recall something. Will that Xiaoqi really not return to the Mu family? They think differently from you, Mu Yining said softly. Ji Xiaojun had stayed in the Mu family for a time when he was very young, and had been taught by Mu Xiangguang. He came back because he still felt a sense of responsibility for the Mu family. But Bai Lian and Xiaoqi truly had none. Mu Yining was by now quite familiar with Bai Lian, and to her the Mu family might not be as important as a classmate from Xiangqing. Find the butler. Organize a meeting with the uncle tonight. She stood at the door for a while before speaking up. And also, prepare for me to go to the hospital. Xiaoqi hadn't been discharged from the hospital yet. He had just come out for a bit of indulgence during the court appearance the day before, and after the nurse in the ward had been anxious all day, he finally returned. He needed half a month more of convalescence. When Mu Yining arrived, Ren Jiawei was standing in the hospital corridor. She didn't know how long she had been there, not entering the ward, and Mu Yining greeted Ren Jiawei before going in. Upon entering, she leisurely peeled an apple for Xiaoqi and talked about the recent developments with Sun Chun. Sun Chun had joined a program at the Chinese Medicine University, which would add more traditional Chinese medicine expertise to Sun Chun in the future. Professor Wen wants either Dr. He or Dr. Lu to give a lecture this month, Sun Chun reported on Sun Chun's recent status. The university will arrange for journalists to follow up. In a year's time, Sun Chun had been recognized by the broad masses of people, with very strong public credibility. Xiaoqi's bedhead was raised and his head was wrapped in gauze, his right hand hanging by his side with an four drip. Let Dr. Lu go. I was thinking the same, Sun Chun said as she slowly cut the apple into pieces and handed them to Xiaoqi. Dr. Lu is a bit more handsome. Mu Yining had just entered and heard them talking about some professor and doctor. She looked at Xiaoqi with surprise. Did she hear professor? Mu Yining was a bit puzzled and even doubted if she had heard wrong. She did not mention the matter of Xiaoqi returning to the Mu family and only stayed in the ward for a while to chat with Xiaoqi. Before leaving, she said to him, I just saw Jiawei standing all by herself in the corridor. After Mu Yining left, Xiaoqi took a piece of apple, remained silent for a long while, then finally said, Sister Sun Chun, let her come in. Sunday. Bai Lian got up early for a morning run. When she returned in her sportswear, Ji Heng had already gotten up, and there was soup stewing in the kitchen pot. He and Xin Qing took turns visiting Xiaoqi these past 2 days. Ren Wanxian and Xiaoqi were the least familiar with each other, but Ji Heng and Xin Qing obviously got along very well with Xiaoqi. The readily uttered aunt and grandpa from Xiaoqi's mouth weren't fake. Bai Lian opened the door to room 103, dressed in sportswear, black sneakers, with her hair tied back in a ponytail that fell over her chest from the left, casually leaning against the doorframe. She watched as Ji